finishing second or third in the biggest events. Time and time again, they came close to glory, only to fall just short. That curse weighed heavy. The world saw their talent. They proved their strength regionally, but the ultimate global crown remained out of reach. Then in 2024, everything changed. At 2024, PMWC finally broke the cycle against all odds on the biggest stage in PUBG Mobile. They delivered the performance of a lifetime. Champions, the first team from Americas to ever lift the World Cup. It was more than a victory, it was a statement. But since then, the roster has slightly shifted with the heart of Alpha 7 is Revo, a PUBG Mobile legend and basically an MVP magnet. The guy's consistent, clutch, and always in the spotlight.
Revo jumps out for 364, and that's the second as well. Revo.
Then there's Carrillo, the team's IGL and mastermind who calls the shots like a chess grandmaster, always 3 moves ahead. Mafioso and the newcomer Squash bring the heat with insane mechanics and nerves of steel, ready to turn any fight on its head. And honestly, Carrillo's not just the brains, he's got the highlight plays to back it up, and he's hungry for more. But being a champion means the target on your back never goes away.
Hello, Shravan.
Entered 2025 with a different kind of pressure. The pressure to defend, to prove that last year wasn't a fluke, that the crown belongs to them. In PMSL America Spring, Alpha 7, who have long dominated the regional PMSL, didn't just bounce back. They crushed it once again with relentless consistency and their trademark aggression. They maintained their undefeated reign at home while proving their strength internationally. A third place finish secured their ticket back to PMWC. Not as underdogs, challengers, as defending champions. From South America to
आज group A versus versus group A and group B के मैचेस हैं. मैं कल देखा तो था कौन-कौन सी टीम है, but I forgot. Because so many new names, bro, can't remember.
अरे who were the duos जो like पहले PUBG में खेलते थे, जो बहुत famous थे, वो Indonesian duos.
लक्सी
हाँ वो थे ना, वो भी they still play.
मेरे को कैसे पता होगा?
मेरे को देखा होगा maybe.
No bro.
Okay. My Team Falcons look different, bhai.
I'm also watching this game after a long time.
Crazy.
Yeah, bro.
You are the OG player, na?
Thanks, yaar.
It's going to be a treat.
Every game में
So
OG
many
हूँ मैं.
teams that are absolutely
Talented.
stacked this year. I think that's the rhetoric we're all kind of looking at.
खेलते हैं अभी भी वो, कपिल कह रहा है.
खेलते हैं, अच्छा.
क्या वो लोग तब भी बहुत यंग ही थे यार, खेलेंगे ही. यहाँ परिचय वही ऐसा ही पहचाना.
You know, even earlier on, I got the chance to, you know, take a little step into the stage during scrims.
यार देखो सबका टाइम होता है.
Across the room, it was good stuff. But the dance has already had like some nice discussions about how they feel teams will fare. I think one of the more interesting discussions that was had was about Weibo Gaming.
अरे वो कह रहा है कि अब उनका टीम अच्छा नहीं है ये वो.
fact that, you know, China just hasn't been a
ऐसे
powerhouse for long.
तो बहुत रेयर है ना कि कोई 4 साल तक डोमिनेट करे स्पोर्ट्स सीन.
Very early on in PUBG Mobile, but that was a
नहीं सही बात है.
4 से भी ज़्यादा हो गया एक्चुअली, वो 5-6 साल पहले की बात है.
आते हैं गए हर गेम में चेंज हो जाते हैं.
You've got a lot of X's on Alpha 7, a lot of targets, people are looking at them, right? They're aware now, you're coming in, everyone's looking hot blank, other regions looking to try and have an opportunity to snatch that trophy, rip it away from them. And we saw how motivated and close Reject came last year. Not in the building this time around. Someone else has to come up and show us what they're made of. And I think there really is a definitive chance that we get a different champion this year. I'm not actually even
I still don't understand what are these devices are for.
This event is.
I feel like
it would be
जो उनकी
so
टेबल में
much
पड़ा है
work
वो
for
वॉइस
Alpha 7. They're going to need to give us
कंट्रोलर.
their A game through and through.
यार मेरे को अभी नहीं पता, एपिक्स के टाइम तो मुझे यही लगा था कि उसके लिए इनके पीछे कोच खड़ा रहता था ना एपिक्स में, तो तीनों का उसको सुने, मेरे को तो यही लगा था.
Team Falcons.
क्योंकि उधर obviously
they
उसको
didn't
ऐसे
look
थोड़ी सुनाई
super
देगा.
smooth making over towards that top spot. They still took it.
तो इधर का I
But
don't know.
Regnum Karrier, Alpha
We'll have
7,
to see.
those are your two teams that a lot of
मुझे
eyes
तो
are
ऐसा को
on
लगा
them,
कि
and
टेक पॉज वगैरह
Max
लेने
put
के
it
लिए है.
perfectly in the
कुछ
sense that
दिक्कत आ जाए
Regnum
तो
Karrier
एडमिन तो
earned
स्टेज
their
पे
own
घूमते
spot
नहीं है.
coming through from PMGO, but if they'd
देखो
come
बटन
उधर
दबाया
जाके ना
टिकट
खेलना पड़ेगा.
damn dude,
फिर
they
पता
wouldn't
होगा.
be here sitting on
अब वही
this
लगता
stage
है.
today. So again, there needs to be some big improvements from both those teams.
आपके
Alpha
3
7,
streams live
I
है.
wanna see
नहीं वो
them
बंद
have
हो
that
गए.
hunger once again that we saw them where they were pacing all the time to try and pick themselves up a win. Forever second place that team.
Co-stream means an event is happening, guys, and we are also streaming it.
That success story and what a time for it. I do like as well. It's the way it kind of plays in, right, with the stage, them in the middle, risen up. But is that the true lay of the land? Like you're saying, the differential of how this year is going to be looking once we really start to kick things off. A lot of excitement, a lot of talent. That's really what we're looking at here. I mean,
Yes,
honest with you,
Ashmit.
I think everyone at home this year is going to be in for a treat. Day in, day out, back to back.
यार ये जो फैन होते हैं ये लाइक फोन हाथ में स्वेट के लिए होते हैं या लाइक फोन के लिए होते हैं?
फोन के लिए.
फोन के लिए होते हैं.
It's going to be
बहुत heat up होता है
on
ना.
the stage. And it will be trees back to back. Some sweeties.
Heat up होता है और उससे हाथों में भी पसीना आता है. So basically
Couple of
both
bonbons
things.
been thrown in there.
Sugar rush
Okay.
gameplay.
But yeah, I think the interesting thing here right now is you can see it's quite pensive.
Thanks,
Quite pensive,
Rico.
where we're all on 0 points right now. You know, no one's got that head jump start where they're feeling a little bit more confident.
Very intense music.
In this tournament.
Nice.
We're just waiting to get into our first game here. I believe we're very, very close to go, so don't worry.
Headsets are
It
going
is a
on.
coming.
Yeah. Man, it's exciting.
Oh,
He's
Aura
doing that
farming.
Aura kid.
You basically
Aura
have
farming.
where kind of the bookends of the
I was
entire
really waiting
event
for
are having
anyone to
that
witness
nature
the
of
greatness
the
of
game,
global
where everyone's
esports
on
in
same
PUBG,
point,
and I
real
promise
fun,
you all
nothing
would
to
get
play with,
mind
right?
boggled
That's why
today.
it feels so
Oh
intense,
my
because there is
God.
those moments of like, all right,
इसमें
we
Arab
actually
teams
know
बहुत
the full
सारी है.
collaboration to some of the outcomes from this map for quite some time. That's why it makes it kind of fun. It makes it exciting to see how it's going to go. I'll tell you what I do enjoy as well. Seeing quite a few mascots this year. People have got like the little teddy bears out. People are feeling
Okay,
it, right?
bye,
The mascots
Amenza.
are out. The jerseys are starting to become a little bit more creative. It's quite nice to see, honestly. I think Alpha 7 did have like a little bit of a part in that. I think that they would, with them having the holographic jersey for so long now, a lot of the teams decided, you know what, we gotta bring the faction game up just a little bit.
Gonna make the most of it. Strapped up, getting themselves ready. Yeah, it feels like the competition's starting to heat up at this point, but who's going to be able to beat the heat? That's the
मैं भी
question.
हूँ. Are you supporting?
So much to play for here. Ridiculous line.
मैं
share,
बोलेगा
prize
Team
pool
Falcon.
on the line.
Never mind.
The glory, the legacy, the opportunity for so many of these teams, players,
लेकिन मैं
regions,
तो हूँ ही नहीं.
all building.
मुझे बुलाया ही नहीं.
Live from Saudi Arabia.
गलत बात.
So now you want to
बुलाना चाहिए था बताओ. असली प्रो प्लेयर तो यहाँ बैठा है.
That's the worst way to start things here.
Thanks,
You
yeah.
get the left and the left here. Don't get them muddled up.
You're locked in as soon as those headphones go on. Quite a few.
वैसे Falcons
teams
तो
that
all
went through
time
from
favorite
America. I
है.
do worry for Americans a little bit.
सारे मैचेस देखते हो ना
We're
उनके.
quite aggressive. Aggressive
अरे
region.
बहुत अच्छा खेलता है.
Sure,
I think the
sure,
one thing
sure.
that does play into
Nico Manes की
we
बहुत
get through
बढ़िया
those
है.
finals, but we'll be starting things off here over on Sandhog.
Oh yes, here we go. This is what we were waiting for. The anticipation building, the environment, the stage, the fight, the clash between all of our teams. Day in, day out, the PUBG Mobile World Cup. It starts right here, right now.
We got the honey plane, so we certainly bring in the sugar, like we were saying. And this is the first treat of the day.
सबके क्या हो रहा है?
Players ready to go.
Nice.
Al-Haji, you can spot him straight away down the bottom left. He is a big powerhouse inside of PUBG Mobile. Excited to see what he can do. Constantly coming back to the big stage.
Oh yeah, fan favorite for the region as well. Everyone was going absolutely ballistic in the crowd last year
DRX.
whenever they'd see Al-Haji popping off.
AXTMG is also
this
there.
time around. Power Gaming, never disappoint,
Valorant
buddy.
की टीम दिख
There's
गई.
Silas.
Team
Top right.
Nongshim
One of
Force
the
भी
best
है.
players in the
Team.
world. I think that's an undisputed
Yeah.
अरे
fact.
Valorant में
Throw that one
Falcon
out
नहीं है.
there.
No.
Let's see if he can lead his team to victory. Max was saying over on the
उन्होंने
desk.
मुझे अप्रोच किया था,
Valorant
मैंने मना कर दिया तो बोलते अब हम टीम किसी और के साथ बनाएंगे ही नहीं.
We're jumping straight
आप
into things,
खेलोगे
though.
तो ही
All
बनाएंगे.
eyes over towards
तो फिर मैं
Atin
कहा
on a hot
ओके.
drop. start things off, Jackie.
Yeah,
And
that's your
Noxian
best,
Red
man.
Force also down towards
Time nahi hai.
ruins.
World's
See how this goes
richest
once we get into the action
God.
here and see what things are going to be developing like, obviously with those early hot drops back.
Oh, इसमें भी एपिक्स हिस्सा है. स्कोर 130 के बाद चिकन टू विन. Nice. वो फाइनल्स में होगा ना बट टाइम है अभी तो फाइनल्स को तो
Already
बहुत.
losing one. That's over
One
towards
week.
Power.
और ये सब चीजें कब हुई मेरे को समझ नहीं आया भाई.
Over towards
क्या?
Hudson.
कि 130 वाला मतलब काफी गेम्स में है.
in the ruins.
पता नहीं.
Scramble and grab themselves some bits and bobs
Nice,
to fight
yeah.
with. Noxian Red Force taking a bit of a dink towards the backside as well. DBS is in play. They start to make their move. This is real rough as well for Power Blank. I mean, down to just one man left standing already. I know I was hyping him up a little bit, kind of a fan favorite.
Drop fight,
It's
yeah.
not a dream start whatsoever.
4 throws, 3 eliminations, 4 players still up and kicking. And they will be kicking Power out from Hudson going forward. On the other hand, Noxian Red Force taking a fair bit of damage. AX currently looking a lot more healthy here compared to them. Controlling on the outside of ruins right now. A little bit tough when you get on the back foot here, especially in terms of meds. Because a lot of these rooms do get cut off, and AX is starting to increase their domain within the ruins itself.
The opportunity to play with, though. Some weapons established there. Henry in the back line. With the DBS on deck as well, waiting for the close range. A little bit of scouting, keep your distance. No overcommit. They're aware of each other.
This could be good, though, for Team Falcons, of all teams, actually. Head up towards that north side. We know that Ralph does like to scout out towards ruins in the first place, and with the circle going over towards the east, if you can cut out 2 teams from ruins, you open up a very consistent, easy path over towards Painan. Here's a replay
अच्छा
coming
ये एक
through.
टीम
All the
ऑलरेडी
action
हो
that
गई
went
क्या?
down over towards
या
Hudson.
उनके
It was
प्लेयर्स
a
सर्वाइव कर रहे थे नहीं
rough
टीम
and
एलिमिनेट
tumble
तो
to
नहीं
start there for Power.
Yeah, brutal on the replay, catching the highlights from that
No,
one. Actually,
उनके
for
बाद
Power
3
Gaming.
प्लेयर्स चले गए
Mid-loop,
अकेला
quick to the
सर्वाइव कर
draw,
रहे
just
हैं
able to make the play on it. Always the chance for maybe.
ये फाइट
A
का
little
क्या
bit of
लगता है
acclamation
गाइस
if you can stay alive. One player in the opening moments, first 15
Why do I
seconds.
feel
yeah.
NS is gonna
Not the sort of sight that you'd like to see.
नहीं ये तो फाइट कर रहे हैं मुझे लगा फॉल बैक कर रहे हैं
Yeah, good catch. Very, very good catch. And again, to be honest with you, AX, with the amount of control they've had throughout the entirety of this fight, they want to conclude this soon. They know they need to go towards that eastern side where our circle popped.
ओह
दो नॉक.
Equal trade so far. Looking to close the gap with the DBS, but the quick burst back
And
over.
एक
ये
Good
solo
actually. These trades though, so
ये लोग को अपने
messy.
प्लेयर्स नहीं
Either
खोलने
side taking
चाहिए
heavy hits.
वरना ये
Looking to
पॉइंटलेस
see
हो
if they can
जाएगा
convert. DBS just spamming
हाँ
out the
एक तो
shots.
रिवाइव हो जाएगा
Need to play medic, get Henry back on his feet. Got the elevated fight, wide swing out on the corner, drop down into it.
फिनिश भाई.
And there you have
Squad
it.
vibe bro
Come
without
out on
losing
top
it
in the
vibe.
end, being able to shut
Nice.
down the Red Force. Nongxing out on that one as AX will survive. Bit of a nail biter, but they get through it.
I mean, for AX, fans of that team will be very, very pleased with that one. And honestly, it's not what I was expecting. I'm happy to be surprised in that as well, because the control they had on that fight was spectacular. A lot of teams, when we see like this kind of an improvement and then heading over towards EWC, it was a surprise pick for us coming through.
Yeah.
I was excited to see it.
एंगल है नहीं.
I'm very,
Sandhawk.
very surprised to see that kind of control coming through early. Now, the question is whether they
This
can
is
do that kind of
Sandhawk.
thing to
Yeah.
a much more consistent team in the
Lord.
lobby. We're looking at scarier teams. Alpha 7, DRX, Ragnar Kaya, Weibo Game. Can they kind of have that success versus them? We'll wait and see. But to start things off, that was very, very clean by the books.
Even just to get the nerves out of the way immediately as well, like the sort of,
Yeah.
the caliber of the stage you've immediately been thrown into, mate. It's one of those where that feels so good for you compared to the outcome of losing that.
Especially as a special invite as well.
Yeah.
Because
ये झूठ मत
in a lot
बोलो
of
ये
instances,
एंगल
when
है
you have that invite come
हाँ,
through,
sorry,
a lot of times
I
that team
did
doesn't
angle
do amazingly well. But it's nice to have them here. But this is a very keen team to start things off. So I'm impressed. I'm
ये
impressed to start
लॉक्सी
things
मेरे
off.
को एक बार
Here's
के लिए
Ragnar
लगा
Kaya
लॉक्सी
on your
I was
screens.
like what
Currently up towards Cal right now on the north side of the map. Locked in a fray though with Weibo Gaming. We might just be able to get some answers nice and early. Weibo versus Regnum Kaya, how that pans out. The well-known player, Order, star-studded player, in fact, in Order. Has had so much success and consistent success over the years. Order versus Silas, that could be a very, very fun matchup.
We can check in as well, of course, with our reigning champions at the minute, Alpha 7. Got Mafioso doing a bit of scouting work as well, the only player separated away. Squash, another big talking point that will develop into over the course of the event as well. Ciari's performing here. Bit of a new look. It's like 25%, I think, the maps on that one, Blank.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's always been the case for Alpha 7, is just finding that fourth player has never been easy for them. Squash is returning to the game after a year. Took a little bit of a hiatus from it, but they immediately had him back. Fair play. It is
basically कितना मिनट में हो जाता है last zone तक?
McGrellan was a player that they had found massive success with.
I think 25 मिनट चलता ना.
And I thought, you know, that they would work with it, but I just think the team did not.
ज़्यादा लंबा नहीं चलता.
Ridiculous amount.
और मैं actually भूल गई कि इनके settings क्या रहते हैं ना.
Weibo Gaming is going to give up the chase here.
Head
down towards that south side. I reckon Kaya don't take any casualties off the back of that one, which is good to see.
25 तक तो चल जाता होगा क्योंकि रैंगल का लास्ट जोन शायद 30 से ऊपर जाता है.
Early. You can see they've had a relatively unscathed path up to this point. Going for the crossing as well on the bridge here. So potentially a bit of an opportunity for a skirmish to come up. AX as well making their move in now, coming over
OMG TS Frankie, guys.
Again, not really had much of an encounter since. Nice to get the overview though with the map screen. You can see new circle coming in. And a shift for our teams here.
It's a cool shift as well on the circle. I've never ever seen a Lukawi finish in my entire time of casting PUBG Mobile. So cool. We can go east again. Another Lukawi. I'm very, very happy. I think I've seen every other finish here on Sandhawk over the Lukawi. Fireflux. I don't know how they're able to get towards this position unseen.
That's an instant knock as well. Now Valo being able to pick up.
क्योंकि इसमें fast होता है zone, मैंने इसलिए 20 बोला.
Like actually with the position they were in, there must have been some kind of visual contact from it.
Classic से जल्दी होता है.
Really not ideal. Pretty quick nades at the cast out. 2 knocks.
वही तो तब
One back over on the Falcon side blank. For what it is. Bit of a messy encounter.
I think the Fireflux, if I was looking at, I think they tried to regroup from that northwest side and then come back down towards cave to get together. The Falcons have been so silent on their approach.
I never
imagine hear the end, surely. And we're going to get our circle closing in just roughly 15
मैंने
seconds.
तो बहुत पहले एक बार casting भी
Heading
की
over
हुई है.
towards the east side of Quarry. Now Quarry
उधर
is
ही
a big
continue कर
objective
लेना था.
for a lot of these teams.
उधर ही continue कर लेना था. अभी अच्छी caster बन
They
जाती.
want to head towards that position. There's a lot of sidelines from that eastern side of Quarry that are on the high ground, down into Quarry. So
5-6 साल हो गए भाई.
above on the north side or down towards the south. But it's going to funnel teams into awkward scenarios. So Falcons already taking out the majority of Fireflux. It's beautiful for the Ralph. Okay.
Oh, mate. You say taking out the majority, they might actually just take them all down at this point. Being able to track them all down there, perfect peek in, gets the drop on them, literally. Now, there has been a bit of a proverbial dinner bell that was rung, and that's AX on the rotate over. They would have heard some of this gunfire release, trying to at least carve a path back around. Don't want to half commit to this, seeing the Falcons are up on high.
I think it's a smart move from AX. I mean, the cave is a messy area to try and push, try and play around, get those third parties in. You don't have exact location either. So I think for AX just to head ahead, you know, and they realize this is clean. We're not getting in contact with absolutely anybody on this rotate. So they get ahead. They sit on the edge of Quarry. The Falcons need to make a decision on how they want to play through. A lot of times on this circle, they actually shift down towards the south side here, Jackie, before moving up towards the north. So I'll be interested to see how they do play out these next moments. Fourth Thrives. They won their fight over towards Hutton versus Power earlier on, and now have come into contact with Weibo Gaming. Now, that's kind of interesting to me, right? If Weibo Gaming didn't spend so much time over towards Cow, potentially they were here a little bit sooner than Fourth Thrives, but felt like the end of the game for Fourth Thrives here was just to get into the circle ASAP.
So it is a bit of a split as well with the scout. So we'll see if he can make his passage safely. the solo head count. Obviously, Scarface, the only man left from the squad after the cave shenanigans that we saw, tucks himself in, and then you have Easy on the long old quest. He tanked himself up, late loot, just trying to make his way down. Obviously, that was Power Gaming losing absolutely everyone bar Easy.
भाई अब हो गया एकदम से.
Come on, let's
अभी होगी. ऐसी crazy level.
Show me one Lakawi,
होगा ना. इधर ये लोग rotate करेंगे दोनों हर जगह से पड़ने वाले हैं.
You got like a lot of high ground that slopes down over towards Camp over towards the Kari itself.
15 team alive है और एक side.
A little bit open on those high grounds
यही
as
तो
well.
होता है.
There is more.
Meanwhile वो solo player किधर
down towards
किधर survive कर रहे हैं. वो heal करते हुए आने वाले हैं zone में एकदम late.
Early on, if you have to move out that area.
खैर वो और कर भी क्या सकता है.
Playzone takes down Toshvik. Now that is interesting. I don't know how that's happened for Breaking Kaya. They have really damaged on their escape outwards.
अब हर जगह से फाइट होगी. अभी देखना एकदम से कम टीम्स रह जाएंगी. थोड़ी देर बाद. अभी तो क्योंकि फिर भी एरियाज है जहाँ लोग रुक सकते हैं.
Or getting to close combat here, I mean, potentially the DPS. Crossfire set up just on the doorway, but it's the nade usage that could make the world of difference. A few of them are back pocket, already a bit of splash damage over. Slight peek on the angle.
A7, बहुत dangerous team है.
This really is a dinner bell. You got the third party just on the top of the ridge as well.
The thing was this though, Jackie, this is exactly what I was talking about. That high ground looking down to Lakawi is horrible to play against. Before Thrice though, they just need to worry about getting backstabbed. I think Team Vision has made their way on over, and there's Volt already finding T24. There's Angdon Galacticus finding Regnum Kai, the entirety of them as well. Goodness me, just waiting for them on the wings there.
Yeah, fragmented, one knock, it's toss pick, everyone else just being shot at from two separate sides. It really does start to crumble. This was 4-5, so we're setting themselves up to get the third party down from the top of the ridge. Like you said, they've been ran up on. It's not looking good whatsoever. Quickly, they are dispatched. Mopped up like a spilled drink.
पता नहीं यार इसमें.
Great push through from Vision. Honestly, Volt does a huge amount of work in that instance. A surprise that 4th Rise fell for that so suddenly, and I think that's because they got a little bit too aggressive down towards the position early. And that is always the difficulty with taking that high ground, that your back is not protected. Horror though, no fear. Certainly feeling it now, it's a little bit. Soaz from DRX, of all teams, down towards the south side of this, actually getting slightly involved. And it's nice to see, Horror getting aggressive, because it's exactly what Neptera talked about on the dares count. Teams maybe see them as a bit of a passive team, but no, they've got a little bit of a bite to them.
Oh yeah. Don't want to get those hands too close, they'll bite back. It's rough for Order as well, how he's setting himself up. Actually quite nice with the cook on the nades. He's trying to just go in for the knock, didn't expect the shot from the side, instantly downed, and then fully committed because of it. Yeah, DRX might actually have a little bit more to say about this one, the longer it develops as well. You've got a good read on it. Oh, hang on a minute. Alpha 7 cap dropping over. Mafioso trying to bail out. Damage comes through. Quick damage on the Carrillo. There's the pre-nade as well. Oh, nearly, mate. Couldn't get it through the window.
Yeah, I mean, that's a nade you should not be missing here in EWC, right? I don't think you should be missing those kind of nades. For Alpha 7, now they're surrounded. Revo, Mafioso, keep things under wraps. Team Secret.
Oh, the slam, solo player.
Towards Revo is. He's got a big task ahead of him.
It was a cook on the nade. Cast it out. Doesn't look like it's going to be on target. Vision as well, scrapping. Meanwhile, on the left-hand side of the feed, it's all kicking off. Damage back down onto 4 primes. That was the replay that we had there with the real action here. Let's see how it goes.
There's 4 teams in this compound, dude. This is unbelievable. You've got Yangon Galacticos, Alpha 7, Team Secret, E-Arena, all battling for control here. I think Team Secret picked their moment very nicely. I think Team Vision maybe missed their moment there. But they could come down slightly early as opposed to looking over towards this fight. Has Horror Esports in Lakawi. I think that's a nice spot,
But ऐसे मैप में like तुम्हें लगता है कि high ground advantage ज़्यादा better रहेगा ना अगर compound से आता है.
High ground तो होता ही है, but फिर zone हमेशा नहीं रहता ना.
Long game on this one.
बाहर निकलना.
और बाहर वैसे open भी रहता है.
Point earner, the longer it goes on. A lot of chip damage being thrown out between these teams as well. Lubo going down in the meantime. Another squad eliminated. They are thrown to the wayside.
मैं बहुत पहले I was watching a tournament उधर मैंने देखा कि like ये जो number 1 team थी ना वो placement points के ऊपर थी और kills उनकी बहुत कम थी.
Happy with that one on the peak back over. Good tag straight up.
मतलब second वाले बंदे की almost double kill. But placement point बहुत कम था उसके.
Very nice angle to play in. One goes down after all. Maybe Team Vision didn't miss
वो कर पा रहे हैं हमेशा placement निकाल क्योंकि बिना kills के भी placement निकालना tough होता है.
Sweep on this eastern side.
या तो उनका lucky रहा होगा
I'm very, very
rotation.
excited to see who wins out on this compound eventually.
Side तो
It's
avoid
Marcelo.
करी होगी ना.
Again, this is what they wanted to do in the first place. Get rid of horror esports, then they can start to move down over towards DRX. They will cut themselves out a huge amount of space on the northeast side. Even if it goes over towards the west, they do have a scout in Never Alone, currently playing in a compound on that northwest, keeping tabs on that huge fight ongoing inside that compound you see on your screen right now. Team Sleeper Alpha 7. Yangon
मैं बहुत ज़्यादा मारती थी नेट से उल्टा.
Comes through again. 6 elims on the max.
हाँ, मेरे grenades बहुत अच्छे होते थे जब मैं खेलती थी.
Props, Vision looking pretty crisp right now. That was beautiful now. Great timing on it. Ooh, hang on.
मैंने मावी को बहुत बार मारा है स्क्रिम्स में नेट से. और उसको वो बोलते थे सब golden hand कि वो grenade से बहुत मारता है.
Great work from Vision. Topping right now on the elim points. That's 8 that they're rocking with.
Shiro का golden hand.
I had to string the bow myself.
God.
Yeah.
Damn. All right. Well, there you go. You know, that was our new segment we're trying out here.
Yeah.
Facts with blank.
Yeah. On the basically instead of arrows, I was just using fireworks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. There you go. So, all right. Brilliant. That's what we've gone for. If you enjoyed that, let us know, of course.
Check that out.
Yeah, check that out. Some more of this. Huzzah indeed. Of course, just waiting to get underway here with our second game. If you're just tuning in and you're wondering why you've got some developer commentary going on and you're learning about how all the gun sounds are made in PUBG Mobile, well, don't worry. You haven't tuned into the wrong stream. You are in the right place and at absolutely the right time. And I think definitely, Blank, one of the ways I've described this, mate, is it is the right time for everyone but Alpha 7 in that first game. That just felt like it was so uncomfortable. You know, the fights that they were thrown into, trapped in the compound, looking a bit lost, and they do look a bit deflated, I'm going to be honest.
I'll put it, for the rest of the team, maybe I look a little bit deflated, but you know, I don't think I've ever seen Brevo like not looking like that in an international.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Unfortunately.
I suppose the bar, like you got to think about the bar.
Even when he won, it was a severe look.
It was a pretty like we've done it.
Yeah, and then hats off to the guy. I saw a small smile and a couple of tears when they won. And that was really heartbreaking.
Pretty mid.
That was pretty heartbreaking for me as well. It's the most emotion I've ever seen out of Revo. And I was like, damn, this actually does mean a lot to him.
It's got through his tough exterior.
We got 3 tears out of Revo, which is a big deal.
Yeah, it's mad. You don't really think of tears as like individually, but
no, you don't. Forever, you know.
Economy.
As soon as that third one formed, I was like, damn, this is big news.
He loves it. He's really happy. But yeah, obviously not happy at the minute. We'll see if they can perk themselves up though. It's going to be a bit of a rough day.
The thing is that technically they had the right idea of it. Of where they wanted to play and why they wanted to play there. I think just a lot of other teams also had the same idea. And then Team Secret coming in later to backstab them. It's just tough.
I think it was more just it's one of those where for a team like that, we know how they can be when they're absolute best. So obviously you kind of look at it with a bit of a different microscope, right? You paint it with a different brush. So it's when you're looking at it with the fight where they set up, you have the compound to play off, but some of the missed nades, some of the missed timings on the peaks, it just felt a little bit like it's not hitting instantly. You know, they've not woken up. It's all clicked. They're like, right, boys, we're back. Let's do it again. We could be the 2-time. We could run it back. Hyped up off it. It felt more like, okay, we've got to get into this. Like, wake up today. Let's take it bit by bit. And that's kind of what I was wondering is how they look here specifically. Because I feel like it's a different caliber, right?
It is.
You've got so much emotion tied to this event.
There is a huge amount of emotion tied to this event. And funnily enough, we actually got a little bit of a surprise interview for you with Team Falcons. I'm going to check in with them, see how they're doing coming to this tournament.
Team Falcons.
I think I adapt really fast because the team is hardworking, same as me, and then that's the result of us getting like good plays.
इसने देखा था क्या मैंने देखा क्या मैच होने वाले हैं
I will stay in Team Falcons for now, and then I would describe it as hardworking team.
और
But are they a funny team?
Good team.
पहले कौन सी स्क्रीन में देख रही थी
To be honest, I can deal with that easily. I don't have any pressure.
अभी भी ज़्यादा है अभी ठीक है
anyone, so I want to be remembered as PMWC champion and MVP.
इरांगल मीरामार ओह अच्छा सैनहॉक से शुरू हो गए 3 इरांगल फिर 2 मीरामार भाई मीरामार में मजा आएगा मीरामार देखना है मेरे को
It all depends how my teammates play because nobody can play alone.
कमबैक एक्सपर्ट है ये यस ब्रो ये तो सही बोला एकदम
I think the biggest challenge is going to be
Excuse me, Neoblade. Stop spreading hate, bro. I am crazy player, bro. Okay? I think you missed my Pro Valorant gameplay with the IGL skills and duelist on controller skills. So yeah, you should watch that. Okay? And then talk. Thank you.
Guys, because I mean, we got 2 hot drops in the first Sandhawk, Max. I wonder if we're going to be getting a little bit more hot drops here going into the first Erangel.
Theoretically, 2 could happen, right? We got one in Milton that's going to be Influence Rage versus Power. Power didn't really fight versus 4 Thrives in Hearted last game. I don't think they want to do 2 back-to-back. They lost versus 4 Thrives, so hopefully they can avoid that one. But the very important one here is going to be Regnum Karya versus AXTMG in Signature last game. Maybe they want to make a statement, start hot, have a little bit of momentum. Do you want to hot drop as AXTMG Regnum Karya?
Absolutely not.
तुमने एक cooking simulator नहीं देखा what's that?
As much as I love Nongshim and Regnum Karya, 2 different breeds at cat there, especially on an Erangel, right? Sandhawk, it's all up for debate really anyway. You can drop somewhere, but it doesn't really matter. Erangel, these drops have been decided, have been practiced time and time again. It's just the map that is the bread and butter. So you better be really confident that you're going to win if you're going to hot drop Regnum Karya on an Erangel.
Especially Rozok.
Oh wait, I forgot one thing guys.
I think Regnum Karya.
मेरा भाई stream में काम ही नहीं करता other time bro.
You better have a game plan in mind because that is not going to be an easy hot drop like early on Ruins.
I mean, if they're going to go for it, we know that they can win a hot drop. They were able to showcase it, but I want to refresh everybody's memory and just take a look at the match ranking from the first Sandhawk. So we see where everybody's currently standing. I mean, DRX coming out hot there with the win, 19 points. Yangon Galacticos, we mentioned it earlier too. Just what a massive surprise for me and Aptura, being able to just collect those 14 eliminations and then you just keep going down that list.
You do indeed, and actually I think there's a lot of teams on the top of that list, yeah, one game in, but that we didn't really expect to see. As you said, Sandhawk was kind of the underdog game coming into this. I mean, Yangon Galacticos, you've got Team Vision, you've got E-Arena, I think, has got a lot of hype, but not necessarily a lot of sort of backup with that. Necessarily, there's a lot of people who don't know who they are, and so I feel like they have actually come into their own.
Something to keep in mind too is look how top heavy that first match was.
Oh yeah,
like 6 plays, you go from 10 all the way down to 4, and then you just keep going down 2 and 2. So this is something that a lot of these other teams gonna watch out because if they do have pop-up performances, I mean, we're talking about how insane.
इतना ब्रेक लेते हैं ये लोग मेरे को सच्ची लगा था कि अभी तक तो सेकंड मैप भी शुरू हो गया होगा बिकॉज़ काफी देर हो गई है खत्म हुए मेरा नेट एकदम एंड के टाइम गया था फर्स्ट मैप के स्टिल सेकंड मैप अभी तक शुरू नहीं हुआ
But it was, as you said, some of them very top heavy. Actually, we saw some decent points coming in for Team Secret and E-Arena. I had a very funny chat with all of the SEA talent lineup. And the Indonesian talent, I asked them, do you guys think there's any team from SEA that could win here at PMWC? And they instantly, I'm talking not even a second to think, all said no. They think no. They said E-Arena, maybe they could win, but they said Team Secret no, and the side of Alter Ego no. So that's quite surprising because they have been favorites in the past, but even the local talent said it ain't happening, bro.
I mean, it does seem like it's gonna be just one of those things of we gotta be able to get to see more from them before we start putting our faith in them.
Well, we've been talking about Sandhog. We wanted just to do a quick little recap there on what happened and just show everybody what's happening in regards to the match ranking. But I think it's time. I think it's time we send it back to Blank and Jackie for the first Erangel.
Oh, yeah. We'll run it right back, Seven. No one will even know. They'll think it's the first throw. They'll think they're tuning in, ready for this, because they damn better be. The game's going to be intense, Blank. First map, first outing. It was beautiful to see. A few mistakes made for teams, and like Max alluded to, a rough start for the many. But it is the few that have been showing up here at the Esports World Cup for the PUBG Mobile
एक सेकंड मैंने अपना कैमरा भी तो लेफ्ट में किया था हम कोई और स्क्रीन पे देख रहे थे शायद से इस पे देख रहे थे क्या
It's exactly what we want to have happen on our stage right now. Over on our angle, we're going to send it back over to the old classic.
That was good. I like that.
You did.
Yeah.
That was decent.
I told you, decent Foley artist.
Yeah, man, I got it.
Sounds down.
But match number 2 out of 18 here right now. This is Group Red versus Yellow. So we'll have the groups shifted up a little bit tomorrow. Look at this. Down towards the south side of the map. Coming from Primorsk all the way over towards Milta Power. Weibo Gaming down towards Primorsk. A really nice spot to start off in as well, to be honest with you. I think anyone that can start off in Primorsk on this kind of playing path does have a big advantage.
अभी तक लेकिन मैं हाफ हो जाता पता नहीं कैसे शुरू नहीं हुआ
vehicles have control over towards Quarry. Massive amount of loot. Tab over down towards Primos, so yeah, very, very good beginning there for Weibo Gaming.
Smile.
Over towards Sosnovka.
Say Cloud. Say Cloud. It top players. Oh, highest damage.
That's a groin splitting split.
इतना break तो वालों में नहीं लेते वालों में तो सही है कम रहता है break actually. अबे मेरा QR code कहाँ गया? What the fuck मुझे दिखा ही नहीं था.
That would be the guy. That's
so
what we're watching
I
here.
am so weak.
And the Van Damme split.
Van Damme split, you're not wrong. Oh, okay, so obviously we were alluding to this a
भाई
little
मुझे
bit.
बता देना कि सब चीजों की जगह सही है ना.
But it's not what we've seen. Instead, it's Influence, Rage that are here. Actually getting a bit of their own back for Easy, who had the flank in the first map. Obviously being able to instantly get the damage out. Al-Haji, not ideal. A big man for the team, but not able to deliver on that first encounter. For Dan as well, you have eaten that nade.
नहीं फिर kill feed नहीं दिखेगा यहाँ से.
Just down. And it's unfortunate to see, honestly. I think what typically happens with Aiden is that when Al-Haji goes down, he really struggles. When he's up, he plays kind of centerpiece to that role where you do need him on the off angle to support Al-Haji, but he goes for those pretty insane rollouts. But yeah, now just Ragnar and Easy try and make it happen. Got the doolies.
Trying to bait on a peak. Wild spray of bullets, but teamwork's there for the close quarters engagement. It's not ideal. And again, literally the same story, bro. This is the worst outcome, right? Just Easy left alone as the solo.
Bro, this power team is not having a good start. ये लोग का और last time भी Easy ही बचा था, bro. अभी भी he is the one surviving.
Elevated angle over the top. We're going to dive onto him. Will eventually clean up. Took a bit of time to
इधर
find
update
him, but
नहीं हुआ.
Easy's gone. You can get the
क्या
save
power
back onto
out.
him there.
पहले एटलीस्ट वो अकेले था अभी तो अकेले भी नहीं है.
I'm so happy about it.
Success.
That's the success.
हो रहा जिगल. नहीं हो रहा जिगल.
They chew down over towards power.
Sleepy A? Hydra kill now.
It was actually.
Yeah, I think honestly, on
Milta, there was no way that you get down from there. You're backing it up to where he was. It was just complete open ground. There's a couple of buildings, and they would just isolate his position, located him, targeted him fairly quickly. But it's a quick cleanup over towards Milta as well.
It was. Obviously, we were kind of setting this one up with a bit of a breakdown on the split situation there. It's 4-5.
किसकी SUK की longevity SUK क्या है?
I am curious to see how we will actually end up playing it.
Next से drop fight नहीं लेने वाले.
Setting up the idea, like get a chance there. We'll see if Power Game can start things off better. Didn't go that way. It wasn't the storyline we got. Again, results them going down first.
इसी के forum में था ना पहले. Oh, I don't remember.
The longer these games go on, blank, longer the day goes.
I have bad memory, bro.
I think this is where we're going to see more and more of that team being able to deliver. so much talent on there. You know, tip of everyone's tongue saying that this could be the chance for that side of the region. They start showing up again. So I'm curious if they're showing us a bit of innovation for some of these plays.
Yeah, I sort of understand it where you send Sukat down towards Sosnovka on the eventuality is the south circle. Even then, like, you could make an efficient rotation across.
live from Riyadh wala nahi dikh raha
maybe it's a
tum
case
log ko.
where
Guys, tum log ko
Sukat
dekhna hai kya?
just take some pot shots over towards fourth drives as
Chalo,
they
main
make their
phir
way
se upar
across the
chali
bridge
jati
and then they
thoda
can
sa.
group up. But I think that the risk
Phir bhi nahi
doesn't
dikhega.
outweigh the reward
Sorry.
here. Honestly,
I am sorry.
it's going to be difficult to get back together. There's potential that Sue can take some vehicles, take a boat
Chinese
back around
player.
towards them,
Acha.
and by then you have delayed your rotation by a ton. For Falcons, on the other hand, no hot drop over towards there. Though my main takeaway from this game is because it's such a southern playing path, it doesn't really tell us too much about the drop spots because these were a lot of backups being used.
Yeah, it's fair enough. It's fair enough. It's a good point to keep in mind, obviously, in terms of how it's going to affect things here. Give us some different results over the course of the day.
With how stressing going into the next match. Like,
Kuldeep, bye-bye.
That's what I'm saying, bro. That's the awkward part. Because obviously, once it kind of is forgivable and it feels a bit rough and you can fix it, the second time it happens, that's when it is instantly like, we're at the halfway point of the day, boys. Like, it's already
Guys, इसमें ये लोग सही में skins लगा के नहीं रखते कि हमें नहीं दिखती है, like spectator के लिए off रहता है, मेरे को लग रहा है. ताकि lag ना हो. ऐसा कुछ होता है क्या?
I suppose at least the only blessing, like Max was saying, there is a decent gap. If you look towards obviously what, 6th upwards, it's not that much of a difference with points.
होती है परिचय, मतलब end में होती है.
Actually start to build your way back in, everyone else doesn't have a crazy spread, then maybe it's not the end of the world.
Spectator download नहीं करते. मैंने मतलब कई बार ऐसा notice किया है. वो तो लगाते ही होंगे, हाँ, बिना skins के कौन खेलता है? बहुत कम players होते होंगे. वो जैसे वालों में बूस्टर है. पता नहीं नाइफ कैसे नहीं लगाते. मुझे तो उल्टा पता है बाकी skins ना हो चलेगा, but नाइफ स्किन बिना नाइफ स्किन के बहुत weird feel होता है. I don't know बूस्टर कैसे.
Right, that's what we want to see here. So there is still a lot of chance for us.
क्या बात कर रहे हैं सर? रूल है क्या?
So it will be 16
सिर्फ आप
teams
करे
in that
इसलिए
survival
wow.
stage.
Guys,
8
देख
of
रहे हो
our
कुलदीप
top
को?
teams
देख रहे
will
हो?
be heading
देख रहे हो?
straight
देख रहे
through
हो?
towards those finals we'll be playing later. So we won't really see any teams or their keys being crushed.
कौन सा नहीं होगा? इनको मिलती है bro.
Gotta wait for the spectacle. Like Barney was teasing, when the iris opens, sparks will be flying. So you won't want to miss that as the action develops here.
Players use नहीं करते vehicle की.
Actually, we would get a run in between these two with how good Yangon Galacticus looked into the previous matchup with Alpha 7 on the roam over. It's DRX in the back line, so
I've never seen a guy keep his IGN Sakura. सब लड़कियां रखती है.
Pretty close towards
जो
what I
cars
would
की
say is
allowed
a
नहीं है.
central position. Now roaming around towards gas station and that side of the map pretty barren over towards the pizza slice that just sits on the northwest side of the map, which is very open. You don't really want to play around there.
यार अभी time change हो गया है ना. I guess मेरे को तो लगा मिलती होंगी.
Much more teams
But I don't know.
towards that southeast around Yasnaya. And staying far enough away from the field. So there's a lot of treacherous zones here that you don't really want to go into. I'm sort of surprised we don't have any teams trying to bank over towards Rozok. I guess for Regnum Kaya, they're keeping a player back in wild so he can quickly dash back over towards Rozok if needs be.
Yeah, that's fair. It's fair.
Hey, is it the same order?
To do in terms of
Oh हाँ वही है.
Now the zone rotate will
Order.
Blank obviously.
SUK.
More central overall. Actually, not too bad really, especially in terms
Order
of
पहले कौन सी थी? I don't remember actually.
Everyone else making their move in. Falcons obviously slight adjustment there. Pachinki obviously open entirely as well, so we're regrouping up. It's a late rotating
उसमें आप
and they'll have their focus.
कार कर सकते. अच्छा नॉर्मल गाड़ी में नहीं होता ये तो मुझे पता ही नहीं था ब्रो. ये सब नहीं पैराबाई के साथ था ना नोवा में. यार सही आता. मुझे लगा मुझे गलत पता है. नाइस ब्रो. अभी तक खेल रहे हैं भाई ये. मतलब कुछ प्लेयर्स क्रेजी. मस्ट बी नाइस भाई इतने टाइम स्पोर्ट्स के. 5-6 years बहुत मतलब
probably bank on at least 2 or 3 teams going down over the course of the next circle, maybe circle and a half.
Definitely a lot of potential. Not much cover to play with, limited opportunities for the compound, so fights could be coming your way.
Absolutely, you're right. Team Falcons down towards the southwest edge. Like you said, Chinky was free as they'd left it quite early, but they're going to have to get past school right now. They're over towards apartments. A little bit more difficult to see because we are cramming.
Stream वापस कब आई? पता मुझे नहीं बताया
उसने. Avoiding that fielded area, they're trying to take up space around some of this remaining compounds. You have the river that cuts through into the lake. It's a weird circle. It's a very weird circle. I do like this position DRX has, though Alpha 7 is waiting in the wings. Mafioso underneath. This typically is a really good spot to catch teams playing on those outer shacks and outposts just over towards the western side of Yasnaya on the lake. And you can control a lot of area from this top side. Now, how will DRX handle Alpha 7 though? Because the rest of the team is making their way on over. Just off towards the west.
It's Mafioso.
ऐसी कुछ weird positions देख के ना बड़ी anxiety सी होती है.
He's had the vehicles approaching, the engine giving that away. Just tucks in, has to play on the off angle realistically.
Thanks, Jiraya.
He seems like he's got a good read on the situation at least, but spacing from the teammates relatively far. DRX trying to get a lay of the land, assess if anyone else is coming in from the other side. Didn't actually find him. He pushed up towards the rock face as well on the peak.
Hello.
He leaned in for it, but neither one gave away the info fully. So obviously it's just the audio he's playing off for now, staying tucked in. If they push ahead of him,
Today's back,
really nicely.
My internet is back, so I am back.
No idea. They're properly confused on what's occurring. We're
going to get our next circle. कुछ rule है one hit effect वाली schemes allowed नहीं है. उससे होता है
but a lot of teams away from the fields, at least from Yasnaya. So
extra दिखती है क्या?
But it's across the river.
क्या logic होगा?
Over towards AX, E Arena. Weibo's made a good rap actually.
ये DRX में Marco क्यों नहीं है? A good question.
They are coming through that open ground, and Alpha 7 could chime in.
15 points ही बढ़िया थे, 10 points वाले ने dead कर दिया ये. क्या चीज़? I'm not aware.
Join now with Alpha 7's POV straight back in, and this is what you were saying, the rotate over there, taking shots from the back line, Squash, we know that he can be talented, and unloading at the minute, snapshots over the top, just as they tuck into the compound, a lot of chip damage onto them, massively so, and you can follow up from it as well. I mean, Order in a horrific position, just keep finding these knocks. Late game rotate, like it's been nice for them, but
on it effect smoke में थोड़ी दिखता है.
That's an important knock over towards Yangon. Galacticos coming through from RCB. But Weibo Gaming can get themselves back up. This is a Hail Mary of a play, Jackie, all right? In terms of where they are on the map, it's very, very central. They'll take the Wizard Tower here,
इतने टाइम से खेली भी नहीं और इतना कम खेलूं कि इतना notice ही नहीं करती हूँ चीजें.
But they basically need to hold this position for the rest of the game. The vehicles are shot to bits. The tires are going to be all popped by the time they get out to them. So Weibo Game is not moving. At least not until the end game.
No. Well, you knew me! Mate, you actually made it in.
M4 का on it effect actually blind करता है. Bro, वो hidden flashbang डाला है इन्होंने game में. Trust me.
It's a risky play. There's no one there to help him.
He just went for it.
It's like, we need the high ground.
Yeah.
We need to play off the high ground.
I've got to go.
I've got to go. I've got to go.
I've got to go. And he did. He did.
Yeah. So that was literally a player. I guess the reason they do it is that making that play later, you're going to have 3 or 4 teams looking at you. So this was the only time to do it. Respect the fact that, you know, when it's crunch time, they're ready to play inside the crunch.
I mean, like, honestly, they've been kind of subverting expectations already with this match, even if it hasn't been just off the back of like, oh, we're seeing some crazy gun skill. They're keeping you guessing a little bit, which at times, thriving in the chaos, can be incredibly beneficial. Seems like non-ship Red Force taking a knock there, though. We've got a bit of a follow-up as well, with AX getting thrown into the fight. Falcons, of course, here, having a whole load of shrapnel thrown towards them. Narvalo is down. Still in a position where he could tuck around the back of the stairs and be saved, at least. Arian trying to just throw out some bullets.
इनके बाकी तो players किधर खेल रहे
Does he
हैं?
actually want to push up? It's a nice nade over towards where Koa is. Cook this one perfectly.
Fall back. Nade खाएगा
Pretty
भाई.
nice actually, yeah.
बच्चा.
I think for AX they're way more concerned about this next circle.
इनके बाकी तो players नहीं दिख रहे मुझे.
The amount of
तो वो
war in
उधर
this
आगे.
is staggering.
कि
Only for it to be
crazy
over
split
towards the
खेल रहे.
southeast side with the fields.
Yeah, that's a ridiculous body of water. You think about the limited amount of space you've actually got to play with in the zone because of this. Okay. I mean, this has already been a bit of a cheeky one, Blank. So
इधर के जोन में ना यही होता है. सब गाड़ियां घुसा देते हैं पानी में. कैसे सर्वाइव भाई? बहुत ओपन है. इन्होंने बहुत जल्दी नहीं करी ये देखो एलिमिनेट हो. मतलब ये एंड में होता है बहुत ज्यादा. गाड़ियां अटका के बैठ जाते हैं लोग पानी में, बट इन्होंने बहुत जल्दबाजी कर दी ओपन में. अभी तो कंपाउंड वाले मारेंगे ब्रो.
Where they're underneath the bridge right now.
ऐसे जाओगे तो हर तरफ से
The team has
पड़ेगी.
really challenged that position as well. Is a staggering thought to me, honestly, because a lot of times you'll have teams on either side. So Regnum Kai to hold this, it doesn't seem like the best position in the world to be literally on the iron girders underneath there. But it does keep you alive a long time. Doesn't always necessarily give you the winning position of the game, but I think for a lot of teams, survival is quite important in this particular match with this kind of circle.
Okay, his two names we haven't had to say too much during this matchup, but of course were very prevalent in our first outing.
और इन्होंने broadcast पे डाला ही नहीं.
And also Vision. We're both fighting down towards the outskirts. Similar kind of setup here, actually, with some of the teams that could be going head-to-head relatively soon. AX on the force down with E-Arena coming in from the back line. Henry might get caught. And you've got Falcons that will be waiting in the wings as they get lower down towards the roadside as well, with Vision onto them. Oh dear, Blank. Potential for some interesting little bouts here. It's a wide spread, though, from the arena. So they've got a lot of a lay of the land onto it. They can try and get a bit of vision onto the backside with DRX and Alpha 7.
It can't really afford to play anything too close here for E-Arena, because the space is just absolutely diabolical to play in. IQ, very good player, been playing for a long time. Smart guy, hence the name. Looking to lead for Thrive.
For Sarah.
Towards a victorious push here versus Vision. They already find some good damage on their way. Put it down. He's running circles around them.
Vision realistically just have not had an opportunity to move too much over the course of the past few minutes. We'll come back to that for as it's the RX. They've got the opening chicken dinner of the day. Now they're just being given an explosive breakfast. Nade after nade on top.
Tournaments देखेंगे, tournaments enjoy करेंगे.
Into the fight from the side. Bullets hit.
Guys, इसमें DRX में Hyunbin है. उधर Hyunbin है.
This is E-Arena.
भाई. Hyunbin देख रहे हो?
Everyone else has been taken out, so DRX, if they want to get the back-to-back wins, it would need to be an unbelievable effort just from Hyunbin with an awful lot to get done.
Yeah, he's in a bit of a struggle position. Luckily for him, E-Arena is getting walloped from the sidelines. Oh, what a problematic smoke there.
Hyunbin का भाई Hyunbin वही तो भाई.
And his eyebrows raise and half visible.
एक Hyunbin भी होगा शायद से.
To E-Arena.
वो क्या Free Fire खेलता होगा?
Way in front of AX here, which is nice, and obviously take out their opposition. But what a disgusting circle this is. All lake, all field. Fireflux currently holding down towards Vision, 4 drives, so even if one of those teams gets away with their life, they're still going to have to deal with shots coming through.
नहीं lol. इसमें भी कोई शीरो हो तो नहीं. इधर only one शीरो. शीरो बॉट नाम होता था. अच्छा प्लेयर था, छोड़ना नहीं चाहिए था, खेलना चाहिए था.
AX being able to find opportunities to fight on their terms in both matchups we've seen today. Going for the full crash as well.
और ये क्या इन्होंने भाई? भाई इन्होंने बड़ी हड़बड़ाहट में रश नहीं कर दिया. गई. एलिमिनेट होगी ना? नहीं. हाँ दोनों ही गई.
Oh mate, feels like no one really wins there.
हाँ वो पहले हुई थी एग्जैक्टली फाल्कन का पहले दिखाया ना पहले ये हुई थी
drops a nade at his feet, finds 2 on the knocks. Somehow it happens. Team Secret, little boy will go down. That's Jaiki in the back there. This is Team Secret all the way on the northeast side, coming out from Yasnaya. Alpha 7 made a big swim down towards the center of the circle. As we said before, way back.
खैर जो अभी आगे चल रही है उनमें 2 ही टीम्स है ये गेम.
Is Yangon Galacticos still making this one happen, though they lose some.
फाल्कन की लास्ट लाइन मस्त थी. मेरे को बाकी टीम का तो इतना होने से खैर इतना आइडिया है
this one. A lot of yelling already from them on the player camps. You can see they're trying to keep themselves fired up. Opportunity to steal away a couple of
mechanic थी चोचो थी
oh pretty good spot. I mean, you know, influence range, top spot,
शायद याद आया.
But you're at a close second.
Short hair one, no?
More as well. We've got 4 players alive. Now, off the back of what was a crazy dive in, Order still from a position to find more impact. Team Secret still popping up there and again and again.
Regnum Kaya, they've got a lockdown on this western side of the circle. It's such a nice place to be in, where you really don't have much competition. They can get involved when they want, playing off from this position. Again, a lot of teams didn't put stock in this. I don't know why Regnum Kaya was the only team to make that choice earlier on to pick this one up. And to be honest, it's a bit of a change, honestly, from their usual play. I think that they took their time moving from Rozhok a little bit further across towards apartments. A fair few times on these kind of circles, they've been caught out where they move too far and too fast. The circle ends up coming back their way, and they struggle in the future because of it. Easy pick up. Attempts to make the cross, and that will be one. More in the pocket of Regnum Kaya.
Yeah, the man himself, Silas, on screens, looking to find some impact on this one.
अच्छा बाकी 3 हैं तो वो क्यों ऐसे क्रॉस कर रहा था जल्दबाजी में? ऑर्डर भाई क्या सीन है भाई?
Taking their time, feels like they've been, you know, given a bit of plot armor with some of the
थोड़ा रुकना चाहिए था ये भी क्या?
Maybe that's about to change. It's a good peek in.
सीजन 1 में मजा आता था वो तो है ब्रो अलग ही फीलिंग थी भाई बहुत मजा आता था. मेरे को ये देख के पता है वो इस टाइम याद आ रहा है मैं इसलिए कभी ये गेम के मैचेस वगैरह इतने देखती नहीं थी बाद में मेरे को देख के बस याद ही आता था.
That was nuts from Toshbek. So low though, but need to get that headshot coming through from the Mini 14. Stake 3Z going down, just Sook remaining. Our slightly more unorthodox player coming through from Weibo. See on that big split they had earlier on. Alpha 7 do make it across.
No, पानी में डाल दी उसने भी.
Managed to make it happen. Toshbek looking now, but you can see from staying in this spot for a long time,
last survivor है.
resources aren't looking all that great.
ये पूरा अगर लेफ्ट से जाए तो थोड़ा रह पाएगा.
I was curious to see if things would keep developing in a good manner for Team Secret.
कर सकता है थोड़ा survival के लिए.
Choreography there for a while. They were finding fights where it looked like it was working well. I mean, up to 6 elims, but they've been shot in the back. They do at least still get the knocked player back up, so it's going to be okay to reset from it. That's the last remaining member of E Arena as well, just down towards the coastline there in Joker. Meanwhile, Alpha 7 low here on results, but can they build back up from forcing out? Oh, you do it, oh, mate, what's happening? Made him.
मैं सोचूं यहाँ तो कोई है ही नहीं है कैसे आया?
From earlier on versus Influence Rage and Drang just holding it down in that front line. Diego goes down to hop up from Lil Boy and he just holds the angle apparently.
Yeah, I guess so. Kind of setting this one up where it's like, oh, this could be big for them, force them out, take the position off them, get some gear. Nade to the back of the face. Love that. But let's see if they can save Revo, get him back in the fight. Meanwhile, they're being collapsed upon though. So this is Aura coming in.
ऐसा भी हुआ है क्या?
Looking to really put the pressure on here. No fear.
पानी में क्लियर दिखता है तो भी ये लोग ऐसे जा रहे हैं पानी में. That's crazy.
Aura with the first knock back over. Seems like Silas as well, taking that one straight to the dome. It's a free-pointer. Oh, mate. Beautiful work done. In the meantime, Sleep, he has his legs blown out on the nade back over from Alpha 7.
Wait, अच्छा नहीं डाला था.
Close, bro. That second nade was unbelievable, but Forever was able to make his way down.
अगर ये उसको नहीं मारता ना लॉक्सी को पता है वो पूरा वाइप कर सकता था वो स्क्वाड को.
I think that was a good game.
मुझे तो लग रहा था कर देगा.
They just got themselves into a position where
थोड़ा सा आगे आता ना नेड ये दोनों जाते थे शायद.
way to remove themselves from it. Again, I don't think the circle favors them at all here. So I do think it was
इसे
decent.
वाइट ले रहे हैं crazy भाई. इधर तो होगा ही भाई.
Definitely should feel a little bit guilty about what he just did over towards Revo, who was revving up to get a good nade over towards Magnum Kaya earlier.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. Like you say.
नेड अनलिमिटेड है क्या नहीं? I think कि मेरे जैसे aggressive players हैं और they love grenades. मैं 5-5 grenade रखती थी.
Well, we'll go from here. You forced out
वो मजा आता था grenade फेंकने में.
Your path. It allows at least a bit of a reset from Hora. A lot invested into that though. Unfortunately for them, they were hoping it would be way cleaner right on the dive in with a third party. You get left with just 2 players. It is going to slow you down. So many used as well from them. So back pockets relatively empty.
Oh, excuse me, Chris.
From what was underneath the bridge.
Yeah, this is such a weird circle as well. You do not see this kind of circle for
ये लोग
many,
सुमड़ी में survive
many months
करके
at a
अभी
time.
तक जिंदा है.
It's a very, very odd one. I don't think I've seen the circle end up round
Man
here
advantage उन पे ही है. FF and TS. यही लोग निकालेंगे.
Pretty much 4 thrives or Fireflux do have a big position
इनमें से कोई निकालेगा. Positioning पे है. TS edge पे है. FF zone में नहीं है. I think TS के पास better spot है खेलने के लिए. वो दिख गया. ये का last player. TS का अच्छा spot है.
Hora might have just outlived potential expiry date they've had on this one.
जो vehicle storage की वजह से right पहले नहीं होता था ना ये सब.
Previous encounter towards the bridge, and he can save his teammates. You also have
ये सही है भाई vehicle में भर दो.
Trying to play off each other here. Let's see, maybe they can build themselves back in, have a great start into the second game of the day, and show us the reigning champs have a lot of fight.
यार positioning के हिसाब से तो TS लग रही है. मुझे तुम्हें क्या लगता है?
I'm curious to see actually if they could show up on this one. It's been nice from some of the mid-game fights that we saw them taking.
FF भी थोड़ा edge पे वैसे zone में है.
Instantly into this matchup, they're yelling, they're going for all of the good.
Next zone ना मेरे हिसाब से तो पानी के side पे पड़ना चाहिए. इसलिए मुझे लग रहा है TS ज़्यादा zone में रहेगी.
Again, they're feeling the pressure from this position.
It's bad though. This is the worst time for Rebel to be able to find a shot like that. For Alpha 7, they're far into the circle already, but this next one's going to start to push them. And to be honest, in that moment,
के लिए तो tough है बे.
Start finding a bit of a foothold in the future. You can see Fireflux here locked into the tiniest ditch available, and the circle is going to continue to push them further inwards. I like the way 4 Thrives is playing this. They've got that lineup, so even if Fireflux are able to send a nade across, they've got way more space to play in, and they are taking advantage of that space as well. So these nades have got to be absolutely sublime from Fireflux.
Had a decent amount of them to work with.
यादिंग होगा क्या इधर वही होगा जो मैं बोलूँगी देखते रहो.
Looking to make sure they can commit onto the knock player just a little bit shallow. It's such a substantial distance though.
ये तो नहीं पहुँचेगा ये तो
trying to see if they can force out 4 Thrives members and punish them. Oh, this could be good.
देखा उठते ही पड़ा इधर इन्होंने उनको मारा उनको उन्होंने मारा.
They're actually able to at least get a quick trade onto him. So good heads up play.
The Bush had a framework made of metal, stopped that buggy in its tracks. The Fireflux ruined by that moment. They really just wanted to get across and start taking shots with the 2 players remaining, 4 Thrives. In the meantime, though, Madcap will go down, as will Scarface, and it's looking pretty grim right now for Fireflux. Alpha 7 and Carrillo, as well as Revo, I mean, that is a dynamic duo and a half, and they could make something work out of this game.
Potentially so. There's always a chance. There really is. Fortunately for 4 Thrives, now it's just one that has to thrive. That's all that's left for them. And like you say, a bit of a split there. 2 teams in terms of the battle of attrition that do have 3 players alive, but limited
पर देखो chances 33 TS और उनके वो लोग equal chances करती है. But वो लोग तो सिर्फ player कितने alive है उस basis पे करते हैं.
And commit to those
I guess.
You can't mess around on this
I will
one.
still stick with TS.
Very agitated, obviously aware of the position, knowing it's do or die on the peak.
For Team Secret, the lucky thing for them is that they have a lot of hard cover in front of them, and those rocks, as well as the tree line. This is wild from 4 Thrives, but they knew where Ketch was, and they're just looking for 3rd place. It's a smart maneuver. They're going to confirm points. I actually like a team that does that, that takes into their own. What?
What just happened? How?
That's how that goes, mate. The down
Bhai,
is at the top with an aid, and the
PS
absolute pressure
कैसे?
from Alpha 7 that throws us back into a head-to-head 1 versus 2.
भाई ग्रेनेड में नहीं पट गई भाई.
On the shots over the top.
अरे 7 जीत गए, अभी क्रिश बजेगा.
Your reigning champions. They might have struggled on the first game, but they're back.
भाई TS कैसे?
I mean, that's an apology and a half of Korea.
ये तो पॉसिबल ही नहीं था. मुझे तो लगा भाई TS निकालेगी गेम.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there. I mean, I was
Oh,
praising
no.
Paul Price for the fact that they knew where Ketch was. They were like,
That is not good. That is not
We'll
good.
leave Noki behind, then he could try and go for a second or a first if he's lucky. And in that moment, I think Team Secret gets so flustered.
Yeah.
मेरा ब्लैक मैजिक काम करने लगा. जरा मुझे पहुंचाना रेडिएंट. Thank you.
It's two guys from Alpha 7. They're more putting presence and everything behind those rocks. You just
क्या फिर से 1 घंटे बाद होगा थर्ड मैप?
towards that tree line instead of sitting behind that vehicle.
Wrong पोजी चोक फाइट नहीं शीरो सपोर्ट.
I
Excuse
think
me.
it was just that
I had
amazing
good
characteristic from
intentions.
Alpha 7 that kept Team Secret
I don't
in
have
an
bad
odd spot.
intentions for anyone,
Yeah,
you know.
you felt like Secret into that matchup.
Yeah.
You know, they had some good knocks from the sidelines where they were able to play off a bit more of a passive position. But by the end,
Bro, he's looking like a football player. मेरे को
he's just giving it.
दिमाग में नाम
It's
नहीं आ
ironic,
रहा
right?
लेकिन.
And that was the only outcome. Like you gotta just win it. If you just win it, doesn't matter. We'll be fine. And that's what he does. That's what Alpha 7
ठीक है शीरो
do.
नेक्स्ट
But
आर्क में
you are
रेडिएंट
gonna
पक्का
win
गाइस.
it.
नहीं
You'll
हुआ
be
तो
back
you
in
know.
a few moments' time.
You
We'll
know
see
what
you
to
in a
do.
sec.
लॉल भाई उसको कैसे मारा है इन दोनों ने. अच्छा ये ग्रेनेड से गए लोग. ब्रो दैट वाज अनलकी. सेम टाइम पे वो लोग उधर थे तीनों. तुम लोगों ने देखा अभी इतना दूर से एक ग्रेनेड किया और वो परफेक्ट उसी सेकंड पे लैंड हुआ जब वो तीनों एकदम क्लोज थे एक दूसरे के. ब्रो दैट वाज अनलकी गाइस. इट वाज नॉट माय जिंक्स. इट वाज जस्ट अनलकी. लेट्स गो एसजी शर्लॉक. Shiro is the perfect example of doesn't matter your intentions are good. Not unlucky, it is called skill. Okay sir, sorry sir. बस टीममेट अच्छे लेके खेलना. अभी तुम वैबी को ऐसा बोलोगे? वैबी देख लो, वैबी कुछ कह रहे है तुम्हें. मैंने कुछ नहीं बोला. ये कुछ कह रहा है लेकिन क्रिश देख लेना जरा. मकसद लेके आया भाई. What the fuck bro? कैंसिल हो जैसा ऐसे नहीं याद आ रहा मुझे. मेरे से अच्छा टीममेट नहीं मिलेगा मार्केट में. हाँ वो आज सबने देखा था. वो सबने देखा था करोड़ बी साइड पे जब रहना फ्री में आके प्लांट कर रहा है. सबने देखा था. सबको हंसाना चाहिए. खून बढ़ता है. तुम्हें क्यों चाहिए उनका खून? प्लेयर ने टीममेट बोला है वैबी ने. हाँ अच्छा टीममेट. वो तो फिर और बड़ा जोक हो गया वैसे जो उससे. god, was so cute guys. ये देखो मेरे फीड में देखो मेरा स्ट्रीम डेक चलता ही नहीं है guys. ये देखो मेरे फीड में क्या आया. Look at this cutie. देख रहे हो oh my god, so cute, so cute man.
If you guys want to know what I was saying backstage while that game was happening, I was just like, no way Alpha 7.
मुझे लगा बोलेगा oh my god, true love. No true love bro, only fake love in this world.
I really thought there's no way in hell that swim across Yasnaya Lake was going to work out, because you had
thank you Raghav.
You still had Arena and they lost 2 players because of the rotation, but then the
stream deck pro streamer नहीं बनने देगा वो. तुम bots ने दिया ना इसलिए वो glitched है. तुम समझ नहीं रहे हो. It's glitched.
Against full squads. What was that?
I got a little bit more. If you didn't think that Swim was the right play, right? I felt completely different to that. What do you want to see from that team in regards to different in regards to just that play? You don't want to see them swim, then what do you want to see?
So I do like the idea to swim.
Wow, ये भी हमारी गलती obviously और किसकी गलती भाई?
The timing was a bit off. I would like to see them defend the northern side.
Hi Mayank, how you doing?
Because if they eliminate those 2 teams, maybe they survive as a 4-man team and actually make it to the ridge and have an easier time to get that chicken dinner. Maybe even get
oh, A7 is Alpha 7.
Clearing the backside was lacking here and could have made that play even easier to execute.
Yeah, I think so as well, but we did have WBG as well in the back there, which added problems to any of the rotations. I mean, it was kind of the lesser of 2 evils, really, because WBG, A7 had a really good position in the beginning of that kind of late phase. That compound was phenomenal for them, controlled a lot of that northern ground. WBG coming in, they were like, not on our watch, you're not. But actually, with A7 swimming across, WBG were actually able to turn the tide and go, actually, not on our watch.
Yeah.
We're going to take you out. So it was a little bit of a back and forth there.
One thing that ended up helping out Alpha 7 was that Regnum Karya was there in a way to stop any WBG. And I feel like that was the turning point. And then on top of that, Max, or Neptura, we did end up seeing a bit of a third party by Aurora Esports.
Global. Let's play global.
We weren't too happy about.
I think we are in Spain.
They went,
Never mind.
Wait.
एक सेकंड, इतना दूर.
I do like the idea of third partying, but you've got such an open flat
terrain between exactly do I have to go, bro?
Gas station that you can just play it very passive, wait for them to push out and just nade in, Molotov in position. I don't really care how you want to do it. I think you want to hold that spot to then go fight into 4th rise. But looking at the match rankings here, 20-point bomb here, dropped by Alpha 7 here on their second match on Erangel. Really good game, and again as a duo here. So doing a statement at the very start of the tournament.
Another team too. 4th Thrives Esports, one of the dark horses, at least for me. 15 points and 9 of those coming in from eliminations.
It's really nice to see. I think we've seen actually a really good game for them. I liked the position because typically we see them do a lot of third party, certainly in Sandhawk. The name of the game for them was that third party initiative. But here they actually played it.
यार यहाँ पे और islands मुझे नहीं पता guys.
Playing for position, playing the position in zone as well. And I think it was actually a really nice difference to see from them.
We've seen a lot of Pakistani teams making globals like
No, I don't think it can be Japan.
Japan we all agree that this is the best chance we have of a Pakistani team.
Yeah, Japan कैसे होगा? Japan यहाँ है.
100%.
इनमें से ये वाले islands में से कोई है. मेरे को और islands नहीं पता बे.
The 1-second nade specialist, you know, he's been having some great times with KMSL CSA. They're going on to the second
PG आया है closest. तो PG अगर closest है, तो I think ये नहीं होगा.
Not good.
Don't tell me ये छोटे वालों में से कुछ है. न्यूजीलैंड भी एक है ना. इधर थोड़ी है वो.
Yes, they did. I actually really liked how they played that against Falcons.
ये वाले islands में से कुछ है बे इधर. या फिर मुझे लग रहा है यहाँ पे देखो. एक सेकंड समूह के इधर भी कुछ है क्या? तो होगा. अब लग रहा है यही आंसर है. इतूसा bro.
Actually took that and went, we're going to approach this as a third party. They did not full send. They didn't do
ये guess करना था मुझे. ये
to scout around, to kind of run around the ridge, throw some nades. Once they got like a double knock, then they just full sent in.
इतूसा है वो.
Like a third party play than an actual 4v4 confrontation. So I thought that was actually really interesting because that is AXTMG's strength.
And then no survivors.
And then no survivors
remain in that like wasteland of that fight. But I think actually there was another option available for AX teams. I wish they would have opened up their third eye for a second and just like saw that option, which is maybe third-partying Vision versus 4 Thrives, and the southern side could have been a decent play. You go onto that bridge east of Rozhok, play it passive. You don't have to fight Falcons, because guess what? Even if they do win versus Falcons, later on you're gonna have to cross.
Time pehle hi dekh liya tha.
So I think it would have been a good fight to claim a position at that point before the chicken dinner. No way was going to happen after a big fight versus Falcons in that specific spot.
Well, with what I'm seeing so far from AXTMG, I feel like we got to go into Dr. Sulman Al-Habib hot takes, because my hot takes is from AXTMG. I feel like they might
green bhi nahi ho sakta na, R second nahi hai.
Max, do you have any hot takes?
I'm not sure if it's a hot take. I think it is.
A bhi nahi
I
hai.
think hot drops have no
I bhi
place
nahi
in
hai
global
actually
tournament
fir.
like this.
Agreed, especially after day one. Yep.
I think A7 are going to win the next match.
फिर क्या हो सकता है? O हो सकता है.
Is that a hot take?
O-R.
That's a hot take.
All right. Well, you know what?
Think.
I'll let it slide.
It's for me.
I wonder if Reflections is going to be maybe changing his hot take. I want to end up finding out. So you know what? Let's send it over to John Allen and Reflections.
Okay.
A nahi hai.
And welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Kadia Esports Arena. Things are kicking off quite nicely when it comes to PMWC. Alpha 7 coming off a tremendous win. We got to be watching out for them, the returning champions. But since we're 2 maps deep, I think it's now a perfect time to do our Dr. Sulaiman Al-Habib's hot take, because things are starting to get spicy. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by John. And what are we seeing so far, man? Because Alpha 7, that win was huge.
Please
that was absolutely
let
brilliant.
me
2
go.
players against so many full force squads. They held their nerve when it mattered most, and they came out on top. Let's get into these hot takes, though. All right.
ऐसे तो कोई word होता नहीं है.
Maxman.
R last में हो सकते हैं क्या?
Go. At least 10 times.
Gobar.
Guaranteed. That TS abbreviation. That's tricky.
It is tricky. That's why we're casters. He's not. I do question, though, why is Maxman getting so much hate? He was tied up, thrown on the couch before the pre-show, and then now you are also bullying him yourself. What's going on, man?
Hey, look, the man needs to stay humble, otherwise he'll predict teams more and more, and we all know that we do not want that to happen.
Humility. I think we all could use a little bit of humility. Alpha 7, though, I was actually coming out the gates before
भाई मेरे को कुछ आ ही नहीं रहे word दिमाग में गए.
They're not making it, or they're going to the final stage. They're not just going all the way through to the finals. I got to change that, so now I'm going with Revo. I think he's going to get 50 eliminations, but can he surpass it? We'll find out.
Let's head back over to the car.
भाई कुछ नहीं मिला. O मिला है. O तो मैंने already guess कर लिया था. G-O है ये word.
Really uncreative, and I agree with Reflections. We've got a
यही तो नहीं कहीं क्योंकि मेरे दिमाग में आया था.
Here's my hot take.
नहीं है.
So much.
That's not. That's such a cold take. Everyone knows you love Maxman.
Yeah, but you know, what else am I going to say?
You're freezing right now. You're freezing cold.
Look, I just want Max to know.
You're -5.
Max, you're amazing. All right.
Stop it.
Guys, क्या हो सकता है ये?
He's so cool, though. The style, the grace, the way that he fills up the place when he walks in the building. Maxman, king of the nades, Maxman. But you know what? Let's talk about another
Goose
team.
कैसे होगा? R है. R और E है.
Alpha 7, that was a hell of a comeback from them. It was a good show up.
Yeah.
Right? I was worried. I was saying, like, game 1, right, looked kind of sluggish. Everyone looked sad on camera.
जैसे ही ये आज position आपको पता है.
Happy on camera. Reminiscing about the misplay with the nade.
मेरे को नहीं समझ में आ रहा. End में E आ रहा है, but center में क्या है? G-O-E-R. ठीक है.
But he did clutch it, came home big with it, hit the straight slick 3-pointer. Everyone's living. Although, how's it going to go from here? Obviously for us, third game of the day, last game of the day for us, only the halfway point. You recap some of the things we're seeing.
ऐसा कौन सा word होता है? मेरे को ऐसा कोई word नहीं पता.
Not that crazy. Mid-portion cap, right? We still got a good half of the lobby that can get a bit of a shift on in this matchup. Power gaming though. I'll be real.
अरे ऐसा कौन सा word होता है भाई?
Right now. He's bad. He's bad. And again,
Goner N नहीं है ना?
Looking just as clean as the Mr. 7WG himself. But
अरे लेटर से बना के try करो.
Not doing so hot. And I think that's going to be the base of this whole cast. It's going to be really nice to everyone and everyone.
Yeah, it's super friendly.
चलो दो तो नहीं है guys.
Super chill cast. It's nice.
ये भी नहीं है
as we
guys.
heading towards our third match of the day.
Esto.
There was a big point that we wanted to bring up, which was on
भी नहीं है guys.
that first angle that we saw there. It was a very southern playing path. Forced a lot of teams to head over towards some of the backup drops that they had.
मैं को नहीं खेलना मैं F लिखने वाली थी मैंने F नहीं लिखा bro I've never heard this word bro I'm not gonna lie
It is not unlikely that you
a person who runs errands especially on a film set or in an office a dog's भाई साहब मैं पता है F लिखने भी वाली थी I was like F तो नहीं होगा गॉफर क्या होता है गॉफर भी कोई वर्ड होता है ये सोच के मैंने ले लिखा पता है S के बाद F करोगे लगा था मुझे मैंने skip कर I was like नहीं ये तो नहीं होगा
the caliber from Neptura for instance.
No, it's true, dude. It's true. You know, I think it's one of those blank. We're already at this point today. We're seeing some squads that are being able to thrive with more passive gameplay, some of the heads-up reads where, again, actually a good callback, like Naturo was saying, right? Like the idea of kind of getting over the hump early, where you go in, maybe force yourself into some aggressive hot drops just to see if it gets the blood pumping. You know, obviously, that I think the term is from Moneyball blank. It's feed the hot hand. It's one of those that makes a lot of sense in this kind of environment because obviously, other side of the coin, you see what's happening with power.
Game ही बेवकूफ़ी कुछ भी दे देते हैं. That is true.
Colder than those takes about Maxman. Other side of the coin, you had DRX there that bided their time into an explosive finish. That's nice. It's going to amp you up. Sure, game 2 wasn't as great, but then what happens? Alpha 7 starts saying, let's play a bit more aggressive. Let's actually take fights. One of them was very aggressive.
ये लोग के पास वो मैप के वो क्यों हैं और उनमें कुछ प्लेसेस मांग दे वो किस लिए है मुझे भी जानना है
the main tournament or you're heading through to that survival stage where 16 teams will be taking part. So the 24 teams will be going through. Right now is the best place to be when it comes to experimentation as we head into our match number 3 of the day. Is Erangel. We're going to have one more Erangel after this one, followed by 2
का drop location
and it'll be reflections as well as John taking you through that one. But for now, let's get right into this third match. And look at that play path. Yes.
बट इसमें वैसा थोड़ी है कि सबका फिक्स्ड है अपनी मर्जी से जा सकते हैं ना किधर भी एक ही नहीं किया मैग्नेट यूज क्या मैग्नेट Hi Krishna, no, I don't.
But influence rage is going a little bit further.
हाँ, come back या come back करने वाली हूँ मैं तब मैं देख रही हूँ.
But influence rage is not going.
मैं ये देख के अपडेट कर रही हूँ खुद को कि how the teams play now. ताकि मैं updated रहूँ, prepared रहूँ, समझ रहे हो? Regular drop से. नहीं but वैसा रूल थोड़ी है कि हाँ वैसा थोड़ी होता है यार वो तो एपेक्स में था मैं एपेक्स में भी मैं इसे शॉक थी कि ब्रो ये कब से होने लग गया
Although I will say the problem was the minute they were actually thrown a bit of a broader sword, it was panic stations. That's where it went wrong. Right?
Military base zone.
Absolutely no parries involved there at all. Even the dodge roll looks sluggish on the side of Team Secret. Heading on towards the Popka as well, and I do have something to say about the Popka is that although decent position, it's all right. You do actually see a lot of pro teams these days like moving away from the Popka as a spot. If you can get somewhere further in towards the circle and comfortably play towards that, you take that. Even if that means holding over towards one of the west or eastern side of Yasnaya, that's fine. But yeah, we'll see how teams play this now. It is a pretty packed map already. But I think that Team Secret, after seeing that, playing in the Pop Cup means you have to push through a lot of teams just to get towards the initial circles, and those initial circles are over towards the southwest side. It cuts a lot of Sosnovka in, which is a bit of an
top 8
one.
से direct qualification.
Sure across or not, it would be cool to see a Sosnovka this early into the tournament, though, Jackie.
Top 8 तो फिर तीनों groups का मिला के top 8, right? Top 8 मतलब सीधा finals में और इसमें कौन से एंड के कितने टीम्स वो होंगे डिस्क्वालीफाई सॉरी एलिमिनेट एंड फिर आई गेस एलसीक्यू में 16 टीम्स जाएंगे शायद से क्या सीन है बताओ हमें?
We'll focus up
Hi,
on what's happening
Dimes.
here. You've initially got the POV of Alpha 7. Alpha 7, for those of you tuning in, of course, I'm sure you're aware, they are currently the crown holders, the kings themselves, who took the trophy last year in a rousing affair. Some incredible plays, back-to-back games where they were popping off, and really it was a bit of a nail-biter towards the end of last year. Like, you know, you're thinking sort of them and Reject, like who's going to take it, which region's going to show up. Coming into this one, I was a bit worried with the result in the first game. Glad to see a massive show up, even with it just being a duo that had to get so much done. Some diligent PUBG Mobile shown from them in the previous outing. How's the rest of the day going to go, though? Will Neptura's hot take become a reality? A back-to-back chicken dinner for them would instantly be the landslide of, all right, maybe it is going to happen again. Like, that's the sort of hype you want on a day one.
I think for Alpha 7 in particular, they're a team that really, when that momentum starts getting rolling, it's hard to stop them. They're very much like an avalanche in that respect. It's hard to deal with that, and if you're not careful, you are going to get covered and buried underneath the snow. Alpha 7 is going to be bringing down upon you. So I think that for Alpha 7, getting that win there, especially where it mends that relationship between Cleo and a Rebel very early on, where
ड्रॉप फाइट जीतने के बाद वो लोग
but that makes you feel really
उसके लिए खेलते होंगे ना कि थोड़ा सेफ रहे. इसमें वैसे भी इतना aggressive fight तो नहीं लेते हैं teams.
Right? It's a bit frustrating. Now you have a bit more of that brotherly bond. Once again, been stricken there in that map, which is cool. It's very cool to see, and I think that would help them. And I don't think Neptune is far off from the mark. I do think for Alpha 7, this game could easily be a good one.
No, absolutely. Even though she was smirking while she said it, the point does really reign true.
Our team के 12 matches में top 8 direct qualification.
I think absolutely it's one of those where you would have been fuming with each other had you gone down on the back of that name.
और इसको पकड़ लिया भाई. GG.
Instead, you won it, and like you say, it's brotherly love. Everyone's having a good time.
अकेले नहीं घूमते.
DRX, they were in town.
It's not
for
safe.
a second there, but one of them has instantly been shut down.
PUBG कब खेलूंगी मैं यार? आने दो गेम को वापस. मैं तो ready.
Blessing from that, you do grab another vehicle off the back and get the 1 point.
Yeah, unfortunately, DRX went to town. It's like boys' night out. You're going to lose one of them.
Makes sense.
Where's he gone?
अगर 8 क्वालिफाई हो रही है तो फिर हाँ टोटल 24 ही तो है. मतलब कोई एलिमिनेट नहीं होगा, सबको मौका मिलेगा एलसीबी खेलने का.
That's all the points they earn there on Sandhawk.
True.
They earn nothing on that last game, and I think that for Arangel it's a very important map to be able to perform on, so I'd be very unhappy to see them go to Arangel
with
nothing to show
from
for
LCQ
it. The
to
Falcons, though,
finals,
we were talking about earlier, you were talking about feeding the hot hand. I like what the Falcons are doing. I do worry a lot of times about the Falcons in terms of their more passive gameplay. I think that there are definitely moments where I think Redox and Narvalo certainly need to take a leaf out of Koa's book and just be a bit more aggressive. And it's funny that one of those passive players on this team, historically at least, Ralph is one of the players who I think has been the most influenced by Koa's gameplay. So yeah, I think that that's what I'd like to see from that team, especially here where they have the ability to experiment a lot. But it's nice to see them having just continued success.
Yeah, it's hard as well because it's a double-edged sword when you have such a really infused fan base like Falcons do, especially when we're here, right? Like we're in Riyadh, we're in Saudi Arabia.
We are watching
you can
English
see the excitement that's going on there. Everyone's cheering after they get an elim, after they make a play. Yeah. That goes both ways. If suddenly everyone goes quiet, you notice and you know it's for you.
Dude, even in PMSL EU over towards Turkey side, right? When they were playing there, they looked stressed on their bad games.
All eyes on you, bro.
They look stressed on their good games. And I think that there is a lot riding on. There is a lot riding on
Indian
here.
audience की streamer choice बहुत shit है.
If they can at least get
honestly
to the top 8 after this group stage, I think they'll feel so much more confident. Just going straight through to the finals there.
Game choice
to deal with it. That will be the ideal scenario.
I mean, even if you think about just the fact we were saying like, oh, everyone is literally forced to stare at Alpha 7 on a plinth, literally in the arena. They were called out by name. They were there. Everyone else sees Falcons as well, separated from the rest of the squad. It makes you kind of have that animosity of, we should take them down. We should make sure, you know, that extra oomph from the other teams where some people thrive on that. Like those little elements come into your mental game. It affects how you play PUBG Mobile. Suddenly it starts to change a little bit. You see those targeted fights.
it gets spicy. This is more of a story we'll develop over the course of the event. We'll see how that starts to ebb and flow, but it's just something to have in the back of your mind for the viewers at home. Weibo, I think it's been, I'd say, nice, at least in terms of the way they have been playing to their strengths. They've had some really crazy dives, crazy rotations, but they've made it work, so I can't fault it too much. It's obviously just not been the best in terms of converting it into actual placements or eliminations.
I think that there's one region that just will make those kind of plays, and it's something that I always massively adore about that region, especially that play from Su, because while he's just running up the stairs, a lot of teams just won't take the opportunity. They won't make that play. But Weibo and that region in general is one of the few regions like Americas where it's a case of we need high ground. But it's like a 90-10 scenario where I will get eliminated for doing it. But they will take that risk because they know that if they don't do it, they may as well be throwing away the game anyway. So they'd much rather take those risks early, which I think does put those teams in a much better position. I think it's a type of squad that could get a very high elimination game over the course of this group stage. We'll have to wait and see. AX currently very central. We're heading around Gatka at the moment and just south of Pachinki. It's a bit more flat around this area. There is fielded area too. You don't really want to be heading down towards Ferry Pier because you're cutting yourself off the sight lines. There's a fair amount of water in this one. We were worried that it was going to go down to Sosnovka. It didn't do that, so a lot of teams can now consider coming back. I thought Pura changed. I think it's reasonable they head towards Sosnovka. It was one of the few plays they had in the back pocket. On the happenstance we did go down towards that part of the map, they would have had a fantastic position. Now they've got to figure out how to get across.
Yeah, something to potentially keep your right eye on, whilst your left eye's on this side. We can touch on Hori a little bit as well. I think, again, it's one of those where they had some unfortunate encounters, like No Fear. In terms of the timing and the setup he had, it was really good cooking with the nades. You could see, like, he had his understanding down to a T, mechanics were nice. He was just hit from the side, where it was a really sick off angle for DRX back in game 1. Again, I think that's a team that potentially
थैंक 5 क्या लगता है कौन निकालेगा ये चिकन यार अभी तो बोलना टफ हो रहा है
they do just need the opportunity to display it.
अभी रुको जोन देखने दो मुझे
It's interesting, obviously we've not really
एक बार मैप देखने दो फिर मैं लगाती हूँ मेरा बिग ब्रेन.
To see how he's going to build over the course of the event, because I feel like, again, man, it's a lot you're thrown into here, you know. Like
bro, where is he trying to go? Hello ऊपर ही जा रहे हैं.
You've got the trophy, your team won it. You've got to live up to that again this time. Showing us the moves at the minute.
इसके लैडर पे आ गया टावर
It
का.
was a good start, game 1. Here, instantly isolated, you find the scout, take him down. That's E-Arena that grabbed that. With Joker showing up consistently. He's been the big dog, I'd say, so far for E-Arena.
It looks like he's enjoying himself as well. I think for Vision, there's been a lot of times where, if I'm quite honest with you, the awareness hasn't been great.
That's fair.
Hasn't been great. In terms of where they're playing. I mean, we even saw that from, I believe it was E-Arena again on the last angle where they were on a split over towards the top side. They were able to just move in there and immediately isolate them. So I think for Vision, that is
मेरे को नहीं पता दोस्त पैसे चढ़ सकते हैं.
around the map in terms of that scouting.
आपकी prediction सही हुई तो 500 super chat. मेरी prediction हमेशा सही होती है.
The PMWC.
So yeah, be ready.
World Cup.
ओए A7 तो उधर है. रुको ये zone बनते ही बताऊंगी. Ooh.
Quick shout out to the production team, by the way. Loving these transitions. They've been nice. They've been really nice. It's good setup. Who's coming in. Pat on the back. It's been a good day so far, and of course this is the halfway point. It's why it really starts to matter. How things are looking, the later the land as we develop into the later portion of today's games with the zone on the move.
I think that's Toshpik actually going down there for Regnum Kai. He was a bit split off from the rest of the team, and they were making that move out down towards the south side. They still have 3 players to work with there for Regnum Kaya. It's not terrible. It's not always the best position in the world, but this is one of those spots where you take it early on the circumstance that we do get this fielded area, and this becomes actually one of the stronger positions because it is so around it. That's risky playing in this corner, but he needs to get back across. I think he's worried about the sight line. Yeah, very, very worried about it. But there is so much area around here. Is that Batman. It might be. Just locking him on the door.
ChatGPT से मैंने fantasy team बनाई थी Dota और LoL की. How did that turn out?
Smoke wall up, try
and play behind, stay tucked in. I don't do Insta live.
You don't have an opportunity to aggress on it. Like the timing on the face from the angle they've got with the high ground.
अगर वहाँ पे मैं game खेल सकती तो पक्का करती मैं Insta live.
Attention is somewhat split though.
I want to know if that was Sook, because there's been a lot of talk about him actually carrying the explosive bow and arrow around a lot, just to lock players down in position.
भाई इसको डर नहीं लग रहा अगर ये गिर गया.
We'll wait and see. That was pretty
तो हो ही
terrifying
जाएगा
there for
गिर
Rankin, but they
के.
can
कोई
play that
finish
spot.
कर दिया फिर.
They can certainly play that position.
मैं होती तो पक्का गिर
It might pay
जाती.
dividends in the future. We'll wait
कल
and see
वाला
about
long stream तो नहीं होगा. कल
time.
मैं CODM watch
Bravo
party
7 though
करूँगी.
probably won't be getting away from this position on that southwest
कल
side.
PUBG हम
AX are
costume
in front
नहीं
of them.
करूँगी मैं.
I'll have to bash through there. Currently Power is struggling on this bridge. The amount of times I've seen Falak on this girder on top of the bridge.
कॉलेज चालू हो रहा तो मेरा स्ट्रीम पे आना नहीं हो रहा. तुमसे तो वैसे भी नहीं हो रहा. कोई बात नहीं.
It gives him so much vision as well. Ooh, okay. Nearly. Window of opportunity, obviously very slim. You've got to chicane on the push up. Trying to keep the help from the back line. Takes a bit of time before he gets the first shot back over. But the first knock is the most important. Quick reposition. Got to try and get himself out of dodge. Takes the damage from the drop and the bullet from the side. So into a knock on the bridge, off the angle. Teammates now with more pressure on them. Split there, obviously incredibly awkward for Power with the distribution of squads they've got around them. It's DRX they've got on the other side as well.
Bro.
I'm just not sure what Power is thinking on this one. If I'm perfectly honest with them.
Last one, अच्छा vibe होता है
playing on this edge. It's so tough. Yeah, they're getting eliminations here and there, but slowly but surely they are going down. Again, they could have played in from where Team Secret's on. Where the circle was, where it encompassed very clear. You know there's going to be teams playing over towards Primors. There's going to be teams heading over towards Yellows. This is a situation where there's going to be many teams looking to lock you out over towards Lighthouse coming across that bridge. It's just an unreasonable decision, in my opinion, where they could have played it slow on the eastern side of the map. The only other thing I can think of, and I mentioned it earlier, is just that they were hoping, gambling for a Sosnovka finish. They would have been the first there, but I don't know, man. I don't know.
Yeah, the odds certainly not in their favour if that was the gambit they were going for this time around. He was unlucky as well with the timing. Nearly got the pop off on the hill to keep himself alive.
At least someone else is alive this time instead of easy.
Effectively. That's the real sort of top and bottom of it. He's just trapped in the coastline. Play zone being the additional squad that will take him down from the back. So again, Power Gaming, I think that's free for free on first squad's default, other than obviously actually easy. Yeah, he survived as a solo, got those 2 points in the first game, but it's been rough. You're losing at least 3 players in the opening sort of, 2 to 3 minutes of each game now, minimum.
It's rough. It's really rough, and there needs to be a big change towards the end of the day. Looking at Fourth Drives, though, they're doing really well. Second place at the moment. I was asked recently who my top 3 players were, and in that top 3, I mentioned Valak because he is one of the more exciting off-angle specialists, and you saw him there even on the bridge. That's another thing I love about the player, is that when he's in that solo position where he's playing off the back of his teammates trying to set up situations, he's so safe, so cautious with it. He was never going for the full-on spray. He was happy to let his teammates find those knocks, find those eliminations, and he just had to be the enabler, essentially. So he's a very cerebral player. And if you're watching PUBG Mobile, you never heard of him, I'd keep your eye on him during this entire tournament.
100%, man. Nerves of steel and really handy with the steel with how he was taking those fights. This has been Vision trying to get a bit more aggro as well with a dive over towards the hut side. Isolate one player there as they get the info onto him. Quick pick up.
I think abhi time aa gaya hai
chaos what he's got on him to restock themselves. Yeah, bro.
He looked lost inside that shack, like he had no business being in there, and the arena was just getting evicted. Yangdong.
They're getting secreted on right now. There's the dive over the back. Secret, again, it feels like they do better when fights are on their terms. When it's suddenly thrown towards them, that's when a bit of a panic kicks in. It was a little bit awkward. They are being at least able to find some recovery from it. The zone's awful for them though, right? Consistently thrusted further forward. They have to just sprint through this, try and take it headstrong. They do win out on the fight, but with the double knock, it's going to still take some time to recover from it. Meanwhile, Weibo again. They always show up when you least expect it, and nades are raining.
Why are they on the eastern side of the map right now? There's an insane rotate from them, which I didn't even catch. They were playing that over towards that western side. Suddenly they managed to get themselves all the way up to here. Just wrapped around, and Fireflux do find them. I think they were looking for a holdout as well over towards Fireflux, but losing Suk is not ideal. Matt Cap's been an awesome addition over towards Fireflux as well. Been finding a lot of success for the team. Where Ketch is no longer as potent as he maybe was in the past, Matt Cap has been pretty phenomenal at basically bringing him back up to level. Like, both of them combined make a pretty fierce duo.
There's been some fierce picks as well that we're seeing from the sideline there from Hora, still being able to keep themselves in a good spot in terms of the eliminations. Bro,
it's not an overcommit. Streamer भी है.
So nice shots.
CR7 Hora नाम है, मेरे feed में आया था एक बार.
Fireflux, it's interesting how much we've actually seen them really being in focal points of fights that have a lot of reverberations for the outcome of the game, but it never feels like it really gives them the oomph they need. They're always on the, you know, the wrong side of the coin.
Yeah, that's the 100. Bruised by the name.
That wasn't a coin, that was a grenade.
Yeah, it was. That was dirty. Meantime, it's not going to be. Solus does hit the deck though. So does Scarface, and this is looking rough. So very good shots coming through from Regnum Kaya, by the way, from that position they were talking about before. They're currently holding over towards that north side.
Shame for Secret as well. If Team Secret were looking to
नेपाली
build
और
a compound,
bro उसको तो बहुत लोग देखते हैं लेकिन
it's not really going to work out as well.
I could never understand.
Only third squad to exit stage left. He's doing a massive cool off as well. Over on the side.
मेरे को actually ये watching वाला format कभी समझ नहीं आया. मैंने क्योंकि बहुत streamers देखे जिनको बहुत लोग देखते हैं, I open their streams and it's so boring. So I never understand it.
And fair play to them. It's
I
actually
don't know,
been
maybe it's
impressive
just
how
me
good
who
they've
does not
looked in
understand
terms of the
it.
amount of pressure that must be on
Scene
this
है
squad.
शायद.
Got to deliver.
कुछ
Full
secret है
commit on
guys.
next push up with the DBS.
जो मुझे समझ
It's
नहीं
clean
आता.
for the first, but the bite back with the moves.
मैं crack नहीं कर पाई अभी तक
Starting to
वो
really
secret.
bring the heat towards them. You got nades running in from the side as well.
आपको
Alpha
boxing
7
love
with a
कैसा
lot
है?
of targets on.
अभी मैं find this
Rebel
better.
canonically touted as the best shotgun player in the entire world. Hard to deal with him when he's flying through the air, gliding on the back of those wings, the DBS. Taking shots over towards you, it's 4 thrives, the backstab, and
भाई सब
Alpha 7
grenadier
was
बन
stuck
रखे हैं
between
मेरे
a rock and
जैसे.
a hard place there. Noki once again playing anchor down towards that south side. I think honestly 4 thrives have a very, very good position here in the circle. And Balak with 4 elims
Top team
so
में
far
क्या
during
बात
this game.
कर रहे
I
हो?
do think they have a good chance here, and now taking away first place spot. Nepturo
भाई अब मैं इन्हीं को support करूँगी.
on that call, but this is a big push coming through from Hora. And where is Silas?
There.
Where is he indeed? Horror as well, just getting away with absolute liberties at the minute. They're going for some big commits. They're actually completely flipping it on its head of saying, oh, you're kind of playing this passive game where then you suddenly throw the heat up. The tempo control is really good for them. They're keeping the other squads guessing. It's been great fights. They're starting to find themselves opportunities for eliminations. And again, like you were saying, as much as this is great for 4 thrives, you've already been able to build up some points. Rest of the squads that in the overall rankings for the day, they're all gone. Anyone else that actually accumulated a nice amount have already been taken out. You can see it's the bottom end that is still alive with the overall points here. This could really have some chance to leapfrog you up. So this is a big game for a lot of the squads down towards the bottom side right now.
Absolutely, for AX particularly, they want to jump further up the rankings here. Horror
भाई
as
क्या
well.
cheering हो रही है उधर.
A lot of these teams, what they've got to offer, but 4 thrives.
AX किधर है भैया? अभी शांति से खेल तो बैठे हैं
Getting a
लोग.
lead of something
हाँ?
like 20
मेरे को तो दिखे भी नहीं.
Third match of the day with Alpha 7 and Yangon
सुमड़ी में किधर
Galacticos being
छुप के
down
बैठे.
early, and Vision's only just breaking into the 20 points now.
Laura's still going. I mean, that's Vision being completely
Team
removed.
Vision Brazil की team
by
है
the
क्या?
power of Hora Esports again here. No fear living up to his name. as the rest of the squad's playing with that Sleepy and Sky back-to-back. 8
half
eliminations
side
combined between the two of them. Some impressive maneuvers.
Big house.
And we've been obviously sort of
oh
touting 4 Thrives.
अच्छा एक हिल पे है बाकी उधर
घर
की साइड में समझ गए नहीं ओपन में है तो गड्डी पे लगा के
They've not looked too bad over the course of the day so far, but taking down a team like that would
be nice. 4
Thrives to get back up to all 4 players. That's unfortunate. You're trapped on the edge, nothing you can do.
Fortunately, my sports के fan की डर.
Wave goodbye to Fire Flux.
They've been stuck out on that eastern side for such a ridiculous amount of time. It was not easy for them, but Weibo, despite showing off some pretty cool moves around
only
the map,
5 remaining,
having
bro.
some decent rotates in the position, they've just not had the staying power in these matches at all. Not been able to dig those boots into the ground. Not like we'll be taken down by Sky, which is, to be honest with you, the speed at which he went down, that was an unbelievable spray.
Oh, EWC,
Sky.
yeah.
Sky's looking crisp today, dude. Like, some of the shots he's being able to find are really impressive, but it's the setup from them as well. The way they're actually sort of jiggling and playing off each other's contact, comms look really clean.
Yeah. Absolutely. And Sky has got a massive amount of pressure on him. And we had a nice interview with him at the start of the day where he was saying that I don't really see it as pressure. I just see
compound में ज़्यादा chaos
होता है loving us as a team, and I'm going to try and do them as proud as I can.
क्योंकि
for Sky, he's always
मतलब
been
बहुत corners
में
बैठे रह जाते हैं players, I
guess. I
guess.
think he's found a very nice spot here on Horror. Yeah, he is the star figure on that team, but by no means is he not backed up by some of the other players on that squad. I mean, No Fear's been around for a huge amount of time.
Next circle में होगी शायद
here really feel like they have melded into the team very, very well. Yeah, Horror's definitely a team to keep your eyes on.
I think maybe that's working for him as well, where it's not, you know, the whole squad sort of playing against each other whilst being a team.
यार 40 का भी वैसे अच्छा spot है अभी next zone से समझेगा.
Everyone's happy to just set each other up, and it's working well, dude. Like, they're passing that baton brilliantly.
It's funny as well because Sky has played on like quite a lot of highbrow squads, let's say, where he has not always been the player that everyone looks towards and is like, that's the top player on that squad. So it must be quite nice to be on a team now where he is that star player, but he's still quite a humble dude. So, you know, getting set up, and he's always there looking to capitalize, help his team find that success, and this is an unbelievable position. I talked about earlier where Regnum Karya tried to pick it up early into the game, and it would have had a massive
अभी तो 4 थे, कब knock finish हुआ ये?
versus Horror, but they
just मैंने 4 देखे थे guys.
Very fast over towards that position. It was super difficult. They're on the outside of the circle.
कब knock finish हो गया पता भी नहीं चला.
That's Binny and Tizzy currently playing in a shack of their own, and likely Horror's going to struggle unless they can start finding picks on the outside of the circle over towards AX or Influence Rage.
Yeah, it's been good shots, but it's the fact that they're not really being fully able to convert off the back of it, with the cycling of those knocks being really just stalemated. Henry here, you get the POV from the man spamming over towards the side. Good split as well for the backside. Sleepy still gets the tag back in. That's an instantaneous shot onto Henry. And they really do just take him out instantly. Good read of the lay of the land as well. So Arian's trapped behind the vehicle. Bullets coming in from the side. 4 Thrives still trying to keep themselves involved in these encounters and snatch points where they can.
यार इधर तो मारे नहीं ना यार, crazy.
But was immediately shut down there. Henry, I think, was on 12 bullets left in the next magazine, so wasn't a lot at all. That's 3 loot crates, by the way, that I can see on the map there.
Where?
Those could possibly create some cover.
Drop.
The speed at which Horror's going to have to set up this flying V is going to have to be very, very quick.
Actually, drop crate पे must cover मिलता
है. No one's currently taking shots. Binny and Tizzy are currently encapsulated in smoke. But it will be Arian to go down next. Horror efficiently gets themselves over there, but can they get their player back up again?
मुश्किल है, नहीं होगा रिवाइव, ये ओपन में फंस गए अभी.
There's an opportunity set up by someone else. That's when they capitalize from it. So AX open up the fight. You see the weakness there on Horror. They come in for the sideline sweep, get some damage in. Non-Shin Reg Force as well, finding an opportunity to get one shot in from the back. And that's what they really need.
हाँ मैंने देखा था शायद.
4 members looking really clean.
Yes.
To just 2 isolated split on them.
I think it's good though. Honestly,
ऐसा कुछ post आया था शायद, मैंने देखा था.
Horror makes a sacrifice and it pays off for them. Yes, they lose 2 players, but given that moment, it gave time for both No Fear and Sky to get further into the circle. Such an important moment for them where it actually could have gone really, really wrong. And that's what you want from teammates. Teammates who are ready to make the ultimate sacrifice for you in-game to allow you to get a little bit further, a little bit more points on board. Beautiful stuff.
That's what I mean, the lack of ego. You see it there. Everyone's playing for the big picture. They're not worried about the stats. They're worried about the placements. They're worried about how it results overall for their tournament run. That's a brilliant way to think about it. You've got the late backstab potentially from Influence Rage. I mean, that's law.
Yeah, but I was not expecting that over name.
Near miss from the nades as well, dashing them towards them. 4 Thrives have been able to play on the back foot for quite some time, wait for everyone else to come towards them. Now they do have to advance somewhat. Horror, of course, with 2 players, like we said, still could influence. The trades are made. 1 shot back over 4 Thrives, taking issues.
3 teams.
Down. Farlak with the quick shot back over. That's No Fear out of action.
INF का तो एक ही है.
Crawling further forward. I mean, look at the split here. A chance for
अरे
at least a sneak
उनका
into
नॉक
that
है क्या? वो
second
रिवाइव
place.
नहीं होगा क्या? या हो रहा है शायद रिवाइव हो रहा
He
है.
had the 1 nade and the 1 Molotov, so could have actually efficiently cleared out 4 Thrives.
But
But
वो
12
नहीं, वो
eliminations
revive
now
नहीं हुआ.
looking
Oh,
for the 10
हो गया.
point. Bobs up just as he gets res there, and that could have been absolutely treacherous for them.
यार नेड कर देंगे एक ही जगह पर है.
Placed.
I mean it was close भाई. होरा निकाल लेती. वो जस्ट रिवाइव हुआ और उधर फंसे हुए थे वो लोग. It's a very big thing in this. I did not know.
Always following up. If someone else went in for a fight, they were ready to clean up, ready to engage. Good rotates on it, and they're going to be happy with that one. But that is a massive gainer.
यार होरा से almost हो गया था. Almost, bro. It was close.
And it was really only 4 Thrives still going there. I think off the back of that game, they're up to 43 points, if I'm not mistaken, which is a really big result. And again, a lot of the top teams went out fairly early. I think they're right now looking at around about a 20-point lead at least over a fair few of our squads there. But Horror was another story during that match, looking really, really good. Egoless team. And again, it was not only that, really good reads as well. You saw Binny and Tizzy, they both smoked out their compound to stop players from peeking or sending shots in. In that moment, the boys from Horror, they send across because they sense that opportunity. We're going to take this opportunity for a quick break. We'll be back real soon.
Oh, it's like he's glorifying. Actually makes sense. मैंने उस वे में सोचा नहीं था. Germany otherwise country is super sensitive. कोई बात नहीं वेल. Let's not talk about it. हाँ खैर किसी और का नाम रखना ही है तो अच्छे लोगों का नाम रखो. So make sense. Anti-hero almost second I तो 50%. Crazy couple, thank you. हो रहा था ना, almost हो रहा था. I was this close to predicting winner. ऊंचांग कब कंटिन्यू हो रहा है यार. मैं तो सोच रही हूँ मैंने क्यों किया ये. मैं सोचा वो खेलती मेंबर्स ओनली पे, बट ठीक है अभी. Maybe tomorrow. We will see. I don't know abhi. To keep people aware. वूचैंग कैसे खेलते, क्या होता है इसमें? उसमें इट्स सोल्स लाइक आरपीजी. अभी तक देखो मुझे स्टोरी तो ज़्यादा वो गेम की, मतलब गेम मैंने जितना खेला उसमें स्टोरी तो ज़्यादा आई नहीं है. तो स्टोरी के बारे में मुझे ज़्यादा भी पता नहीं है क्या स्टोरी है एंड मेरे को तो अभी तक यही लग रहा है कि स्टोरी इज़ नॉट दैट गुड फाइट्स आर डिफ़िकल्ट बिकॉज इट्स अ सोल्स लाइक गेम उसमें यही होता है कि बॉस फाइट्स के अलावा जो मिनी बॉसेस होते हैं ना वो भी ऐसा हल्के में लेने वाले नहीं होते इसमें सोल्स लाइक में टफ रहते हैं तो वही सीन है कॉम्बैट पे ही होता है सोल्स लाइक में मेन कॉम्बैट ही होता है ना गाइस आई थिंक स्टोरी नहीं होती आज मैं सुबह श्राउड का स्ट्रीम देख रही थी वो भी कह रहा था कि ये गेम इसको मज़ा नहीं आ रहा है खेलने में सो आई वाज लाइक ओके आई एम नॉट द ओनली वन पैरी बिकम्स इम्पॉर्टेंट मतलब ये गेम्स में पेशेंस चाहिए एंड डॉजिंग चाहिए वुकोंग बट वर्ल्ड स्टोरी नहीं वुकोंग सोल्स लाइक नहीं था इसलिए वुकोंग के फाइट्स ना उतने टफ नहीं थे तो जैसे मैं ऐसे गेम्स कभी खेली नहीं थी तो वुकोंग मैं खेल पाई थी फिर भी इट वाज नॉट दैट डिफिकल्ट एल्डन जितना डिफिकल्ट नहीं है बट हाँ और एल्डन में ओपन वर्ल्ड है इसमें ओपन वर्ल्ड नहीं है बट हाँ बहुत ब्रांचिंग वो है एक्सप्लोर करने के लिए ना कहीं पाथ जा रहा है किधर ना किधर निकल रहा है वैसा सीन यू आर नॉट दी ओनली वन ग्रेट माइंड्स थिंक अलाइक बताओ श्राउड जैसा सोचती हूँ मैं दैट्स क्रेजी श्राउड जैसा सोचती हूँ गाइस मैं द गोट ऑफ एफपीएस गेम्स जब पेशेंस दिखाया तो मार दिया था वही वो पता है पेशेंस कब बिल्डअप होगा जब मैं ऐसे गेम्स थोड़ा रेगुलर खेलूंगी ना एक दो गेम्स ऐसे खेल लिए तो आ जाएगा पेशेंस मेरे में मेरा माइंडसेट बहुत अलग है तो वो ऐसे गेम्स में ना वो वर्क ही नहीं करता जो कि बहुत खराब मतलब खराब है जिन की मेरी गलती है वो कि मैं ऐसे खेलती हूँ वो मुझे पता है मेरी गलती है बट वो अडाप्ट करने में टाइम लगता है थोड़ा हाँ जेंशिन में भी एक्चुअली ओपन वर्ल्ड ही लगा था मुझे मेरे को इसलिए पक गया था जेंशिन भी मैंने बीच में छोड़ दिया था मतलब सबका अपना टाइप होता है तो मेरे को ऐसे गेम्स अभी ठीक है कम समझ में आ रहा है
Hi. Thank you. Hello, guys.
I was mimicking
प्रथम उस दिन जो भी मैचेस चल रहे होंगे वो उधर होंगे वॉच पार्टी में
show up with four thrives being able to just take advantage of APG not being here and getting that win, Max.
Hey man, Pakistani here for the win, really. The best Pakistanis looked in the global. Such a good win here this time around because from the very word go in this match, Alpha Gaming's not playing this match, right? So they're not going to be dropping a military base. They're not going to be contesting the western side. So 4 Thrives, this game was pretty much from the start put in easy mode. Even though it was not quite that easy a game, I just like that fight in particular was normally making it a bit hard for them back in CSA. But the control they had with Falak on the beams, able to clear all of power.
Next match ka timing kya? I think it's gonna be after some time, maybe 15 minutes.
All of my doubts have been already cleared that they know what they're doing. They have a game plan here coming into PMWC.
Yeah, I mean, from the interview that I was able to do with Valak,
21,000 likes. Oh yes, nice.
Nice.
Thank you very much.
Everybody has experience.
भाई 5 पॉइंट फिर भी निकले भाई मतलब ठीक है
24 points.
बड़े खेल रहे 19 पॉइंट हो गए अभी एक गेम अच्छा चाहिए लेकिन अपने को लाइक 15 पॉइंट
एक गेम अच्छा चाहिए मतलब ठीक है सारे गेम्स ऐसे नहीं चाहिए बट जो अच्छे नहीं जा रहे वो ऐसे जा रहे वो फिर भी ठीक है बट एक गेम अच्छा चाहिए
इधर जोन अपने पे आता तो अपना ही गेम था वो जोन पूरा ओपन में चला गया तो क्या ही करेंगे
The silent partners there, even though they got the double elims, we didn't see too much of them. But yeah, 4 Thrives and Hora coming in clutch there. Some really strong performances. Hey, I thought Hora were going to win the whole thing.
मैं यहाँ पे नहीं हूँ.
We can get onto that later.
Why? अरे कुछ नहीं bro. I just feel shy. मैं लोग से इतना बात नहीं करती हूँ ना इसलिए.
If they had pushed over onto that player of AXTMG as they should have, then yeah, I think that would have been really good for them. They drive to the
Himal will see yaar.
player's position.
We'll
and then
see.
they have full control of that northern side. They should have won the game there.
Yeah, I wouldn't call it them overextended. I think they just mispicked the right location to go for that overextension. If you go for the play of AXTMG, as you mentioned, they have already a car. They can crash it into the car.
मुझे peer pressure में डाल दिया, इसलिए आई हूँ मैं.
And then there's no way Falak is going to be able to just show
Play some weird sound. गाली पड़ेगी.
I think there was a slight mispick as what position you want to go for because if they do secure that, you have a solid 2-2 split. You're fully controlling all of the fields. 4 Thrives can't really encroach on your pure terrain anymore, I think it would have been a Nepali win. I know CR7 during the watch party would have loved to get that win here for his team.
ऐसे लगा मिड पे चल देगा.
Okay, it'll happen.
He's gonna be happy.
मैं इसलिए नहीं जाती क्योंकि मैं फिर चुप होके बैठ जाती हूँ.
Clutch up a lot of points too. That's what you want to be able to do for some of these teams, because remember, there's going to be one group at the end of day 3 for group stages that's not going to be playing, so you might as well just be able to do as much as
but एक चीज देख रहे हो सिड भाई, लाइक है ना, सारी टीम्स एक गेम अच्छा खेल रही है, 3 गेम भागी है, दूसरी टीम अभी तो 40 के लिए भाग रही है, तो वो बेसिकली सबके पॉइंट्स आसपास ही आ रहे हैं, तो कट ऑफ भी कम होगा और अपने 5-5 6-6 पॉइंट करके भी ठीक ही भाई पोजीशन बना देंगे ये लोग. अगर ऐसे भी खेल लिए ना तो टॉप 8 तो मेंटेन कर लेंगे आज के दिन ही, मतलब कल के दिन ही क्वालीफाई हो जाए तो बढ़िया रहेगा. 2 दिन में क्वालीफाई हो जाएंगे.
They always had too big a split, but because they're so experienced around this kind of terrain, they're just like, we know what we're doing.
I mean, 9 times out of 10 in CSA, what we saw from them was them holding that exact position. So they absolutely know what they're doing.
Downward I
really like the split. I can see you saying it's like almost too much, but I think the control they had, the control that they garnered from actually doing that, made sure that they had so much info, they knew exactly how to play the next few phases.
Yeah, I mean, talking about the next plays they did after, I think you want to talk about their third party on Alpha 7 and XTMG, because that was a beautiful play from Fourth Rise.
Yeah, it was. I thought it was playing to their strengths. If you're a team, as a team, you want to play to your strengths. Not every team knows how to do that. So for me to see that, to see them go, oh, A7, AXTMG, they're popping off. They're going at each other really heavily. We need to third party that, use that our strength, and then to not overdo it and not go over to AXTMG. Just take A7 and go, okay, we're done, we're going to go back. Really, really well thought out from them.
I mean, one player that absolutely popped off.
Don't pass comments on people if you have not been in their shoes. I am different, okay? I'm very different.
Popping off with 7 eliminations at 1,000 damage.
No, I've just been ignored so many times. उस वजह से मैं ऐसी हो गई हूँ. और कोई reason नहीं है. I don't feel myself. बस वो मेरी जगह जो आ सकता है ना वो समझ सकता है और कोई नहीं समझ सकता.
Luckily enough, he did get rezzed by one of his teammates who was able to play until the late game. But
लीग का playoffs का match है आज chat.
If he saw you, chances are you're living for 5 seconds maximum. Falloc is being ruthless here in PMWC, and we're just 3 games in. He's off to a great start.
Absolute eagle eye, right?
Why Karski is not visible?
We are watching EWC, bro.
Pro players ताकि lag ना हो इसलिए. नहीं, spectated वाले download नहीं करते.
You know, we were talking to him.
Spectated POV में download नहीं करते ताकि spectated POV lag ना हो.
Starting to show it's
stream
not
वगैरह lag ना हो.
The overconfident, it's just really confident, and his team is backing him up like a champ. I mean, they have got that synergy down, so it's really, really exciting to see them coming out of here.
Yeah, and you said they're confident, but they're also very respectful of this lobby. You talked about the third party with Alpha 7 and XTMG.
4 times there are 4 teams there. Lol.
That's maybe a bit too much. You know what? We just
Where did the other 96 go?
A lot of teams might have just fully committed and pushed in, like, oh yeah, we're just feeling pretty good after eliminating Alpha 7. No, they go back. We have a strong position. We're going to play it safe. I like when a team.
लंगोटी भाई इधर है. लंगोटी भाई भी दिखेंगे इधर chat. लंगोटी भाई.
In my eyes.
One team that I do gotta give a shout out to that you just mentioned was AXTMG. This team is not shying away from fighting top dogs. That was the big question mark. Is AXTMG, with the lack of global experience that they have, are they going to be crumbling? Is everybody just going to be stepping over them? That's not the case so far. They're willing to take those fights, and they're willing to take them quick too. And one thing that we saw is whenever they go into close range, it can actually go their way too.
It can absolutely go their way. My big concern with them was their speed. I thought that they are actually a very slow team compared to the rest of the lobby, and that actually they've stepped up massively. They've seen that, oh, this is where our weak point is. This is where we can fall down.
Chill, bro.
Phone they are using, I don't know, yaar.
भाई मेरे कपड़े आ रहे हैं. किधर है कपड़े?
Really, really nice.
अरे एक मिनट. अरे मेरे कपड़े आ गए. मैं फटाक से नीचे गया. कपड़े आ गए. मेरे कपड़े आ गए लॉन्ड्री.
Is your DBS and S12K game on point? And I was talking to Ocean Sharma, he said it's good, but I was like, is it good enough? Well, clearly it has been good enough for some of the fights.
Hora का कैसा लगा भाई? Unexpected performance, next
level
खेल
रहे हो. नहीं.
TMG seems like they can back it up. And
फलक भी बहुत बढ़िया खेला.
they played this game.
And team आर्यन भी बहुत बढ़िया खेला.
एक सेकंड अभी तो 2 ही हुए हैं.
थोड़ा सा उसका स्टक हो रहा था.
I thought 3 हो गए.
Let's try and aim for top 3 with a few.
आर्यन का स्टक हो रहा था थोड़ा सा. मोमेंट में चेक किया.
We're not taking this.
वो 2 फिंगर है शायद इसलिए. हाँ, तभी वो पीछे पीछे नहीं आ पाया.
That's the player, right? Just gather as many points as possible. Let's take a look at the overall.
I feel like two finger player के लिए जब अगर वो पीछे नहीं आ सकते ना ऐसे क्राउच अप वाली फाइट में तो उनको प्रोन दबा देना चाहिए फिर आराम से क्राउच करके एंड देन पीछे आओ.
अच्छा हाँ 3 ही तो हुए हैं. 3 और हैं गाइस. 3 हुए हैं 3 और है. I got confused.
देखो सिर्फ एक गेम की बारी है गाइस. एक गेम में सीधा सेकंड आ जाएंगे अपन.
It's what you want to see in the group stage, right? When you know you have a day off at
40
some point over the next 2 days, right? It's either tomorrow or the last day. You want to get as many points as possible today.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at DRX in particular. If we're going to go on a negative quickly on the first play, they got 10 placement points. They have 1 chicken dinner. Quick math, that means 0.0.
एक तो देखा ही नहीं, देखे तो है हमने.
This is the map you have the most every day, DRX. Okay, you are the Korean team. You have the Korean champions here.
कर लेंगे भाई अपन.
D+Kia, you're replacing them at PMWC kinda. We need to see more, and unfortunately, outside of Sanok, nothing's been happening. As you go to the second page here, quite a few SEA teams, E-Arena in particular.
When we're talking about teams that we need to see more out of, one that just pops into my head right away is Weibo Gaming.
So people have a problem with whatever you do these days. It's
right
crazy.
now, they're just not being able to put up any points, Neptera.
I think it's just kind of odd, but I do wonder
Never mind.
maybe, I mean, day number 1 is all about kind of adapting, so maybe we're going to see some better rotations, but also they've just not really been in play at all.
Suk didn't find a bow yet, that's why.
VLT है क्या? अबे सोफियान भाई क्या चल रहा है?
I can't wait. Let's send that over to Barton because I want to see what's going to be happening here in Erangel in the next match.
Welcome back to the Gadia Arena where we are halfway through our first day of the group stage. But don't worry if you're only just joining us because I'm here to break down everything if you might have missed it. Game 1, we had Sandhawk and we opened up the back because AXTMG hot dropped right next to Nongshim Red Force. AXTMG came out on top in that fight, but ultimately
हमारी पोजी क्या है? वड़ी में हमारी पोजी brother.
that went up against Team Falcons in a 4v3. DRX came out on top in that fight and managed to secure the first chicken dinner of the competition.
ऐसे 12 थोड़ी है.
Next up, we had
बहुत नेक्स्ट लेवल करती है वेबो पे लाइक मैं बता रहा हूँ तुम बोल रहा हो अगर उनका कमबैक एक बार चालू हुआ ना
में तो बैक सीट करती थी आज मैं फर्स्ट टाइम देख
रही हूँ फिर भी रहना चाहिए
कोई और स्ट्रीमर होता ना अभी तक बहुत भर चुका होता. You are lucky कि I'm not toxic and I know how to behave.
Defeating Team Secret in the final fight and securing 20 points for them. Map number 3 started off a bit slower, a bit cleaner because it was indeed a lot of people switching up their drops. As
there is no भाई कोई वो नहीं हो रहा है वर्ल्ड कप नहीं हो रहा है.
वो भी है.
Taking out Alpha 7 as well and managing to secure their first chicken.
Countries की टीम नहीं है guys, it's not World Cup.
What a first day
orgs है उधर.
But we're only halfway, 3 more maps to go. So let's hear some energy in the arena because we're going to go into our next map very soon.
There it is. We are halfway through. That's the important talking points. Halfway through today's map.
अरे मतलब मैंने बहुत देखा यार कितना वो रोना चैट में ना स्टिल आई इग्नोर की कोई बात नहीं कोई बात नहीं कोई बात नहीं. अरे कब तक कोई बात नहीं भाई.
निकल रहा है वो बंदा.
भाई कंट्रोल ही कर लो ना आके तुम स्ट्रीम कर लो जिसको ज्वाइन करना है उसको ज्वाइन कर लो ठीक है कीबोर्ड माउस पीसी सब ले लो. So stupid. मैं नहीं चलती ब्रो पहली बात भेड़ चाल में ठीक है. मेरा अपना अलग पर्सनालिटी है मैं हूँ अलग.
होंगे पता नहीं.
डे 1 से बोला है 6 साल से हूँ अलग हूँ. नहीं जमता है
मैप सिस्टम है.
फिर भी ट्राई कर.
फोर्थ मैच भी इरेंगल 3 मैच बैक टू बैक इरेंगल हो गए.
किसी को मेरे अटेम्प्ट्स नहीं दिखते हैं तो दैट इज योर प्रॉब्लम दैट इज नॉट माय प्रॉब्लम. फालतू का दिमाग
दो मिरामर है. ओके तो ये लास्ट इरेंगल है उसके बाद दोनों बैक टू बैक मिरामर है. हाँ दो.
Yeah, over the next 9 matches, they are going to need to look to put 40 more points on to feel nice and safe.
Yeah.
That is a pretty low average.
I would say so. You know, we see some big games, but we were talking about it. Consistency is key, not only here, but also
शर्म आई है मुझे नीचे बेंचो सब लोग. ओम शांति. VIP आया चैट. अपने रोल्स रॉयस फैंटम में सभी उतर रहे पूरा कॉन्वॉय था नीचे और मैं अपने हाफ चड्डी और बाथरूम स्लीपर्स में मैं धोए हुए कपड़े लेके अंदर आ रहा था. क्या बेशीब है ऐसा आया हुआ है देख ये लेके चैट. एक साइड पे कोई फैंटम एक साइड पे कोई और गाड़ी एसयूवी बड़ी सी चीब है.
कोई बात नहीं.
Yeah, absolutely. It is still very much to play for at this stage.
क्या भाई लास्ट वाले एंगल जब ये फ्लाइट पाथ था तब मिलिट्री कोई नहीं गया था, सिर्फ सूख गया था, और इस बार 3 टीमें गई है, 2 टीमें गई है। जोन ब्रिज का बना वापस, सेम टाइप का जोन बना वापस।
I think that the most interesting team I saw on that table there towards the bottom was Regnum Kaya. This is disappointing for the reigning PMGO champs coming into this one. They need to step up. They need to step up fairly quickly. I have no doubt in my mind they can do it. The question is, will they bring it to bear today?
That's the question. We got a nice zone. Liking it, potentially setting up for a bridge zone. I love bridge zones, more importantly, I love military, but most likely going over to the mainland. But I do want to focus in as we've got 2 teams, maybe about the skirmish.
What's up, Sherlock? Youngly.
Talk about Fireflux and team secrets. Most likely going to be running into each other. They could have a truce. Maybe they say, hey, you go over to the right side bridge, we'll take over to left, and we'll just go our own way. But if I'm Team Secret, I've been on fire today. I'm not going to be
CODM के 2-3 मैचेस थे ना?
नहीं, कल 2 है, आज 1 ही था।
अच्छा, आज 1 ही था।
हाँ। I'm looking at them to potentially
2-0 हुआ, 3-0 हुआ।
3-0
runners in the engagement, but who knows? We'll see how it ends up unfolding. What else do we see?
At the moment, yeah, it looks like Team Secret
आज अपना लीग का भी प्लेऑफ के मैचेस चल रहे हैं, चैट।
Bridges both available still. At the moment, it doesn't seem like too much more is unfolding. I feel like George Pole is potentially a little bit of a hotspot for contest on this northwest side. 2 teams in South George, Alpha 7 up in North George. That crossing down south, that because of this first circle, is going to have to happen for Alpha 7.
रोती वोती नहीं, मैं खुद को रीसेट कर रही थी।
Under duress could be a little bit of conflict.
कैम ऑफ करके रीसेट कर लेती हूँ।
But you got to think about who they're going against, right? E-Arena, who, well, let's face it, they've been struggling, only sitting at 8 points, currently in 13th place, and Alpha 7 being the top dogs. Winning that game, by the way, game 2 with 2 players was phenomenal. I could not believe my eyes.
मैंने VSN पता है ब्राजील क्यों पूछा था, उसमें एक प्लेयर का नाम मार्सेलो है।
But able to get what 4 to 5 revives overall. It was Revo in Korea who was able to get that win. So
bro is still searching for VLT. That's crazy.
I've got to go against Galacticos. That's not going to be an easy fight for either of those rosters. So for Alpha 7, I'm still favoring them, but you're right. I think we will have a skirmish soon.
They could always break out further to the east, right? There is always that option to go for a wide swing, but depending on the pace that they can loot, the pace that they can get out of North George, they may be able to avoid that altogether. So we'll keep
Marcelo, हाँ, तभी तो मैंने पूछा था कि ये
they did move all the way over to Novo. This is on the military island right now on your screens. They did move out east, so no conflict here for the time being. The question I have is where are Fireflux going to rotate? I expect Team Secret to be going over the east bridge. I'm wondering if Fireflux are going to try and join them, because you're going to be aware that 4 Thrives are going to be on the other side of that bridge. And right now, I don't feel like you want to head towards this.
I don't think so. They're obviously the top dogs for a reason. Will they be the top dogs by the end of this tournament? Who knows? But right now, they are undisputably the best with more than double the points, even over second, which is Hora. But I would think so, though. You know, for Fireflux, I would go to the right side bridge alongside that at Team Secret. But then you have Power over there, too. And Power, I don't know. There's no reason for them to go too deep into the zone as of yet. Bridge camp potential, you think?
Could be. I mean, it does potentially race a little bit of time. It looks like 4 Thrives are going to disengage.
पूरे मैचेस में से यार टॉप 8 होंगे, मतलब टॉप 8 डायरेक्ट होंगे, फिर LCQ में से 8 टीम्स और रहेंगी, मतलब उनको एक और मौका मिलेगा if they cannot qualify पहले से.
Which was potential for them to find that path on in, getting very, very central, nice and quickly into 5 minutes of the game, finding a central spot. Kaya looking to do the same.
Taking a little bit of damage, but they're going to be just fine for the time being.
मैं तो ध्यान ही नहीं देती, ट्विटर पे बहुत नमूने हैं, कोई कुछ लिखता भी है ना मेरे बारे में बकवास है, just ignore.
Needs to start gathering points. As we said, we're on our halfway points. Only 9 more games remain. Yeah, you've got 3 days of group stage, but
funny part is मुझे पता है hate क्यों मिलता है, क्योंकि मैं ज़्यादा मैं games खेलती हूँ, मैं games खेलने के अलावा वाली चीजें कम करती हूँ. Isn't that crazy? I mean, I'm a gaming streamer, and people have problem with me playing games. So मुझे तो उनका hate का point भी नहीं समझ में आता.
Chicken dinner. They're currently in 6th place. It's going to be nice and quiet for the time being.
Yeah, just bunkering down right now. Early circles, keeping it chill, keeping the nerves in check. Something that I would love to see is like heart rate monitors coming.
Yes, we need that.
That would be really sick. Although to be fair, 64 heart rate monitors, that sounds like a nightmare.
Absolutely.
Saudi Arabia की team है.
It would be so interesting to see how these players are affected by.
खैर bro, Marcelo fans तो worldwide है.
But you can imagine it goes through the
नाम तो उसने पक्का उधर से ही रखा.
DRX का confidence इतना down हुआ है ना कि वो लेट के खेल रहे हैं compound में.
Alpha 7 is one of those teams that are just always so relaxed, it seems, and you got to appreciate that. I think that owes to their success. Falcons getting active, which good on them, the home team. I know the crowd's been going crazy for Team Falcons, as you would expect. A lot of the crowd set up actually right behind the Falcons roster, so they're hearing the loud roars every single time they pop off. For Team Falcons, they were center zone. Of course, they've got a lot of teams around them, but I do believe where they're currently at is, again, they're going to be chilling. Not a lot of teams want to fight at the moment. They'll do it if they have to.
जिसको देखो मेरी स्ट्रीम देखनी है, मेरे को देखना है, please be here. बाकी लोग feel free to go. मैं इतना बोलूँगी. And please up positive vibes. डिवाइस कौन सा है ये तो मुझे भी नहीं पता, क्योंकि बाहर ना बहुत अलग-अलग फोन्स है जो मैंने तो सच्ची बताऊँ तो कभी नाम भी नहीं सुने.
Unfortunately, it felt like some of the time, especially during the earlier stages of that tournament.
अच्छा, मुझे आज तक वो वर्ड का मीनिंग नहीं समझ में आया, क्योंकि मस्ती मैं करती हूँ, बट मैं मेरे दोस्तों में करती हूँ या फिर जो मेरी मस्ती को मस्ती की तरह लेते हैं उनके साथ मैं करती हूँ मस्ती. मैं हर किसी के साथ नहीं करती. लाइक किसी के साथ मैंने ट्राई किया और उसने नेगेटिवली ले लिया, आई विल नेवर डू इट अगेन. मैं वैसी हूँ.
In and amongst the roster, but right towards the end, they did show up. I was worried coming into this tournament that those early stages would come back and that performance would recur.
Yeah,
but
Dhruv,
now,
exactly.
It seems like they're holding their nerve. There have been one or two missteps today.
Honor है, I mean वो one अच्छा मेरे को नहीं
I'm pretty
पता.
happy with where they're sat, up in 9th place, 18 points. They've got this first point on board as well.
Yeah, it's day one, right? Since only 3 games in, we talk about teams struggling, but you know, right now it's time to get your feet underneath you, get used to the LAN environment. There are several players out there. This is their first LAN, and it hits differently, right?
Like if you see me with Webby, Mac,
virtually, you're feeling okay. When
या फिर देख लो Phaser, ये लोग के साथ मैं जैसी हूँ ना, मैं actual में वैसी हूँ as a person. That is the real me.
Just fine, and you talked about their progression. Well, we need to see progression from so many.
Membership वगैरह करूँगी क्या? मैं कभी-कभी करती हूँ. आजकल बस क्या है, watch party बहुत ज़्यादा हो रही है, तो time नहीं मिल रहा.
We shift now to mainland, and now we get to see more tries. They're going to gatekeep. Of course, one of the rosters going across.
Fireflux are already trying to make their way through.
This
eastern side is really
एक सेकंड, इसमें क्या सारी teams alive है क्या?
Trying to make their way on through. Power leading the charge from that side of the map. Influence Rage.
Oh my God, Power alive है, तो कुछ crazy हो रहा है.
Where are they going to cut in? Are they going to go all the way out? Maybe challenge Alpha 7. There's potential there, depending on how far they go. They know.
One more prediction, थोड़ा और छोटा होने दो.
Influence Rage versus Alpha 7. These two rosters will be familiar with one another. They could have a little bit of an edge in this fight potentially, or the same could be true on the other side.
Influence Rage on your screen. Been happy with this roster through America's second place. They played so very, very well. In fact, even outdoing that of Alpha 7 during the PMSL Americas season. Well done from them. They've not done too bad. I know they're in 10th place, but again, that point gap, that point spread is just so incredibly close. But we're talking 4 points from going from 10th up to top 5, right?
अभी सर्कल स्टार्ट हुआ है ना, ये सर्कल जब बन जाएगा ना, तब मैं बताऊंगी.
Very curious how that's going to end up paying off for them. I want to see them make a deep run. I feel like Influence Rage
Among Us क्यों नहीं खेलते सब? Because अभी सब busy है. अभी group games नहीं होंगे. August के बाद ही होगा जो होगा.
I would hope so, but it seems like they have always been the little brother.
Team के नाम से refer करो. There is मतलब World Cup नहीं है, कोई country का team नहीं है.
Take that next step.
Everyone is playing for themselves.
But I feel like with Big Brother's Alpha 7 in the lobby, it's going to be hard to try and take that fight.
Yeah. Well, and that's a great point, right? When it comes to Americas, it was a region that we paid attention to mainly for Brazil, North America. I know we've got our struggles. We're going to try and make it back up eventually. We're getting better, I promise you. But when you talk about the Big Brother of Alpha 7, I saw a massive improvement across the board from all the rosters because they know they've got Alpha 7 to battle against. Trust me, they wanted to win PMSL.
But ये हो सकता है कि यहाँ पर government support नहीं करती
Unfortunately,
है.
of course, some of them didn't, but for others, they did dethrone Alpha 7. Alpha 7 barely made it to this stage. Let's put that into perspective. They're doing great now.
ये सब बातें अभी नहीं
But I really
करेंगे.
do think Alpha 7's performance, them winning last year at EWC, truly made the other rosters say, I've got to step it up. You talk about little brother, they're looking to be the big brother now.
Absolutely. Try and have a little bit of regnal combat going on through. Take that throne away from Alpha 7. We'll be making sure to keep up to date to find who will be able to take that top spot. But is it even going to matter, right? Because at the end of the day, it's about that global interaction. Sure, you can increase the quality of those lobbies, but then how does that playstyle move into the current stage of gameplay? And with the experience that Alpha 7 has at this level, I think that is going to be a massive, massive hurdle to overcome for the teams looking to catch up. In a regional stage, sure it's intense, sure it's a lot.
ये ब्रिज चेंज के बाद से ब्रिज कैंप तो देखने ही नहीं मिलता है ब्रो. पुराने टाइम पे कितना होता था.
It changes how the lobby plays, how it feels, everything about it, the lights on the stage. It can be a real task to overcome. Hard southwest shift on this circle, all the way out towards a pretty similar location where we saw this last match finished as well, out to the southwest side of the hill. We've got DRX slap bang in the middle. They've been hiding there for a long time.
They have. They like to play it slow, but hey, make no mistake about it, they can get active if need be. You push into them, you've got a heck of a fight on your hands. Half of the lobby, quite literally half of the lobby, have to now rotate into the next stage, and you got a couple of teams who are
पुराना सही था, सच्ची बोलूं नहीं भाई. ब्रिज कैंप होता था ना, क्रॉस करना भाई बीटी हो जाती थी.
Landing up top
अब तो फिर भी easy हो गया है.
Now they finally come and they bump head to head.
Mormon with the first blood drawn there. Revo goes down and immediate, looking for the refrag through the window. Not going to find it. Sliver of HP still there. And now with an
भाई कितनी स्टिल के चला रहे सब. DBS में तो नहीं चलता क्या?
But now it's 3 players alive and Alpha 7 can't find the fights. Tourniquet goes up the stairs and immediately with the pump around the shoulder. Part of the seams.
Alpha 7, they're falling apart. Carrillo, can he be the hero? Can he be the one to save the day? They're already in shambles. He would be the only one leaving this engagement. Influence Rage, mind you, they might come in for the third party. This fight needs to be finished up, but Carrillo throws a Molotov, and it's going to at least drop one from the arena. Carrillo going for it off angle, taking damage, but he has no choice but to push forward, and he's making the most of it. Alpha 7 refusing to lose.
Not yet. They will not go quietly. An Influence Rage on the south side looking to guard this one out. Carrillo, though, could slip through the cracks as a solo. It's a lot easier to go unnoticed, but unfortunately, the firefight around him has drawn the attention of their regional teammates, and they will have to move through it. Carrillo, I don't expect them to be getting too much further, but he could leave north
किसी ने अगर kill feed देखा होगा तो उस पे मेरे को लगा था कि rush कर देंगे. किया नहीं किसी ने.
That would be even crazier. Don't count him out, but I agree with you. Now you're going for placement points. You're in survival mode, and luckily for Carrillo, Influence Rage has backed away. It doesn't look like they're going to crash in on him, so should be just fine. And while he'll be a solo, wreaking havoc on the remaining rosters. Falcons moving in as course Vision now wants to take on the Falcons. Let's see how it unfolds.
A double
नहीं मुझे तो ऐसा कुछ नहीं है यार. जो तुमने words बोले हैं ना मेरे लिए वो important है. The people who understand me.
So Falcons fighting with 3. Navallo wins the trade. The pump action winning the day, and a second as well. Koa's there for the backup. There's a nade. It doesn't sit, and Navallo can now look for this healing on the northeast side. Ora are nearby, and it looks like they're going to roll in for the fight.
There it goes. Hey, Orta wants this. They need it. Points so valuable to catch up. They're already in top 3, but they want a little bit more. Vision taking damage on the stairway, but don't worry, because you got Narvalo from the Falcons, who's been
I don't get it why professional players do
no
that.
Fear starting to take the house opposite of Team Falcons. We've now lost a roster, and all attention on Falcons versus Horror now.
Massive pickup on the back line of Horror as well, meaning they're 2 players on the inside. Losing that off angle is huge. It draws the attention out that way, and a knock on the forefront as well. Falcons are splitting the difference here on the fight beautifully, as they will look for more.
Narvalo, I mean, he has just been doing quite literally everything.
यार किसी को पता है क्या कि DBS मेटा नहीं है क्या? मेरे को आइडिया नहीं है सब चीजों का.
Ralph also moving in as well. You gotta think they've got a power position. That stairway is always hard to push up, though. It's going to be a choke point, and you know dang well Horror's going to be looking straight down it.
Immediately finding these flushes as well. They beautifully split the attention. An off angle, a third party coming through from power as they sweep through the back line, and it is going to be turning tail and running the story for Horror now in the rest of this match. 2 players alive. Sleepy's not long for this one. The point gets stolen though, and it goes over to power.
So now it's Jiggle Sky. They're going to go in and dip. They're going to get with it.
First match के बाद मैंने नहीं देखी शायद
DBS. But I'd rather have 2 than 1. Either way, that's how it ended up unfolding. Power Esports, who's
मेरे को तो सबसे गंदी लगती है भाई DBS.
Not one of the first teams out, mind
Honestly,
you. So maybe good
much better.
We talk about at the halfway point, 9 more games remaining. I'm hoping Power is able to turn things around.
Conditions applied. You need better skills. Are you saying मेरे में ज़्यादा skills है क्योंकि मैं स्टेल के बहुत सही चला लेती थी, but DBS से आज तक एक बंदा नहीं मारा मैंने.
Fast and early. Unfortunately, they weren't in the best of shapes to do it as Horror do finally bite the dust. It means that Falcons are going to have to crash in a suboptimal situation to the north side. Same story going to be true for Power, as they have now wasted a little bit of time, I think it's safe to say, on this northeast side.
So Falcon, he's going to be the scout, kind of breaking away from 4 Thrives, who are going to be just up to the northeast of where he's currently at. So
आपने prediction नहीं बताई. Sorry, I got distracted.
I'm not mistaken. We do have a bit of a crash though. Falcons continuing to get into engagements, and this time it doesn't work out.
Regnum Kaya, the ones to receive that in the ditch, in the divot. It's going to go down for the Falcons, and I don't think that
मेरी होरा चली
गई. Take it back.
होरा को
support
कर
रही थी. Romeo hits him with a run around, and we'll be able to survive a moment or two longer. But really, no safe ground in this central area. These hillsides are littered with Caltrops.
But मैं नाम लूँगी तो मर जाएंगे
obviously
पक्का.
tuned in with them just a little bit, but they got teams all around, including
Forty है किधर? एक बार मैप पे दिख जाए ना.
taking them down left and right. Falcons also eliminated some heavy dogs already out.
Yeah, that was the final player, Koa, going
होरा से
down.
नहीं हो रहा.
He was not able to find any respite in the middle. And now with 4 teams or so,
मुझे एक बार सबकी position देखनी है.
Seems like Regnum
फिर
Kaya
prediction
wants
दूंगी
to
मैं
extend
अपना.
their influence. A nade over towards Easy connects, and that
मैं
is going
तुक्के
to be
नहीं
a
मारती
beautiful
क्योंकि you know
opener.
like
2
noob
players now
people.
standing full power as there's teams behind them also looking to put pressure on, rolling on out. Regnum Kaya not going to let Easy go down, and the 2-2 roll around will be good for it. However, there is a sideline that they need to be worried about. Get the cover in. Wild low as well. The vehicle's
बेचारी
going up.
power यार.
He's down all of a sudden.
Yeah, he's down, and I believe that was a third party from DRX way
अबे
off in the
center
distance,
में
getting some
आगे ना
shots
फिर
out.
शायद
And,
से.
well, we got Team Secret also trying to survive. I mean, you got
Team
so many
Secret भी
teams
उनके
in
आसपास ही
shambles.
है, but
When
वो
you
लोग
gotta
बहुत
go to
split
the
है.
shacks, I call them the Death Shack, you're in a lot of trouble. But the teams are spread out quite a bit. I'm actually surprised we've
No one
lost
is too
so many
calm,
rosters of players at this stage of the game.
This open field situation, this open hillside that sits to the north of
सही
it,
prediction
these
पे
2
कुछ मिल
hard
रहा है क्या
southwest
मुझे तो
shifts,
मैं
followed by
try
a
करूँ.
northeast shift, maybe giving a little bit of pause for a breather, but still, those 2 hard shifts that we saw in a row have really changed the tune here in the lobby. It's forced teams to take fights where they wouldn't have wanted to otherwise, and now at 18.5 minutes in, we're down to 10 teams, and a lot of those teams not looking healthy.
तो कोई देता ही नहीं है, झूठ बोलते हैं
Take a
सब.
peek at Fire Flux racing against Papa Blue. Influence Rage just above them. Talk about Fire Flux landing over on Military. Would they have a bit of a skirmish from 4
भाई
Thrives
लोग
on
मैप
the
ही नहीं
Western Bridge?
दिखा
It doesn't
रहे.
end up happening, so they're still alive. Now down to, of course, just a handful of teams. Circle closing in. Another shift about to begin. Excuse me, as Fire Flux starts to get active a little bit. Luckily, they got on the vehicles. The question is, can Influence Rage, do they get aggressive? Obviously, they have to move. Do they set position up to the right-hand side to cut off Fire Flux's rotation?
Tricky
Okay,
here for
I will
both
go
these teams
for
on the southwest
INF.
side. Fireflux are first to move. For the moment, Influence Rage still holding in their compound near
क्योंकि ये
Quarry.
लोग मैप नहीं
They're
दिखा
gonna
रहे.
have
I
to
was
try and go in a
confused
little bit
between
later. So
INF and
Fireflux, where are
40.
they going to opt to crash in?
Okay.
They've already sent 2 players towards this Regnum Kaya stronghold. I don't know how that's going to go for them. We know that there's third-party angles on there. They're already getting lit up. Scarface with a slow roll. Outside, but the vehicle takes him down. It's Regnum Kaya and Nongshim Red Force on the crossfire. Now the 2 remaining players of Fireflux going to try and send Long over to the north side. A straight cut through the circle on the western flank. And in the meantime, in the wake of that rotation, Influence Rage push in from the west.
Yeah, they're coming in, and they're going to be coming in hard. It's going to be a big push from them. Regnum Kaya needs to watch out, of course, as Influence Rage, a dominant team. Fireflux, I cannot believe that they're still alive in this moment. It's so unfortunate they lost 2 of their players, so now they've got to go at it. And, well, Influence Rage actually looked to be crashing in on Korea, who's been a solo for the longest time.
He has been alive, and he's going to keep trying as 4 Thrives go down as well. In the meantime, Carrillo with his full send, straight towards Fireflux. 2 players alive, but he goes too slow. No hop out to be seen, and Catch finds a duck sitting in his sightlines.
That's it. And Fireflux, luckily for them, they will be dead center of the current zone. That's great, but also could potentially make you a target. You've got Galacticus, who's going to be just onto your left. Got DRX as well. Influence Rage, of course, are going to be moving in. We'll be keeping our eye out for Fireflux, and of course, at the moment. And also Team Power, man, I gotta say, For Team Power's perspective, just still struggling. I thought for a good moment they were going to have a great game based on their positioning on the north, but just got too rough for them.
They weren't quite able to convert here. Fireflux do finally go down. The last two of Regnum Kaya sidle on in, but Silas needs a little hand here from Wild, as they only have 2 players to go. Yangon Galacticos on the northwest edge also can put pressure onto this location, but they're being a little bit slow with it. They're more concerned about Influence Rage on the west side, who have been, again, very slow, very tepid in their rotational pace here on the west edge.
As things start to slow down just a little bit, shots are ringing out, but nobody really a risk of going down except for Galacticos trying to take him down. They will do so. The rest of the Influence
DRX was chilling
maybe being a scout can't get away. And that's so unfortunate because they had such a strong position on this side of the map, and now they've got to recover or make a decision.
Actually, ऐसे टाइम पे बाहर edges पे रहना भी सही है.
Get in there and maybe watch our backs because of course you know Red Force, they're going to be moving in just behind them potentially, but I think that's an oversight. Leave a little boy out by his own, but they're going in, they're crashing.
They may have expected Yangon Galacticos to go further forwards, in which case the little boy would have been in prime location to take those backstab shots.
I mean, depends. Position अच्छा है.
They overinvest potentially.
Ridges हो तो सही है. Ridges नहीं है तो फिर GG है.
To be able to read that and take down that player at the back. Very, very cautious, but it works out well for them. And now they can be the ones to put the pressure on Influence Rage as they take a fight on 2 fronts. You could see on the minimap this vice grip that now sits around this Influence Rage position.
So they got to make a decision. Push forward, push back. Staying where you're currently at could be a death trap. And they look like they were going to push in onto Nogsham Red Force, but they don't make the full commitments. And in the meantime, yeah, you see them still taking their time. The more time you take, the more of an opportunity for a third party. The nade, luckily, just a bit short. Law's going to be okay. And with them hopping in cars, are they disengaging?
Well, they saw Silas rolling up, and I was watching Silas just there, and he randomly decided to send towards Yangon Galacticos. He did get a lot of info on their location, but he took a lot of damage in the process. He's slow rolling behind the vehicle, looking for a time to pop that first aid, but he didn't put the handbrake on here, and it's just going to keep rolling away.
The nade.
भाई बेचारे का struggle भाई.
We focus now on DRX. Reginald just up ahead. DRX has had such a great day. This fight should be no different. You would have to assume, anyways.
अच्छी टीम तैयार है, अब नहीं बच पाएगी.
Make a bit of an impact here for Influence Rage, by the way.
I believe in them.
Taking down the team opposite of them, of course. Nogsham Red Force. That's going to be a great opportunity now to gain a couple more points.
2 player कब खत्म हुए?
Granted, only 2 players, but still, with that gap being the top 8, so close to them already breaking into top 8, I think this game could be very valuable.
Absolutely, they do have 2 players alive, losing Diego in
At least मैंने 40 का नाम नहीं लिया guys. उनका एक भी alive नहीं है.
Yangon Galacticos disengaged because of this.
हाँ, better ना 2 में से तो at least मैंने सही चुना.
A breath of life potentially into this Influence Race position. Ooh, Weibo though, find the pickoff onto Lorazin, and on the back lines, that's going to leave Influence Rage on just 1 player remaining now, and that is going to make things real tough for them. DRX, again, been fairly quiet throughout this. They're up to 3 elims, but they have all 4 players alive. They're playing on this long side of the hill. They're going to start to be able to move up. It's Yangon Galacticos, DRX, these 2 opposing positions, and Weibo on the southeast side as well. Already on 6 elims, by the way. Having a brilliant game so far. You have a more central position here. The rest is dribs and drabs. Ragtag bunch of solos.
Solos galore. That was from the early violence that we witnessed pretty early. I think, what, stage 1, stage 2, quite honestly. Law, though, I'm very interested in what he's going to be able to do, only because as a solo, he can truly devastate essentially the positioning of not only the last player from Team Secret, but also Weibo, depending if he's able to penetrate that off angle. So he could be a thorn in their side, depending, but of course, all eyes on DRX and Weibo. And Weibo needs a good game here. This would be tremendous for him. They've been towards the bottom. They were much hyped up. In fact, I believe even in the power rankings, Weibo breaking into the top 3 for our analysts. So for them, this game could be exactly what the doctor ordered in order to rise up the ranks.
You would hope so. For a while now, the teams from the PL have been a little bit out of the spotlight, looking for a little bit of a resurgence here. We've got Thundertalk to look forward to, but for now, it is just Weibo.
भाई अब तो INF का एक ही बचेगा.
Yangon Galacticos now moving on in.
मेरे को लग रहा है YG निकालने वाली है.
Immediately step up, spray down. You can't give him that broadside.
मतलब सोचूं भी नहीं मैं. है? सोचना बंद कर दूँ.
Two players rolling up. The spray down potential, but Wild will fall, and that will be Regnum Kaya out.
It's unfortunate. Half-Life was setting up for quite some time for on Galacticos. Good on them. They stay up. They stay alive. Still 3 strong, mind you. So a chance to take this game is in. But now DRX also getting active. Waybo onto Galacticos up ahead. If I'm DRX, I'm now crashing in onto Galacticos.
Finally, WBG is gonna
they control the entirety of the northern portion of the next stage.
The difficulty is what sort of angles do you expose to the south
side
here.
This
is big saddle that Yangon Galacticos sit in. You can see DRX a little bit hesitant to go for the full send here. They're moving out to the west side as DRX do manage to keep that fight pen on fall. They don't need to full flush. They have control of the north side entirely here. And now they can move back out to this eastern side and start to put pressure down south.
Right, so Team Secret, one alive. Meanwhile, you got a good old-fashioned 4v4. Weibo versus DRX. The overhead view showing you what's at stake. You got a little bit of elevation. DRX is going to be on the high ground. Meanwhile, the snakes in the grass of Weibo slowly inching their way up. The question is, once they apex that hill, is Weibo going to mow them down?
It's all on the smokes here in these final moments as Team Secret losing their final player. Well, hang on a minute. Take it back.
Oi, right में. Cause 1 HP right में.
On the spray down. Finally, all is there.
Order भाई कर देगा.
But now it is a full 4 versus 4. DRX who have moved back out to this north side have it fully under control. There's still an angle played for her on that southeast side.
एक दिख नहीं रहा है. छुप के बैठे शायद. ए बाहर. ए बाहर. अच्छा उधर दूर है वो.
Order. You can't. I was going to say if you can get an off angle extend to the left, but it's a bit too tricky.
Guys, 4v4. Who's gonna win now?
A little bit earlier to take down Galacticos.
Yanbin तो देखो लग नहीं रहा है
मुझे
कुछ.
a little bit of it, so they can
Yanbin
have
में
the
बात
utility
नहीं है.
to apex
Yanbin
that hill
वाली.
onto Weibo just up ahead. But at least the good news from DRX at the moment, nobody from Weibo really has like a tremendous off angle. Maybe
I support order
side, but aside from that, like DRX with their wolf pack, it's going to be tough because Weibo's going to get up. They're going to shoot one. DRX is going to be able to focus fire.
यार वैसे advantage DRX पे है सच्ची बताऊं तो.
Just onto the left-hand side. So honestly, in this position, I think I have to favor DRX.
Choose one building fight, open fight, bro. Open fight.
You can really change the tide of a fight like this, especially on such a weirdly rolling terrain position. If you can create a smoke separation, you have a huge advantage. And you're talking about these off angles; those can be assuaged with good
heart says
play,
WBG, brain says DRX.
It also depends how much utility you've got left in these final moments. You can
As
see,
I always listen to my heart, I'll go with
They've got 9 elims already, but certainly on 33Z, there's no smokes, only 1 nade here.
He's the tip of the spear too. With his forward position, he's most likely going to be the one to attack first. And you need the rest of the rosters out there to help him out from Weibo. Order's going to throw out a smoke. We're now repositioning. He's going to take the lower end for 33Z's. Got a little nade going past him, but he's going to be just fine. Weibo now also in a buggy. They're getting active. I don't know. DRC better be ready for it. Excuse me, DRX. Better be ready for this engagement. Weibo, they're starting to get sneaky.
Playing on in the smoke, he drops that, sits in the back seat of the buggy, can get that little higher ground angle to look for the peak, but DRX know this is what's happening. And immediately these nades respond.
Exactly, मैं बोलने वाली थी कि ये बहुत risky है.
They're like, what's that smoke doing there? What's that buggy doing there? Well, I think we know what we got to do. 3 pins pulled and 1 player falls. 33Z now looking to try and get an answer here. This res is going to be so difficult to play.
They're going to get it. There's no way. Do you fully commit for that?
देखो ये order ने throw कर दिया थोड़ा.
DRX is going to capitalize off of it. They're taking it slow, but once those smoke dissipate, they're going to get active, and DRX takes down yet another one. Another one will fall, and this should be the ending that DRX is looking for.
This is beautifully played by DRX, immediately capitalizing on that knock into the smoke. These smokes bloom on the top of the hill. They create sightline channels that they can play through. There's a res coming through from Weibo, and they do manage to get 3 players back up in an action, but Scissors forward now. 33 spotted.
Mind से ही बोल रहा था. DRX की position better थी.
They were looking for. Her is there as well. Looking for that backup in a 3 versus 2 though. DRX still have the numbers.
DRX has the numbers,
but do they have the wherewithal to figure out where Weibo is going to be up to? It seems like the forces are falling.
बेचारा ही अकेला क्या ही करेगा बे.
Albeit a miracle play. DRX closing the vice grip, pushing forward. Weibo falls, and it will in fact be DRX taking game number
Hyunmin का भाई Hyunmin वही तो.
Coordinated approach, a brilliant read onto Order's buggy rotation, looking for vision, and they will be able to find that knot, open up the bidding on that final engagement. Not enough utility from Wayward to be able to survive that final fight. They've got plenty of points though on the match, and they will be nearly level with DRX to find that one. 16 points for Wayward and DRX up on
EWC music is crazy.
Hey,
EWC को हरवा दिया यार. वैसे अगर सच में हुआ तो नहीं.
Eyes on them today, and well, they look to catch up to the likes of Four Thrives, Alpha 7. In fact, they could have very well taken second place after this game alone. Weibo are no slouches to take that 1v1 and win it. DRX on top.
Absolutely, a little bit of revitalization coming through.
This competition vibes, yeah.
To put a big dent in the necessary gameplay to find it. Well, let's take a breather after that one as DRX are able to take the 4th chicken dinner of the day.
फिर एक बार मेरी एक्स का नाम ले लो प्लीज. आई एम न्यू. हाँ? Bro, I think I forgot the jocks. The match बाकी है, just 2 more.
Reach your impossible, Lenovo Legion.
आपके नाम लेने से वीडियो हो जाता है ना, इसलिए बोला. मुझे फिर भी नहीं समझ में आया यार. शायद मेरा एनर्जी खत्म हो गया है भाई, मेरा अभी दिमाग नहीं चल रहा. क्या नकुल भाई चाहते हो उनके एक्स के साथ बुरा हो? वेरी बैड. यू शुड नेवर थिंक किसी का बुरा. मेरा चाहे कोई कितना बुरा करे, मैं फिर भी नहीं सोचती उसका बुरा. सीखो कुछ मुझसे. आप कब जाओगे रियाज? भेज दो टिकट मेरा, मैं जाने रेडी हूँ. स्पोर्ट्स के लिए गोल्डन ग्लोब्स. हाँ मुझे नहीं पता था. पोलेश्वर बाबा. That's crazy. Entertainment industry. ये आपने अपना नाम IGC के लिए रखा है? Because ये गेमिंग तो नहीं, एंटरटेनमेंट इंडस्ट्री ही है.
Join now and collect the whole series to turn all eyes on the battleground. Event period July 10th, 2025 through September 2nd, 2025.
क्रॉसवर्ड खेलते हैं चलो. अरे अच्छा मैंने बीच में छोड़ा था. I forgot bro. Let's play. अच्छा मैंने गलत गेम चला दिया. मुझे लगा अब ये खेलने नहीं देता फ्री में. I was like, why? Hi Fizan. Let off a little steam, anger. नहीं, किसी को मार के थोड़ा गुस्सा निकल जाता है. Beat. Never mind. सेकंड का स्कर्ट है, मिनी स्कर्ट. नेवर माइंड, दोनों गलत. What a palm tree emoji on Slack might indicate informally. Palm tree emoji? What does that mean, bro? Vent, हाँ, actually vent करना, right? Skirt, iPhone app for jotting. Notepad होता है. और क्या होता है? 7 notes. CEO, CFO और CTO. 8th. CEO, CFO, CTO, Skyfall singer Adele. भैया हाँ, ये और पिंकी ला दो, बहुत है. पॉजिटिव RSVPs. यस होता है. पॉजिटिव RSVPs. डाइस किसका है? 8 क्रॉस. टाइटल. अच्छा, ये टाइटल है. रिक्वायरमेंट्स फॉर पिंक और पर्पल हेयर डाइज. 6th क्या है? स्कर्ट नहीं पता. सेकंड भी स्कर्ट है, 6 भी स्कर्ट है. वो तो like a remark that might elicit a meow. Huh?
There was space around them to actually move and play. They actually spread out. They took control. They had a 3-1 split with an
40
in the field just to make sure things were moving smoothly. And it really
9 across. क्या 9 across? वो तो कर दिया ना.
there was nothing untoward. There's nothing overextending.
Catty. Oh, positive RSVPs क्या होता है? Yeses. Bro, this is seriously yeses. अच्छा, इसने S लगाया था इसलिए. Vacay. Evade. Avoid. स्कर्ट का अवॉइड कैसे होता है? कुछ हाँ. स्कर्ट अवॉइड इवेड हो गया.
इवेड स्कर्ट का इवेड है. स्कर्ट
का 2 स्कर्ट है. चेक 2 डाउन भी. अवॉइड और इवेड दोनों. मतलब नहीं समझा पर ठीक है, कर दिया मैंने. सॉल्व.
एक तो मेरे रैपर वाले ने स्कर्ट, इसका क्या मतलब होता है?
अच्छा, वो वाला है.
हेलो कोई हेड स्कॉट पे. हेलो, एनीवन हियर?
यस. नहीं, बाकी नहीं पता.
हाँ,
मैं हूँ, बाकी नहीं पता.
अच्छा, हे डेफिनेट. अच्छा. और शेरलॉक, मैंने सुना तेरा हाथ वाथ टूट गया.
टूटा नहीं यार, वो रिस्ट पेन था 1 महीने से.
क्या?
टूटा नहीं, रिस्ट पेन था, मसल पेन.
रिस्ट पेन था?
हाँ, 1 महीने चला वो. ज्यादा खेल लिया था शायद.
वालों खेलने से रिस्ट पेन होता है?
भाई पता नहीं है, ऐसे ही हो गया था मेरे तो.
जिम जाना चाहिए आपको.
यही तो नहीं होता.
यही तो करना होता है. होता तो किसी से ही नहीं है वो.
नहीं, मेरे से ज्यादा ही नहीं होता कुछ. मदर मैरी. फेयर नहीं, फेयर ही नहीं है. मम.
हुआ है, आप जब बोलोगे उस दिन मीटअप कर लेंगे।
ये
कभी भी आओ आप मुंबई।
ये पक्का अनरिलेटेड है, पक्का अनरिलेटेड है, हो भी सकता है बट नहीं स्टार्ट हो गए क्या? अच्छा नहीं हाँ ये पक्का अनरिलेटेड आई स्वेयर। मम क्वाइट तुमने सही बताया, मम क्वाइट। और क्या था? प्राइवेट सीक्रेट नहीं, अब मुझे सही नहीं लग रहा है।
तो फिर तो पैसे वैसे नहीं गिन रही पेट्रोल पंप के शर्लॉक?
मैं क्यों गिनूं?
यार तेरा पेट्रोल पंप है, तेरे को पैसे वैसे गिनने चाहिए यार, बैठ के गल्ले पे बैठ के मस्त
बचपन में बहुत किया है, अब नहीं करते।
करना चाहिए, उससे तेरा रिस्ट पेन जाएगा।
यार इधर नहीं है ना पेट्रोल पंप जयपुर में, वरना करती।
तो कोई ना, वहां से पैसे मंगा के फिर गिन ले।
यही काम रह गया, पैसे मंगाऊं डेली। तुम करते हो क्या?
हाँ मैं तो करता हूँ।
अच्छा अच्छा, आज कितने किए फिर?
आज तो कुछ नहीं हुआ यार, 1000 लीटर की सेल हुई है जहाँ तक मेरे को पता है। हमारा वो उस साइड नहीं है ना तुम्हारे जैसे बड़े साइड होता है, हमारा एकदम छोटे से गांव में।
हाँ तो मेरा भी वैसा ही है। तो
चल झूठी,
गांव नहीं है प्रॉपर, नहीं गांव नहीं है बट हाँ छोटी जगह ही है बहुत।
तो दोनों पेट्रोल पंप के मिला करके 2-3 हजार लीटर की तो सेल हो ही जाती, 2-4-5 हजार मिनिमम।
नहीं यार, अब पहले क्या है ना, उस साइड पंप बहुत कम थे पेट्रोल पंप, तब बहुत सेल होती थी, अभी बहुत सारे खुल गए।
5000 लीटर की अगर पेट्रोल पंप की सेल माने, पर लीटर 100 रुपीज मानते हैं अपन,
नहीं होती होगी ना इतनी, वही कह रही हूँ, बहुत सारे खुल गए।
5 लाख रुपए दिन का,
पागल है क्या?
इंटू 30 करते 1.5 करोड़ रुपए महीने का।
काश होता है यार, मजा आ जाते ना।
इंटू 365 करते,
क्रेजी मैथ्स।
ओ इतने सारे पैसे।
इंटू 365 करके रिजल्ट क्या है? इतने सारे पैसे। अमाउंट नहीं आया। बॉल फेयर।
Log in to summon airdrops and collect 2025 airdrop vouchers to enter prize draws for official merchandise, smartphones, BB partner rewards.
कैसे पाजी? समझा नहीं। बॉल फेयर फाउल आउट। हाँ नहीं, बॉल आउट फाउल ठीक है, फेयर कैसे आया? फेयर कौन सा आउट होता है? बट आप कह रहे हो तो सही होगा, पता था मुझे। बेसबॉल कॉल है। अच्छा मैं तो अलग अलग गेम से रिलेट कर रही थी। रुको अब मैं करूंगी। तुक्का मैंने नहीं कर दिया, पता है। ओ ये स्टेट है यूएसए की। क्वीन बी, क्वीन बेड। हाँ ये मैंने एक्चुअली में ये सोच के किया था, आई थॉट मैं गलत सोच रही हूँ। लॉल नहीं, मतलब मैंने पहले सोचा था, इसलिए मैंने इनको अलग रखा। कभी कभी थोड़ा ठीक सोच लेती हूँ बट अंडर एस्टिमेट करती हूँ खुद को। सारा प्रॉफिट थोड़ी होता है, अरे बहुत कम होता है।
चलो हमारी चैट में ओम प्रकाश भाई है, आप वो अभी वो पेट्रोल पंप का ही कुछ कर रहे हैं, तो आपको स्पॉन्सर करना है क्या? वो बोल रहे हो, पूछ रहे।
मैं स्पॉन्सर करूँ?
हाँ वो भी खोल रहे हैं ना पेट्रोल पंप, ऐसे समझ रहे हो?
बोलो भाई, ऑल द बेस्ट भाई, ऑल माय प्रेयर्स विद यू।
ऑल द बेस्ट नहीं, आप स्पॉन्सर के लिए पूछ रहे हैं। लाइक
नहीं आई एम आउट।
इस फील्ड का इतना अच्छा खासा इंटरेस्ट भी है और नॉलेज भी है।
मेरे को थोड़ी है, मेरे पापा को है। मेरे
को भी होगा ना?
कुछ नहीं है।
जो पापा को होता है एक्सपीरियंस,
गेम खेलने के अलावा कुछ नहीं
सबके पास होता है।
गेम खेलने के अलावा कुछ नहीं आता। काश मुझे होता है यार एक्सपीरियंस, मैं भी फिर खुद का एक खोलती पेट्रोल पंप। Why are you so cute? लगता नहीं मुझे, मैं बट मतलब ठीक है, बट थैंक यू। मुझे नहीं लगती मैं, बट
ये 4M वाला सुख है क्या? हाँ भाई वही है ये 4M वाला जिसने हमको कुत्ता बना के मारा था PL 2019 में, वहाँ से खेल खेल के अब यहाँ पे भी कुत्ता बना रहा है। अभी भी IGL ही होगा, पूरा पता है
भाई। गुस्सा लग रहा है अमन की आवाज में। आपने स्टेट वाला गेस कैसे किया था ब्रो? इट इज कॉल्ड हेवी थिंकिंग एंड एकदम सब डिकोड करना, एकदम सोच के एनालाइज करके और फिर ऐसे तुक्का मार देना।
We've seen Alpha 7 holding the riverbanks right now, but what will the desert have in store for us?
That's the question, isn't it? It's going to be a really good time as DRX take over second place after a tremendous win. They've won 2 out of the 4 games today. Question is, what can they do for the first time on Miramar? A map where teams start to wake up, more specifically from the Americas region. Influence Rage do very, very well on Miramar. Alpha 7 as well. I've seen them drop 20 plus elimination games on Miramar. That would be insanity if they do it here. But top 8 is what they're shooting for.
मैं seriously सुना करो मुझे।
But you want to finish off day strong. You want to finish.
Oh, finally Miramar, let's go.
Doing so will then set you up very nicely going into your next group stage matches.
Guys,
standard plane path, which means we
हमारा घर San Martin.
Got to be fairly fair on the start of
I
this
missed
Miramar here. In terms of achieving that top 8 towards the end of this tournament, right? Well, the first
राजस्थान में EWC वॉच पार्टी होगी तो आप जाओगे ना, और जाऊंगा ब्रो, लेकिन राजस्थान में पता नहीं अभी तक। बोलता हूँ तक भाई को, बोलता हूँ एक जयपुर में कराओ इवेंट, या फिर उदयपुर में कराओ ना, उदयपुर में कराते, उदयपुर में
यार जयपुर में कराओ, अच्छा आइडिया है।
नहीं उदयपुर में कराओ भाई।
नहीं जयपुर यार कैपिटल है यार, क्या कर रहे हो?
कोई बात नहीं, उदयपुर अपना लेक सिटी चलो।
अच्छा पहले जयपुर फिर उदयपुर, दोनों
टूरिस्ट सिटी में कराना
चाहिए। अरे दोनों में कराओ, दोनों में कराओ।
एक का पैसा लाइक जो स्पॉन्सर है वो शेरलॉक कर रही है वॉच पार्टी में, कोई इशू नहीं।
क्रेजी
मम्मी देख रही है भाई, उनको नमस्ते बोलो। अरे मैंने गाली दे दी थी 2 मिनट पहले, बोलने का होता है ना ये हर्षित पागल इंसान। थैंक यू आंटी जी, नमस्ते, कैसे हो? गलती से गाली निकल गई थी, आई एम रियली सॉरी उसके लिए। वो थोड़ा सा क्या है, वो छोटा हो ना मैं, तो हो जाता है ऐसा।
For all those rosters who are still up in the air, right, going to their original POI, their landing POI, now have to rotate towards the south, which, of course, you know there's going to be a lot of competition going your way. And so, for Hora Alpha 7, maybe going to run into a bit of a scuffle for Team Vision. They've got the longest travel all the way up towards the top side, but that's just the way it goes. It's going to be relatively slow until the very end. But for DRX, another great position inside stage number 1, which could put them in an amazing spot to potentially win 3 out of the 5 games today.
That would be pretty incredible. And the fact that there's 2 chicken dinners and they're not in first place is kind of miraculous. But, you know, that's just how 4th Thrives like to play it. And 4th Thrives didn't have a great game last time around. So DRX certainly have stiff competition. Let themselves down on those non-winning games, right? And when we talk about averages,
मैंने ठीक है बहुत कम खेला है स्पोर्ट्स, बट जितना भी खेला ना थ्रू आउट Miramar was our favorite map and also our best.
Doing miles for your benefit, of course.
हाँ ठीक हुआ, it's much better. आज सुबह दुख रहा था, but ठीक है।
They would be absolutely
वो कल मैंने बहुत ज़्यादा ही कीबोर्ड स्मैश कर दिया ना वो बॉस को मारने में, जीजी हो गया था।
To earn 12 more points in one match, or you could look to earn 1 more point in 12 matches.
मैं आज भैया को यही एक्सप्लेन कर रही थी कि मैंने, क्योंकि भैया को बोला था कि मैं नया गेम खेलूंगी ऐसा, तो फिर मैं उसको बता रही थी आज सुबह कि वो गेम खेलने में मुझे डिफिकल्ट लग रहा था, क्योंकि हाथ दर्द रहा इतने टाइम, वो बैंड बंधा हुआ था ना, उस वजह से मेरे फिंगर्स मूवमेंट प्रॉपर नहीं हो रहे लेफ्ट हैंड के, तो मेरे से कीज दब नहीं रहे थे, इसलिए मेरे को कल बहुत टाइम लगा वो मारने में बॉस को। मैं सही टाइम पे कीज प्रेस ही नहीं कर पा रही थी।
well, then it starts to dwindle away, and by the time you reach the final game of your group play, now you're in trouble. You've got to go for another Hail Mary attempt.
मेरे को पता है उसलिए पसंद था मेरे को क्योंकि पहले ठीक है मैं उजी बहुत चलाती थी बट फिर मैं वो बहुत चलाती थी यार स्नाइपिंग तो छोड़ दी थी मैंने स्नाइपिंग में एसजी टाइम पे बहुत करती थी फिर मैंने वो छोड़ दी थी मैं डीएमआर चलाती थी बहुत मजा आते थे
I couldn't tell you because I don't even know the difference between a rock and a ficus, man. I get so lost in the conversation.
हाँ ना गेम में अब मिलता नहीं है पहले बढ़िया था
somewhere around there. DRX though, oh, they might have had a central position, but Yangon Galacticos getting aggressive, like Max was saying on the desk, trying to take that from them and immediately taking down one of the South Korean players there, losing, going down to 3. Smiles on the chase as well. He wants more.
He wants more.
दो गेम तो उन्होंने बहुत प्यारे निकाले लेकिन हर बार इनका अर्ली एक बंदा मर ही जाता है
सबसे अनलकी तो वो चल रहे हैं पावर
You cannot take any respite. You cannot
हर
rest.
गेम पहले मर
Keep
रहे
on
हो
going and get out of our location. But the question is, who else is going to be around him? Because this is a pretty tightly contested area. You got YG, you got Reginald. You also have, of course, Weibo, who's going to be just up ahead. Now they're honestly going straight into Falcons, who are going to be just below rolling up into them.
Could potentially be, but we'll have to wait and see. There's still a couple hundred meters out. That backstop for DRX is looking to be maybe contested. You're right, but it seems like they've fallen short. Up in towards Chumacero, which is where
This is match number 5.
Kaya currently sit. They are less likely to be pushing further south, right? They're less likely to be moving up into these hills right now.
मेरा वाला seriously best map bro.
When you know there's teams already in
जितने
there.
maps आए हैं ना इस गेम में कुछ मेरा वाला को कोई close भी नहीं है खेलने में भी मजा आता है देखने में भी
a little bit more pressure there. They'll have the high ground in Chumacero, hopefully under control, fingers crossed. But for now, they're just trying to keep the teams moving in from that north side out and force them into these coastal rotations.
Falcons in a great spot. Looking pretty good. They need a decent game. Feel like they've kind of fallen a little bit behind, but still relatively healthy within the top 9. As we look at their position, the question was, would they be able to see DRX? And they can, way off in the distance, but for the meantime, there's no reason to get antsy. For the teams who are down here towards the island, like, they're chilling. There's no reason for them to engage. There's no reason for them to get too crazy, unless you're trying to, of course, overtake one of the hillsides. For DRX even, despite an early loss, losing a teammate, I would still say they're relatively healthy, right? They've got 3 members up. They're still relatively center zone. For them, no reason to get too crazy. Four Thrives, though, maybe getting into an engagement with Weibo up top. You got IQ, who's already down and out. The question is, Four Thrives, do they challenge once again for the hilltop? No, they do not. They are dipping out.
Alpha 7 are behind this as well, about a kilometer out of this, so it could potentially run into this fight if it carries on. But Four Thrives, you're right, disengage. They don't want this fight. This is a really good opening for Weibo to maybe look to transition to the hills on the south side. It's difficult when you don't know the timing of the teams approaching you to try and establish. And with Four Thrives backing up, they're going to shunt straight on into Yangon Galacticos, who, remember, crashed into DRX earlier on, but they find out just what is waiting for them. They figure it out immediately. They're straight back down the hills.
Straight back down. They see it. They dip away. They're gone.
I forgot ये कितने दिन है?
Don't come back around.
3 दिन है क्या ये वाला? क्या ये group stage हुआ ना एक तरह से? हाँ, group stage ही तो हुआ.
Still very tightly contested. Alpha 7 now starting to get a little bit
active. Group stage 3 दिन चलेगा ना? I think. आज 25th है. 25th, 26th, 27th.
As I just learned from you just a little.
हाँ, 3 दिन group stage, फिर 3 दिन LCQ, फिर 3 दिन finals. ऐसा ही है ना? 3-3-3.
Tightly contested up in the northern side, especially if we have a shift up there. Things could get wild for all the southern teams.
It certainly could. It is going to be the South Chumacero Hills, still the focal point. I'm waiting for this second circle to pop before we go a little bit crazy here, because we do have that potential Partona finish. That Minas del Sur area could potentially be on the cards. It's a little bit unlikely. In fact, I would say bordering on impossible, but it could be the case, right? The second circle shift can be pretty titchy when it comes to the cutout on the area. So we'll see where we end up. We've still got about 20 seconds or so before that one comes on through. And we'll have to see where that drops. Could go over to Los Leones as well, or center up on Chumacero to the north.
Find out very shortly. The arena's set up nicely inside of a compound themselves. Team that desperately needs to finish these two Miramars strong. Take a peek at the map as it will be transitioning very shortly. Every team very, very healthy. We do have a shift towards the south, which is going to be great for DRX. Honestly, even better for Alpha 7 as far as I'm concerned. They've got Horror moving in, but for Alpha 7, DRX, some heavy hitters still looking strong in this next stage.
Bro, इतने छोटे zone में 16 teams.
This South Island, like Falcon try and head on through. It looks like they might be taking.
But Miravan में बहुत hills वगैरह भी होंगे ना.
But potentially could branch out.
Alpha 7 down to Carrillo as well.
Carrillo, I mean, they're moving. Yeah, they're
और
moving.
ये zone में तो शायद compounds भी है.
But it could be a crash between the Falcons and Alpha 7 on this coastline. Influence Rage trying to send
ये उधर edge वाला है.
We will allow them through here.
यार मैं कोई भी गेम देखती हूँ भाई मेरे को इतना खेलने मन होता रहता है मैं पता नहीं क्यों ऐसे.
Fast indeed. Question is, when do they run into each other? Eventually, they're going to have to. Influence Rage still has a lot of distance between them and other rosters. It looks like Carrillo has backed away, by the way. I got a little bit worried because if you go back to the last area we casted, Carrillo was isolated by himself from his teammates, and that was really unfortunate. You don't want to see too many teams splitting up as much as they do. Alpha 7 does have a tendency to do that. Granted, typically they hold their ground, but running into a full-fledged unit of Falcons would have been scary for Carrillo, but they get back together. Here it is, Influence Rage. Ragnum Kaya also going to be very, very close to each other, but for the meantime, it looks like everybody is settling down.
Loxy defending this new roll-up position for Regnum Kaya, all four of them in the same spot. They're going to look to start to extend their influence over the compound, establish some sight lines. Silas now repositioning on the vehicle.
10 minutes and only 2 players abhi tak mare.
Holding out these sidelines.
एक second, हाँ
breaking out back. That's
I
interesting.
thought कि मैं गलत देख रही हूँ.
The teams moving in behind them as everybody's still on this mad dash. Falcons, Alpha 7 still safe from one another for the time being, right next door to each other on the tables as well.
Zone में निकलो भाई क्या उधर रुक के मार रहे हो?
Moving in from the east side slow with Team Secret on their south edge.
Yeah, Team Secret's right next to them. I'm sure this fight is eventually going to conclude as soon as they get closer and closer into the next stage, which therefore opens up a potential for a third party. But for Team Secret, trying to stay as close to the edge they possibly can to avoid any potential shots from AXTMG, which surely are going to be coming through. As far as AXTMG go, where do they really go? I mean, there's not a lot of real estate inside of this next stage. They're going to have to fight, and I think
chat wake up chat
hello. Either go through Team Secret eventually, or I don't know, maybe Fireflux, who's just up ahead of them.
There's also the option of holding and playing for the next circle, the bridge that sits between the South Island and the mainland can play.
भाई INF की position
it does force you into isolation.
इधर कैसे खेलेंगे ये लोग?
Look at what Team Secret are doing right now. On our mini map, we're looking at Team Secret right now because they've just broken down south side to Platona. You can see that rotation led by Zerus on that south edge. They're looking to try and ruin the day for Falcons potentially here. You do have that bridge approach that you can take further into the circle. It pushes further away and keeps that Via de Mar bridge in the circle as well.
What is your favorite compound?
Alpha 7 wants more in the center.
This is getting messy now.
Very messy indeed. And Team Secret, all eyes on them because this is such a unique play. Something I personally wasn't expecting. And they do have a bit of a piece of the next zone if they do go up towards that left side bridge, as you mentioned, and could be the bridge trolls themselves. We focus in on Influence Rage, who is opposite of E-Arena, and also Falcons, who's been standing up against DRX. DRX taking a couple of shots. Save that, get out of the car, and unfortunately Sykes is going to drop down.
DRX का ये तो गया, दो player
The
गए.
question is, does anyone take advantage? Well, Alpha 7's a little bit too far away, so they should
be able to recover,
but my
goodness, please contact
Pazi. Falcon's going to try and take some advantage here. So is rebuffed from the windowsill. Alpha 7 are still taking shots.
पता ही था. अबे मैं कह रही थी पता ही था इन पे W होने वाले गए ये, but ये तो मार दिया.
The Brazilians playing spoiler to the Falcons' approach here. They try and fly on in, but instead they have to divert, head out to the west. But Alpha 7 aren't done. Another volley.
क्या भागे ये लोग?
Going to quite connect on this one, but the damage is done.
Oh my goodness! Oh, and actually still taking damage from a distance, and they're going straight into Hora. As Hora
Hora.
Only one more player remains, and Falcons unfortunately unfurling right before our eyes the first team to be eliminated. And you know what's kind of spooky about that?
आने लगे हैं ना, मुझे पता था.
If they would have stayed right next to Falcons, because they were at one point and going in the same exact direction, the same path, before Team Secret decided to
Seeing Falcons struggle is crazy. मुझे लगा था इधर भी Falcons crazy मारती होगी.
You can see they are now positioned where the Falcons were.
I mean,
they are not playing bad. Towards DRX, depending, or they could just hold in this longhouse, hold in this compound on the edge of the circle, wait for E-Arena to try.
क्या हो रहा है इस मैप में? हो रहा
हो रहा
भाई, बहुत खूब हो रहा.
Spot right now with how central they are. It is only, of course, stage 3, so they are going to be looking to try and hold things down. AXTMG, I think, had the right idea. I don't think Falcons had to move here. I think it was a little bit of a misplay. They felt like they wanted to be more central, and they paid the price for that.
Falcons तो bro काफी like multiple games में top team है bro. तो वही I was like.
Sometimes it doesn't work out, and that's the risk you take when you play against Blue Zone. It will tank damage away. Obviously, at this point in the stage, it's not too bad, but I think Falcons could really feel the pressure. And once they started taking damage, that first initial fight just didn't work out for them. They just went haywire. They weren't thinking things through, and everything went blank. And, well, once they pushed in, they were done. Hora takes them out. Really unfortunate, because Falcons have played so well today. Still in a great spot, though. Don't get me wrong, top 9. They're going to have to finish strong in the final game. I believe in them.
Power now with 3 players forward, 1 on the backstop.
Falcons से तोलिया की भी top team है, हाँ क्या?
Another shift out west means that they
हम
will
team
have to
बनाने
get a
जाते
shift
हैं उनके
on
against हरा
after
देंगे
this
हम.
circle. But they have to conclude first. Power could potentially divert, but they've got Influence Rage to the south, Rectum Kaya at the front. It is really a cage match right now. Any team could look to try and disengage it, though, on those edge positions. Try and get out of the way.
कौन सी skin लगा रखी है?
They take a shot. Again, it's not looking good. Easy falls once more.
Just feel like Power is a team that sits too long. They're too indecisive, and that's what's been doing them in. That's why they're currently in dead last in 16th place. Even in this moment, what do you do? I understand it's a tough spot. Influence Rage on one end. On the other, of course, you've got Fireflux, who's going to be gunning you down. But Power didn't have to be here. They could have made a move. As we do have a zone shift, we still have Team Secret, who could take that left-hand bridge. But again, all eyes on Influence Rage, Fireflux, as well as Power. Power, I can't
bro, rush कर रही Power.
Knock, and they said, well, it's time to go
Power
and go for it. Take down Influence Rage, and well, shots
पूरे
are
मार
connecting.
दिया,
Influence
मार
Rage
दिया.
will fall. That's 2 down.
अच्छा लग रहा है bro. हर बार पहले आउट हो रही थी.
Rampage as easy.
कल चेस देखा था क्या आपने? मैंने निहाल के 2 मैचेस देखे थे, फिर मैं सो गई थी.
They want to take a piece of this pie, but it's just Little Boy remaining. If Power can conclude now, they have a chance against this fight.
Let's go,
Power moving in, trying to take this third party, but instead they just turn, they get a little bit more west, and they're trying to play choke on this fight now. They're trying to slow it down, bog them down towards the blue zone, and take these points.
Power, they can go north, though. They can avoid this entire fight if they choose to do so. E-Arena, though, they most likely want to take this, or they could disengage themselves. Question of what they want, but for Power to push on Influence Rage to the back, they did good on them. I was talking about their indecisiveness. They finally got active, and it paid off. And look at them. They're still alive. They're repairing. They're moving up. This is what we need for Power to turn the tides around.
They are still only on 3 points on the match.
गाड़ी भी रिपेयर होती है.
Carrillo with the roll up. They've been tracking this fight on the mini-map this whole time. AXTMG had tried to do the same thing, right? DRX moved out, who, by the way, are still surviving as a duo. And AXTMG moved in, Alpha 7, same spray down they made onto Falcons, spray down again. They pick up those points, they pick up those elims, and now they're trying to take down the stragglers.
Oh, Weibo on Vision. Go off in a lot of damage, taking it anyways. Order moving through the smoke with the zombie in the night, getting the off angle. He's going to be deadly without question. He also coming up. You got to think Team Vision are about to be put into
even replace tire. Shiro car repair kit in the game. It is called.
On these downs, go for it, boys. Take them out. Get the finishes. You got a Team Vision member off to the edge. 33Z sees Volt, but can't get the shots needed. Volt lives for a little bit longer, but you got to think Weibo in this spot too powerful.
2 players now remaining for Vision in the way. Moving past should be easy for Weibo. They should be able to find these fights, just get these trades. You can't really afford to give too much, though. You're going to have to think about rotating in for the next one. Playing so far to the edge, you need all the mobility you can get. Volt hits the deck, and her can't quite connect the spray down. Has to divert as well. Somehow Never Alone and Volt are surviving this. This is a lot longer than I expected from them. Finally, he's found.
And Alone.
इनको जोन दिखाने बोलो. पता नहीं दिखाई नहीं रहे. मुझे लगा पूरा मैप दिखाएंगे, फिर मैं प्रेडिक्ट करूंगी कि कौन जीतेगा, बट ये लोग नहीं दिखा रहे. मुझे लग रहा है मेरे प्रेडिक्शन से डर गए.
wins a critical fight because now
वो लास्ट गेम के बाद WBG ने कंप्लेन कर दी है कि ऐसा मैप मत दिखाओ, हमें जिंक्स किया जा रहा है, तो मुझे लग रहा है सीन वो भी दिखाया थोड़ा सा। पर्पल गाइस होरा से हो रहा है ये गेम, चिकन हो रहा, होरा का चिकन हो रहा।
For 4 Thrives, Alpha 7 maybe cooking up.
Could potentially be a chance for them to move on in.
Oh, the arena too.
The arena from the south side. It is a shift up towards the north edge. Team Secret, by the way, still going. They rotate out to that south side. Has managed to play well. They have all 4 players. They had a player as a backstop, but they can rotate and regroup. Alpha 7 now in for a scrap. South side will need to leave this position, but they need to fight this out first. Mafioso on the top floor has the backup for the players downstairs, and Tiny K can't quite get any retribution here. Now just 2 players alive in the arena. They're not going to take this fight. They know they don't have the time.
They just deliver 2 eliminations to Alpha 7 and say, okay, that's good enough. We're going to go ahead and dip out for Alpha 7. They'll take that all day, every day. And for E Arena, well, they're still running into some struggles as, fortunately, Terry is going to fall 4 Thrives to take them. Now, the question is, for 4 Thrives, do they have the wherewithal to potentially cut off Alpha 7's rotation? That is a possibility.
It is definitely a chance here, but
they उनको बोल दो अभी मेरे पास टाइम नहीं है खेलने का, अभी नेक्स्ट ईयर इनवाइट करोगे तो मैं सोचती हूँ, ठीक है? अभी के लिए मना करने बोलो। थैंक यू। पाजी देख लेना।
He's opening up the bidding, allowing his team to move forwards, dropping some smokes, expending that utility to allow them a bit more mobility here. The circle isn't going to be on them for another couple of seconds, so they've got a little bit of time to play with. You can see they're moving up towards that road side. They've already cleared out all the teams who tried to backfill on that western edge with AXTMG, with Falcons all trying to make that rotate. They know there's going to be a little bit of a vacuum there, so they know they can be a little bit more maybe risky with that position, with that angle.
We set up the storyline very early in the day for Team Secret. Going south, a good rotation we saw could have happened if they chose to stay neck and neck with Team Falcons. They would have been eliminated. They are still alive and actually thriving as far as I'm concerned. They've had a wonderful day. We'll see if it can continue to get even better. They are tied currently with Galactico in 3rd place, and they've got all the compounds they need in their current location. Now, Joker, he's been a solo for a long time. Carrillo's had him in his line of sights, and you can tell Alpha 7 gets a little bit spooked because they were trying to push up onto the compound of 4 Thrives. Granted, that would have been a risky push, but what kept them in check was Joker from E Arena, who continues to be a thorn in the side of Alpha 7.
The nades keep on going through. AXTMG, eat 2, a big nade on the overarm there. And that is nasty to have found those elims earlier on the replay.
Except AX.
Doing a lot of work
AX
to
तो पता नहीं,
punishment.
but I am this map होरा से होरा.
Coastal road. Falak with the down shot.
होरा से चिकन होरा.
Can't quite connect. Only sees the buggy. Needs to be worried about the further tiered up high ground though. He will retreat. Nice and sensible there from Falak.
Yeah, without a doubt, Falak. Unfortunately, it's easy, right, at times to get tunnel vision.
Chiro is rooting for Hora.
Down and lose your line of sight. Keep your head on a swivel, though. He absolutely does that. For DRX, I don't know how this fight even ended up unfolding. It's kind of awkward at the moment, but I tell you what, for the solo of AXTMG, he's given it to the duo of DRX just up ahead. And well, at this point, right, if you're a solo, you're going for survivability, you're going for any points you can. Basoa says enough is enough. I want to get the finish, but I'm not able to get it, actually. Devo T gets the cleanup and somehow, some way, still swimming, still staying alive, and takes down DRX by himself.
He will have the assist of Team Secret. Off on the way there were those off-angle shots coming on through. A huge amount of suppression being delivered over that way. Really does help him out. But finally DRX full, so 2nd place out. He's behind us, Joker. He's behind. He's got the nade. Got the cook. Oh! Too long on the cook there, and now the nade positions give it away. He doesn't have another one. He's got a Molotov, but will need the spray downs as Team Secret finally start to eat lead.
They don't look at him. Joker could take down the entirety of the Alpha 7 roster. It would be so hard to do. But if Joker gets active,
one of the team founded by CC from Nepal and his channel name go with CR7 Hora. I know, please. मतलब उसका स्ट्रीम मेरे फीड में कई बार आया बहुत पहले, मैंने देखा भी था। सो मैंने इधर नाम देखा तो मेरे को पता नहीं था कि सेम है, बट चैट ने बोला कि इट्स द सेम। तो भाई ये तो क्रेजी है, अगर वो सीसी ने और स्टार्ट किया है एंड वो इधर खेल रही है, दैट्स क्रेजी। आई मीन वो टॉप की टीम है, तो दैट इज लाइक नाइस।
He's tumbling down the cliffside as Alpha 7 get back to their feet. They lost Revo to that off-angle spray down, and that is a big blow to be dealt, but they've still got some life in them.
Or Thrives, can they stay alive? That's the question. They're already in shambles. Carrillo onto Power, and Power's now out. Alpha 7 is this team that miraculously finds ways to get back into the fight with infinite reses, it seems.
They just know how to keep together. They are sticking to it, sticking to their guns, and with 8 elims on this game, Weibo, Regnum Kaya, Nongshim Red Force, the 4-player teams in this one, it feels like they've got a good chance. They are sticking to this edge-style play. I know Seven was talking a lot about how he's expecting them to try and stick to that over the course of this tournament. It looks like it's working out for them here on Miramar.
All right.
रिवाइव करने की जरूरत थी, अरे मैंने देखा नहीं, थोड़ा डिनर प्लान्स डिस्कस हो रहे थे घर पे।
One solo from AXTMG in the water. I don't know how much of an impact he's going to have, but at least against DRX, he was the Grim Reaper and took them down. 4 Thrives currently in first place, but with only a solo remaining, he's most likely not going to be able to do much. So this gives the opportunity for a lot of the teams who are towards the bottom end of the standings now to finish strong and potentially break into top 8.
What they'll be looking for here. On the north side, I'm looking at Weibo trying to get, again, another consistent game, get those points earnings going. Obviously, starting the day a little bit weak, but that's
एक time पे he used to be in my feed every day. I don't know how.
On that northern side, they are fairly alone, fairly isolated as the final player from AXTMG gets spotted, and Mafioso won't let that one go.
मुझे mostly अभी सिर्फ
he lived a long time,
PC
did
games
his absolute
suggest
best.
होते
It was
हैं।
fun watching him do his best.
But
Michael Phelps out there. But
था।
tell you what, for DRX again, taking him out, that's tough. Team Secret still alive, by the way. They haven't done much,
ये नाम
which I'm
सुना
quite
हुआ है
surprised
परिचय।
with, and they've been now currently gatekeeped by Hora, who I do not believe is going to allow Team Secret to rotate out. So I believe Hora going to take them down relatively shortly. I think Team Secret is going to be out. And Hora then has a pretty good amount of real estate on this left side of the stage.
What? That was from Alpha 7.
Huh?
What? That's the all the way on the other side of the circle there.
Yeah, what the heck?
Towards Weibo. Unlikely that this gets flushed out, but Weibo, they're going to be slowed down by this. The circle has moved away from them, and Alpha 7 are a lot closer to it, so a really big pickup here. The
keys actually raid
doing bits.
never helps you, bro.
So you got levels to this, right?
Raid helps if तुम्हें raid वैसे लोगों की आ रही है जो जिनका vibe तुम्हारे stream से match होता हो, then it can help you.
Good on them. They actually make an
But
attempt.
हाँ,
And no
तुम्हें
fear
वैसे लोग
is
सब्सक्राइब कर रहे हैं जिनको
dropped
एक्चुअली तुम्हारे
low,
स्ट्रीम्स
going closer
देखना
and
पसंद ही
closer
नहीं है,
to
then
the
it
edge
does
of
not
zone
help
to
you.
try and commit for an off angle. I don't know if this was intentional. Maybe he fell down, but Jaiki wants to take it to him, and well, no fear's wisely going to go ahead and back away, but that would have been really awkward. And for Weibo, they're setting up for an off angle themselves.
They found that res. They are back as well. Not taking off angle shots. They want to sweep through, control this roadside. I don't expect them to crash down here. I don't think they want to. What they want is to pick up the pieces of this fight, find these third-party fights, find those elims, and try and steal them away. Mafioso spotted by Order in the meantime, but they've got a fight in their own town to deal with. No fear. Still just going for it with the shotgun.
Bro, मेरे को फनाटिक कोच मिनी याद आ रहा था। मैंने सोचा PUBG में मिनी को क्यों याद कर रहे हो तुम? वो क्या करेगा इधर?
They're also in a fight, and utilities starting to come down from, I believe, somebody else off in the distance. Silas, who has so much to gain and earn from PMWC right before your eyes, taking on the entirety of the world up ahead, but the shots aren't hitting.
They're not braining. मैं भूल गई थी कि इसमें मिनी 14 DMR होती है।
They open up the door to take down Silas.
ये लो फिर से गाड़ी बाजू-बाजू चल रही है।
Take him down, fully commit to it. Don't let him get the reses, but Alpha 7 up top are going to take everybody out anyways.
He has to stick to this monster truck right now. It's a slow-moving castle for him, right? As it stands, it just keeps rolling. stolen. It keeps him safe as letting Kaya fall before him. Binny now
last game भी ऐसे था, अभी भी same चल रहा है. Walking
shield. I wonder if Alpha 7 expect there to still be a player behind this monster truck. We'll have to wait and see if they've got that standing info. But now we're down to 4 teams alive. Binny's still going, and he's going towards the circle.
He actually is. This is incredible.
This is so funny.
Continues to squat down. Look, hey, you see it all, PMWC, and we've seen already quite a bit climbing towers, using your portable castle, as you called it, right? Going forward into zone. But for Alpha 7, they are punishing, and they are looking to punish Binny.
He hopped in, he tapped the brake there into the monster truck, so he's stopped dead. Sook gets spotted. That's a big
बैठेगा तो पड़ेगी ना यार उसको.
And Weibo had that ridge line.
Risky है बहुत. अकेला भी है वो.
But they found that opener. The res needs to come through fast for Weibo.
Alpha 7, Weibo, this is it. These are the two teams to win it as far as I'm concerned. Whoever wins this engagement are taking it. Binny might have an impact, but we don't know. But for Thrives refusing to go out, even though he's a solo, he is mighty. Thrives fighting till the very end. And, well, with that elimination also gives away his position, but he's fine. I mean, he's alive. Why did Weibo not capitalize?
I mean, they were all going down, right? They tried to cross the road. It felt messy from Weibo. That is unfortunate. Not what we wanted from them. Up the top now, Alpha 7 have 2 solos to deal with. The circle will close dead center on this one. We're into stage 9, into nearly the 29th minute now. I
thought कि वो वाली टीम के भी 2 है, 40 के नहीं, 40 का भी 1 है.
Knowledge that they have or don't have.
Weird for
भाई इनको ना टीम अप करके उनको मार देना चाहिए पहले. कैसा लगा मेरा प्लान?
But there is still a world Alpha 7 doesn't win this. If things get weird, and Binny is holding on tight to what he's got, and does Alpha 7 know Binny has left this monster?
भाई कैसे लेटा है बे 2 टायर के बीच में?
The 2-player crash that they just did felt like they were rolling onto a solo. They'll know it's 2 solos alive. They'll know where Noki is from the gunfight. It felt like Carrillo and Squash thought that he was in that ditch amongst those vehicles. He was not, and now they're confused.
They are, because they're fully focused on Thrives Noki. Benny, they have no idea Benny's here.
Mafioso.
Oh, Carrillo as well looks to be cooking a nade, going straight. No,
he throws over there for Squash.
Squash is throwing a nade over here. The shot's going to ring out. And Benny's going to be exposed. He's going to get taken down. Mafioso finally hits the shots. And now it comes down to a 3v1.
Noki with a chance here for Thrives, but it is a slim one. As Alpha 7 look to try and maintain their title towards the top spot. It's a battle.
Knock finish कर दिया उसने. Bro.
They want that first place where you're gonna have to prize it from his cold hands. Squash with a chance.
Bro, nice try, man.
Finally finds it, but my
God,
what a run they gave him.
Nice try from Noki.
And you could see the relief.
एक को तो पूरा ही धर दिया.
The new addition to the Alpha 7 roster.
उल्टा वो था भी पता है एकदम डिसएडवांटेज वाली जगह पर था. रिज के नीचे फंसा हुआ था.
From a guaranteed win to just really winning by the skin of their teeth, an unbelievable finish. But
almost निकाल लिया था बे. That was a really good try.
Still for Alpha 7, give them their flowers where flowers are due. That is 2 wins out of the 5 games.
मैं मुझे इसको देख के सच में ऐसा लग रहा है मैं फुटबॉल देख रही हूँ.
They played edge beautifully from the south side. They controlled the rotations of teams like DRX, who are going to be their
Hello, Sohail.
Places. Kissing that
PMWC
logo as well. Defending champs, beautiful stuff. They controlled Falcons in that game. They controlled AXTMG in that game, and they control 10 places.
वैसे तो पता भी नहीं चला ब्रो, हम लास्ट मैप की तरफ आ गए.
Back with the desk very shortly to set up for the final game today.
Carrillo is from Brazil. Bro, I think he should be. He looks like that or Nambi. If it was you, you could have done it easily 1v2. I am honored yaar. Thank you yaar. मैं तो शायद पहले ही मर जाती. यार बेचारा यार, क्या ट्राई किया बे उसने. A7 is from Brazil. मैंने पूछा भी था. देख के पता चल रहा है honestly. Zone. मैंने 3 बार लिखा था. मैंने नहीं देखा. That means तुमने नहीं लिखा.
Dear PUBG Mobile fans, we are delighted to invite you to the 2025
Here after a long time, really.
Cup in Riyadh, KSA. This exciting event will take place.
Bro, this nade shot ये कितनी वो करता है बे? Case opening.
Such as the PMWC,
इतना पैसा आ किधर से रहा है?
Esports passion parachute, and tons more items. Let's check out how you can get all these rewards. During the tournament, go to the Pandora event page via Lobby, Event Center, Esports to join the event. Mormon from SEA, Top from CSA, Pedrinho from the Americas, Silas from the
Yes,
and Prestige from MENA will guide you through the 5 major parts of the event. They consist of tournament celebration, prediction rewards, esports shop, themed outfit, and champion challenge. Join these activities to earn rewards and collect esports tokens to redeem even more gifts in the esports shop. The more esports tokens you collect, the better rewards you'll get. You can get up to 2,870 esports tokens from
Yeah, 40 is playing good.
It takes place from July 23rd.
They're playing good, bro.
And consists of 3 stages that coincide with the tournament: group stage, survival stage, and grand finals. During the group stage, get 20 esports tokens by predicting the 8 teams you think will
चलो बस फट last map शुरू हो जाए.
Each correct prediction will grant you an additional 60 tokens. Make a total of 3, 6, and 8 correct predictions to get 300, 680, and 720 tokens, respectively. You'll get another chance during the survival stage to guess the other 8 teams that will make it to the grand finals. The rewards are the same as the group stage. During the grand finals, you must try and predict the ultimate champion. Just predicting will grant 30 tokens, and a correct prediction will grant 400 tokens. If you're unsure about your predictions, you can let your friends' predictions guide you. Find someone reliable, copy their predictions, and wait to be rewarded.
Any how do you watch Sidemen? क्या पूछ रहे हो?
July 27th, July 30th.
I don't watch Sidemen.
10:45 UTC 0. Rewards are issued the second day after each stage ends at 4 a.m. UTC 0. You'll receive esports tokens based on your prediction results. Note, esports tokens don't expire and can be used in future esports events. Who do you think will be the ultimate champion? Join the 2025 PMWC event and share your predictions. Invite your friends to join the predictions and watch the tournament unfold.
यार अभी क्या कर सकते हैं? मे बी नेक्स्ट ईयर. और कितने मैचेस है? बस एक ही बच्चा है. वैसे थैंक यू गाइज. आई नो a lot of you are watching this only because I am co-streaming. Thank you. W. Hangman हो जाए. हाँ थोड़ा खेल सकते. थोड़ा खेल सकते.
Very high pitch wise. That just came out of nowhere, so that was weird.
But अब तो start होने वाला है Hangman के लिए.
We're being questioned for Alpha 7. People were saying, okay, is this team going to be able to pop off? Is this team going to be able to maybe defend the championship? Are they even going to make it to the grand finals?
मुझे खेलना आता है, मुझे क्यों सिखा रहा है? Dog.
Well, they're beating the
Cat.
slow in the first day.
For sure.
They're beating
भाई
those
बहुत loud
100%.
बज रहे हैं. Pig. Cow. मुझे cow तो होगा नहीं. हैं? फिर क्या होगा? Fox. मैं हमेशा Fox भूल जाती हूँ. Clothes. Clothes में 3 letters क्या होता है? Clothes में 3 T. नहीं, never mind. लास्ट में T है. लास्ट में T किस में होता है? हैट में होता है. स्मार्ट हो तुम ना, सीख रहे हो ना, मुझसे पता है मुझे. नोज. वो फर्स्ट ट्राई में. एनिमल्स 5. टाइगर. टाइगर के अलावा 5 लेटर्स वाला होता है ज़ीब्रा. 5 लेटर्स वाला और क्या होता है? हॉर्स. अरे इतने आते हैं मुझे. पांडा. शीप. अच्छा एच नहीं है. कोआला तो बेयर होता है ना पूरा, मैंने इसलिए नहीं किया था. कोआला बेयर होता है क्योंकि पूरा नाम. यार इतने आते हैं मेरे को. काम करती हूँ ओ. गाइस ओ है लास्ट. सेकंड लास्ट. सेकंड लास्ट ओ है. ओ सेकंड लास्ट ओ है. गूज हो नहीं. अच्छा गूज में तो फर्स्ट सेकंड और थर्ड होगा ना. स्टूपिड भाई, क्या स्टूपिड हूँ मैं यार. 4 नंबर पे वो किस में आता है यार? ये तो टफ क्यों है? हिंट ले रही हूँ मैं. आर यू श्योर? What? B से स्टार्ट हो रहा है guys. Bison. Oh my god, ये टफ था. ये टफ था. ब्रेड. फ्रॉग. फ्रॉग नहीं है. लायन. लायन भी नहीं है. ओ सेकंड में है तो फिर गोट. गोट भी नहीं है. चू. नम 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 नम. फोर. फोर वर्ड्स. फाइट नहीं है. फाइट नहीं है. राइट. ब्राइट. ब्राइट वर्ब होगा क्या? नहीं, ब्राइट वैसे वर्ब नहीं होगा मेरे हिसाब से. होगा क्या? हो सकता है, मतलब मुझे नहीं पता. O E. ये क्या है? They're making an anchor point, which is very standard for this level of esports. This is the standard.
3-1 split as an anchor, but they're using it to actually kind of hedge their bets and go, oh, we're not
एच होगा इसमें मुझे फीलिंग आ रही है गलत फीलिंग आ रही थी
it's a little bit odd for me. They did make a really nice
लिट नहीं ये क्या अच्छा लिटर बन तो रहा है नहीं अगर लिटर होता तो यहाँ पे टी आ चुका होता लिटर नहीं है लिटर होता तो गाइस टी ये भी अनलॉक हो जाता पहले ही हो जाता टी नहीं है लिस्टर भी तो होता है कुछ अबे वेल डन हो गया है तो क्रेजी लिसन था but it wasn't so tough
they did lose a few time points maybe it took a little bit longer but that initial trio push was fine they did that either swimming or on a boat I'm not sure which
लिसन दिमाग में ही नहीं आया सेम शार्क नहीं है शार्क और क्या होता है इससे थर्ड पे ए है फर्स्ट पे एस है देख स्नेल किचन टूल नाइफ किचन में एक्सपर्ट हूँ मैं ऑरेंज बनाना रीड
okay so wow sorry hang on DRX coming in with 19 elims with 2 wins Alpha 7 with 2 wins 34 eliminations is a crazy stat to have
yeah I mean we did see only one place
draw
there's a little bit of a scary prospect here as we go to the second page and it goes away
see what I saw there too from power are just maybe in this last match you're going to be able to clutch up some plays
mythology Zeus Odin इतना ही आता है लोकी Thor
That's it, yeah. Falcons punished, right? And I think I look at them to potentially be the team to make an impact. What would have happened if they didn't run into?
कोई नहीं टेक्नो स्ट्रीम देखो चिल कर लो
Tried to full send it into the zone, and well, I think they could have made a deep run. After all, this is the first time Team
वो स्टार्ट नहीं हो गाइस और कौन होता ऐसे होता था कुछ तो मैं भूल गई एरीज यही भूलती हूँ मैं हमेशा पिछली बार भी यही आया था मेरी टाइमिंग देख रहे हो परफेक्ट टाइमिंग बोलते हैं इसको परफेक्ट
Unfortunately, they're not going to have the opportunity to see all of our beautiful players there.
Zone, तुम क्यों लिख रहे हो? तुम वो तो डेल्यूलू है. What's wrong with you?
Into the plane, heading on over Miramar from Tierra Bronca over towards La Guerra. You can see those overall rankings as well on the left side.
Another W map.
Back over on the desk, and they were gambling to get through it. But we get a little bit more of a leisurely pace to look at this one.
That's it. Alpha 7 taking first place is huge for them. You know, during the America season, I felt they dropped the ball. I really did. Third place, barely making it through. A North American roster of the Wolves with Coops and Co. Like, nearly dethroning the previous Esports World Cup champions. So Alpha 7
AX किधर है? रियाद में खेल रहे हैं इवेंट में.
To my mind, with a lot of questions, which have now been answered. Are they going to perform well on that stage? Well, absolutely the case. They've won 2 out of the 5 games today. They could very well go 3 out of the 6. It's absolutely a possibility. And a Korea leading the charge of most nations is really awesome to see because you already know Squash is going to perform perform well in the elimination category. He had the second most eliminations during the PMSL America season. Then you also look, of course, on the opposite side, you have Revo, who you know can slay out. Yeah, he's a little bit quiet today, but make no mistake, he's always going to be that guy. And the Mafioso with the highest damage.
10th number
three dominant players who are controlling the stat lines across the board.
Absolutely, you've got to look out for them. You got to make sure that you are ready for it. And are we going to see any hot drops, any early elims here? It looks fairly disparate between all of our teams right now. Maybe potentially over on the southwest side, Yangon Galacticos and DRX could come into conflict. But other than that, oh, El Pozzo, Alpha 7, Falcons.
That's interesting, isn't it? Alpha 7 Falcons. You've got one who won the club championship trophy from an organizational standpoint. Got Alpha 7 who are looking to reclaim the throne, and we're already getting it underway. But I love Falcons' elevation.
There are 2 more days.
He's got to focus down
low.
The question is, does he have his head on swivel? Yes, he does. And he'll know there's going to also be a Falcons member up top. But I think Carrillo, he's going to have to fight hard out of the spot. If he doesn't, he's down and out.
The strategy I think Alpha 7 want to go for here is dissuade this fight from occurring for as long as possible. You see the 2 players behind, they're going to be looting through, they're going to be gathering a lot of resources, and they are so important in these early game fights. Find first aid, you're basically a god on these hot drops. So they're going to be looking to try and find that. Falcons a little bit more crunched in, a little bit more penned in by Carrillo's forward position, aren't going to have as much of an opportunity to go for that util, to go to find those meds, those stims, those things that can really change the tides of these fights.
Ralph, Narvalo, I mean, just so much going in the way of Team Falcons. I think they're looking great, I really do. And honestly, this fight should stalemate. If I had to guess, I don't see the reason why either one would want to really go at it this early on, especially when they understand what's at stake. The final game of the day. But let's face it, Team Falcons losing this is going to hurt a lot more than Alpha 7 losing this, right? So Alpha 7 can go in this fight kind of free and clear. They know they're well within the top 8. For Team Falcons, they're not. They need a solid ending to day 1.
They definitely do. It is, as you say, something they can't afford to let slip from them. Just like Falcons are going to continue. I mean, a fight for El Pozzo.
Between
these 2 teams, seems like they're fairly committed. Valor grabbing a little bit more. It's burning time for this looting phase as well, which is what we always talk about when it comes to these hot drops, especially on Miramar. Rotations take a little bit longer. You do need to get on the road as fast as possible. Mafioso thinks he's got enough to be getting on with. Does have a med kit in tow.
This is the last match for today.
High ground unchallenged.
Then it's good night.
First shot. I thought the first shots were about to ring out. Mafioso, good trigger discipline, because the question is,
and we have him already at that crazy.
So if they go to let's say Falcons get a knock on Alpha 7 and they go to transition right to capitalize on that down. Mafioso could be the thorn in the side of Falcons rotation.
Oh, hang on a minute. Influence Rage. Trying to rock up to Team Secret. They say no, thank you. We're keeping our teammates safe, thank you very much. And that's 2 knocks already sent back their way. There's 1 player knocked off in the distance, but we saw they had the guard on. And now it's Lorazin and Lil Boy both looking to try and get away from this. They're not going to re-engage. They're just giving up the ghost. 2 of their players down, and they're even going to allow this Reds to come through.
Yeah, I think Influence Rage for them backing away with the 2 players. Hey, that's probably the play. There's been a large conversation, at least in the Americas region, and I want your opinion on it. Is it worth it to just full send with your remaining 2 players, your remaining solo, and try and go for the eliminations, or live to fight another day? Because there are some opinions that it's much better to just full send and fully commit. Even if you're the first team out, it's a better option than just surviving for another engagement.
Well, take a quick look at that replay. That was a pretty sick mow down there with the X2.
But काफी similar है
certainly you could argue either way. The question is, as it comes to with all decisions, I think in PUBG Mobile, is what is the expected value of a play, which means on average how many points you get for a play like that. Is it easier to make, say, 2 points and lose the fight?
Sure.
In that engagement when you go in 2v4, or is it easier to try and live until 6th, 7th place as a duo, right? I think that it's a lot more predictable to be to earn that sort of placement points in that strategy. So for my money, I do sort of favor. It depends. Obviously, everything always depends.
Falcon.
But
It was nice
For
to
my
have
money,
you.
I think that the disengage is the correct
See you
play.
in
there.
I think so too, and I was trying to explain that because I'm like disengaging, getting additional points when you know
I'm
you're fighting for a
supporting
championship
Horra.
here. You're fighting for hundreds of thousands of
Horra.
dollars, right? Literally life-changing money. Why not stay alive? Why fully commit when you know you're just going to be a martyr, right? I don't think there's any point in that. There are times, like you said, it's situational, and that's the beautiful thing about BRs. It's a beautiful thing about PUBG Mobile specifically.
Yeah.
Every fight is different. Every engagement is different. No map is the same. Yeah, you'll have similar situations, but every single time you drop into Erangel, Sandhawk, Miramar, you can't expect the same result that happened in the previous maps.
Absolutely not. I also think that there's several factors that come into play when it comes to the it depends side of the argument.
support
One, the length of the tournament that you're playing in, because if you're playing high volatility strategies, you can take those into a longer form tournament and be a lot safer, right? Because on average, it's going to bear out earning the points, right? Sure, maybe
अच्छा कुलदीप और कुछ कुलदीप.
But 1 out of 5 times, all of a sudden, hang on a minute, I've got loads. But you don't see those 5 opportunities in a short form tournament. So for 12 matches, you do want to take a little bit of a safer route. And it goes back to what I was saying about earning 12 points in one map versus 1 point in 12 maps. It's the same impact on the table either way. And when you shrink that tournament size set, those lower volatility plays, those more certain plays, become more and more valuable.
Bro, scared now of Shiva Panoti ho.
In terms of points.
Looks like Alpha 7 finally striking first onto the Falcons roster. Mafioso will drop 1 for Falcons. Not a guaranteed cleanup, I don't believe anyways. I take a big no. So Falcons going to have a downed player. That fight's still going to be extended. You've got a couple of rosters, you know, kind of close, right? Horra could be moving in. Maybe the duo from Influence Rage for the third party. But as the zone starts to shift in just a couple of seconds,
nice.
Gotta ask ourselves, does Falcon and Alpha 7 finally have to give up the siege? Oh my gosh, absolutely they do.
Okay, we're over to the Chumasera Hills, again a little bit further north than we were last time. This is going to be a mad dash. Right now, there are no players on the south side of Chumasera into those hills that we were witness to the last match. Now, who's going to be able to get there? DRX on a wide swing. It looks like AXTMG. Completely got the acronym there. AX
TMG, baby.
TMG going to be heading into the east edge of Chumasera. Those hills down to that side. A lot of teams descending just straight into that urban environment. But I feel like DRX have the right call on this one, heading further south and into those hills.
That's exactly what they're going to do. DRX, a team, a shining star, really, of day one. Yeah, 3rd place currently, but at one point was well within 1st. And you got to owe that to, obviously, their winner chicken dinners. 2 of them today only matched by Alpha 7. And Fireflux kind of, you know, poking the bear a bit onto Power. Power says, go ahead and back away. I've been waiting for this roster to wake up. I will say, and again, I give them credit. I know they're in last place, but watching them get more active on Influence Rage in a map previously excited me and showed to me Power is willing to make moves. They just have to fully commit to it and make that play call. But when they do, they can show that they can win fights. So for Power, I'm not giving up on them yet. I still think they're a talented roster.
Yeah, absolutely. It is just a question of delivering on that talent, right? And in a lobby like this, it doesn't mean you're not talented if you're not doing well. It just means that you're not up to that standard of the rest of this phenomenal lobby, which, you know, we have seen some pretty excellent plays coming on through. Teams are looking to start to break past these boundaries. At the end of this match, it will be 6 matches played, and you're hoping that you're going to be somewhere in that 42 to 48 point boundary to stay up to scratch with that top 8 bubble. At the end of the day, overall, they should be looking in that sort of ballpark. Obviously, 80 points is where that bubble should be, in towards that 8th place at the end of all 3 of our days of games. But getting half of that done in your first day, that's great news. The more you can do, the better. So for Alpha 7 for 4 thrives, they have already managed to pass that metric. You can bet that they'll want more, though.
Alpha 7, Falcons, Influence Rage on rotate towards the south, getting to the next stage. Falcons had a down player earlier. Mafioso managed to get a drop, but you notice they are now officially 4 strong. Falcons, them to fight yet another day. The blue zone's not going to be too much, and I believe everybody's going to come in relatively unscathed. The question mark I do have, however, Falcons and Hora, because they're relatively close to each other, and Falcons are going to skate just by them.
Still not quite fully in conflict here. Hora could potentially
A7 तब से घर पे चढ़ी हुई बैठी थी, अभी रोटेट कर रही है.
Had a hard southeast shift, but we do
Bro,
go
but एक भी
further
team
up
बाहर
north.
नहीं हुई.
I mean, this is good for all the teams that sent in towards Chumacera. It helps them out a
Whom
little
do
bit.
you have
DRX,
winning,
it looks
guys?
like they're going to try and rejoin that
Bro, I feel
massive
so
team
bad
in the
for
center.
Power
But that
Esports.
conflict on the west that you spoke about just before their reflections is going to
उनका
pop
एक
off.
गेम तो
And at the
अच्छा
moment,
जाना
it
चाहिए.
looks like Hora
ऐसा
are going to
अच्छा
be
नहीं लग
kept
रहा है
up
मुझे
first,
को.
but Redox doesn't look super healthy.
बेचारे.
Will get knocked in turn.
Yeah, you got No Fear, who's also down. Jiggle from off in the distance. Falcons look to be winning this in style. Granted, one
अरे
player
Hora
down, and
को
they're
लपेट
not
लिया.
out just yet. In fact, they look like they're trying the dip, which means they're going to
Nice
be leaving their
try.
teammate to bleed on out, which is so unfortunate for Hora. Putting up a wonderful fight, and Falcons are feeling the heat.
Sleepy able to spray them down.
Ganturia कौन है बे?
Staying as live as 4, with Novalo getting felled as well by 4 Thrives. This is disastrous for the Falcons. They couldn't afford to have a bad game. They weren't able to leave so uncontested, and they are now flagging horribly. They are not going to be able to earn a lot of points on this map, and it looks like they're going to be ending their day on 22 points. Alpha 7 have taken a knock over towards Carrillo in the meantime, but they are looking a whole hell of a lot healthier. Unfortunately, there's an IQ nade sent over the top. Is it going to connect? Doesn't look like it's going to find that knock, and will be allowed to find the res for Carrillo.
4 Thrives, they got history, but hey, there's even a third party off in the distance. Things are getting spicy. To be expected on the final map, teams are fully committing. IQ finishing off Revo, that's going to hurt. Typically, the lead slayer for the Alpha 7 roster, Mafioso also gone, and just like Falcons, same fate for Alpha 7, it seems, right? Both of those rosters started at a standstill. We thought they were going to explode into an engagement. It doesn't happen. By the time they have to shift all the way down south, well, they run into some issues. Our top rosters, unfortunately, falling a little bit early. And for Alpha 7, time is running out for them to get their last teammate back onto his feet. I just don't think it's going to happen. It's most likely going to be a solo trying to take on the world.
Same story for Falcons.
Both of those two teams too slow off the mark, the hot drop.
That was terminal for them, and Koa will go down on a rotate. Team Secret plays spoiler on that rotate from the north side to Alpha 7. Without the influence of Team Secret there, it would be a different story. It would have been a fairly even fight, I feel, between them and 4 Thrives, but it was not to be. They were too slow off the mark, and the circle continues to push us ever closer to the center here. I'm looking at teams in Chumacera. I think they're not going to have an easy time getting out of this one, but these hills hold a lot of nooks and crannies, so potential to play snake, to play slow,
if you
try and
put
survive
onion,
as
then I muka you.
Relatively soon, Vision. Not a bad day from them per se, but still finishing this game off would feel great for them, of course. And they've got to now travel once again further in, and well, they're going to have to cross paths with AXTMG, which is not going to be a good feeling, because I do think
bread paneer pakora, no, only bread pakora.
Depending, you got a lot of company in that one area. For example, right, you've
bread
got
pakora, best pakora. I want to no, you don't want it. Trust me, you don't want
finally
it.
starting to lay down some bullets downrange onto the Vision roster, who have to make a decision: swing wide or go straight in.
They can't stop off in that building because the blue zone will push them out. Meanwhile, over in Chumacera, Fireflux are trying to go into the middle. They are heavily punished for it, but not getting knocked just yet. There is the push coming on through as they will crash straight into Tacticos here. They're not going to get any further than that. Scarface flushed out. Fireflux tried it, but they weren't able to get much more than that single knock onto Smile.
All the teams we knew crashed into this area, now forced to fight against each other. And if you're looking at the perspective, of course, the Fireflux, well, they're still taking a bit of damage. They're in shambles with only a duo left.
Only see happiness.
Also have, of course,
bread pakora, very happiness wala pakora.
It's going to be a tough one, but you would have to expect that. Going to these compounds this deep in the zone, you understand and fully know it's going to get active, it's going to get busy. You need to be ready to fight.
Vision rotating down to this south side now. They go for a wide sweep out wide. It's one of the decisions they had to make, and they have gone up towards Chumacera. Look to go downhill off of this one. Where DRX started to play, they are going to look to push in from this south edge.
Hero
DRX
Pakoda,
already much more central here. I like this from Vision. I feel like potential misstep from the teams who pushed all the way into Chumasera.
वो भी onion वाला.
And could be a little bit of an open run for Vision where it didn't need to be for those teams who will now feel that threat from the south.
But I still feel, even with that early pressure from AXTMG, you got to appreciate Vision still staying alive despite them being spread out. I thought it was going to be a lot worse than what it ended up being. Squash, unfortunately, last alive from Alpha 7. We talked about it, and, well, he's going to try and survive as long as he can. But for 4 Thrives, they're looking to put the final nail in the coffin, and IQ is looking straight at Squash.
Bro, why they not show Hora? I want to see Hora.
The boogeyman of Alpha 7?
Could be. I mean, these guys came in. They're hugely popular. They've got a lot of support. Now they got the numbers to back it up here on the global stage. It is really good to see.
Nice driving, bro.
Coming through for the CSA region, having a massive impact there. Looks like they want to have that repeat performance, a real breakout show from this roster from Pakistan. And they're having a great time with it. In the meantime, on the inside,
life is only Jim and Died. Bro, I'm proud of you.
Red Force, again, same story as Falcons, closing down the day. They want to do so strong, but they've only got 2 players remaining. Sure, they're on the inside glut of teams in Chumasera, but you've got to question their point scoring ceiling in this situation.
Yeah, but the tough thing for them is you got E-Arena as well, who's off in the distance, and they're third partying. So there's no safety net. There's no way to feel comfortable, even if you're trying to peek out a window, because, well, E-Arena is looking to gun you down. For Team Vision, still scouting, still thinking, how can we get involved in this next stage? Well, there's your answer, and they got to go forward. Now, for DRX, once again, they have to relocate. When we started off the narrative, DRX was in a great spot, but every single stage shift, they've had to rotate up. And now the job gets even more difficult because you got to go through Weibo. You've got to go through another roster, of course, of Nogsham Red Force, who is now getting third party by E-Arena. Then you have Galactico, too. DRX swinging left, maybe swinging wide where Hora is currently positioned. Is that a realistic option, or do they have to go forward straight into the other rosters?
It's such a difficult decision. I feel like fighting through these urban environments is always really difficult, especially with the road that's on your screen right now being as bad as a river in terms of getting across this one. There's so many teams in the circle on the far side of it. You have to think, maybe try and go around, right? Maybe try and sweep out wide, take a fight on an off angle, and try and play that west side against Hora, potentially one of the options there. But they've taken a knock, and that is, again, just going to slow DRX down. It's going to make their lives a lot harder towards this next rotational set. But all of those teams in Chumasera should hopefully keep each other busy. Squash, in the meantime, trying to ply his trade, but it looks like IQ has his number.
That's right, IQ's been keeping a close eye on him, and is ultimately going to get the elimination.
You had your dinner,
He was rotating over to seal the deal. He's still angry that he didn't clutch up that final player in Squash.
उसके friend की party है, so he said कि आज order करके खा लो. मैं नहीं बनाऊंगा.
Boiling for some time. Vision was just on the outside looking in. XTMG effectively held them back. Vision then went for a bit of a reset, but now it's no longer time to sit onto the sidelines. It's time to push up because this compound is valuable and both teams want it.
Although आज मुझे भूख नहीं है, so I wanted to eat something light.
But E-Arena are just
फिर order तो भाई कुछ ज़्यादा चीजें होती नहीं हैं.
Full force, and the fight
sadly.
really set off right now. Engaging at this stage could just draw Team Vision into that backfill counter. That might
आप लेने क्या ऑर्डर करोगे यार? ऑर्डर सिर्फ पिज्जा ही होता है, क्योंकि मैं ज़्यादा चीजें खाती नहीं हूँ. छोले भटूरे पसंद है, बट वो आते आते बहुत ठंडे हो जाते हैं क्योंकि बहुत दूर से आते हैं, तो मैं ऑर्डर नहीं करती हूँ. तो ऑर्डर के लिए लाइक ज़्यादा ऑप्शन है नहीं. मुझे आज कुछ हल्का खाना था. सबवे खाने मन हो रहा था. I mean, वो उतना हल्का नहीं होता है, but मेरे appetite के according हाँ. इससे क्योंकि पेट ज़्यादा नहीं भरता. कुछ मत करो मैगी बना. I don't like Maggie. यार सबवे better, but सबवे order नहीं करते हम लोग, तो जाके लाना पड़ता है.
The remainder of this XTMG roster, who has 3 members, so it's going to be a good old-fashioned 3v3. The thing is, the longer this extends, the more opportunity for Power to move up, maybe even another roster third party. And then at the end of the day, worst case scenario, you both end up cannibalizing each other, and then now you got to fight the rest of the roster with a solo or a duo. But either way, the fight must happen, and the fight continues.
The next circle just about to pop, and it will move away from the compound, meaning that this fight
Subway में वो sauces बहुत कम डालते हैं, and also
I feel like that's exactly what
मेरा भाई मेरे लिए वहाँ खड़े होके बनवा के लाता है कि गलती से एक भी प्याज का टुकड़ा ना आ जाए. So yeah. You know how to drive? I knew, but I don't drive. What time हो गया?
They're changing their tune once more. Never alone. Also breaking out with a bold push to an open
I used to drive एक time पे regularly, but फिर
Could have
मैंने
been
छोड़
nasty.
दिया.
In the meantime, over on the northwest side, IQ from 4 Thrives has been found, and they're now down to 2 players.
Yeah.
Leaving Aura
Why you hate
with
Onion?
the
Because
advantage
it's
of
you.
numbers. They've moved 3 players forward. You can see no fear
I'm
on the back,
vegetarian,
looking for
bro.
that backstab.
Yeah, it's T24. He's the thorn in the side currently of the roster of 4. No fear trying to take him out. Finally, Vision as well as AXTMG start to unfold. Henry is down. Bolt swings wide. Takes down yet another member. The cleanups are in, I believe. One solo remains. I don't know where that XTMG roster, or excuse me, it's Aaron. He's going to be off in the distance to the south of Vision. The question is, why was he so far away and not helping his roster? Because based off of what I'm seeing, he had a beautiful off angle, but he had zero effect.
I'm vegetarian, yeah.
Available to him.
Deep dish खाया ये क्या होता है?
That impact against someone who's pushing
I'm
so fast through
vegetarian.
those tight corridors.
I don't eat
know which wing
non-veg.
they're
I
gonna
don't
get
eat
towards.
onions.
Could have potentially been played a little bit better.
They
but in the
both
end,
taste very
has to
bad.
back off. In the
Both
meantime,
you.
a lot of teams are suffering now as they're having to move through, past, around, any way to get past Chumasara.
Deep dish pizza, never
Looks like
heard of
DRX
it.
are going to break out west. They're not going to go through. They're going to float up towards where Horror
What
were.
happened?
They've given ground a little bit on Horror's side.
AX3 dead, only one alive.
DRX actually looking pretty tasty. They could
मेरी
potentially
होरा
strike
से
out all the
होरा.
way along it if they want to.
Yeah, they could, and I think it's going to be necessary because
Arjun
this
Jain,
fight against
guys,
Galacticus is
every
not
person
going
who
to
doesn't like to
easy.
eat onions
They
is
already got
not
one down, like
Jain,
you said, back
guys.
on the feet, though, for DRX.
Please, bro,
They're
it's
gonna be a
2025.
Galacticos is looking
Please.
straight at them. There is an opportunity.
It's 2025,
if
come
a
on.
third party comes in onto Galacticos from the likes of
मैं जिस community से हूँ, जिस caste से हूँ, इसमें non-veg सब खाते हैं. ठीक है, प्याज व्याज कुछ नहीं होता, प्याज भी बहुत खाते हैं, non-veg भी बहुत खाते हैं. It's just me who doesn't like both things.
Takes a little bit of damage, but gets the finish nonetheless. There it is.
And Horror now down to 1 player alive. They had 4 on that angle, but DRX moved up. They got a knock and a flush, I believe. I don't know where all of their players went down, but we just saw that 4 Thrives kept it together towards the top side of those tables.
You eat Ghasfus like goat, that's why you are good.
Teams, they've managed to now get ahead of this Chumasara rotation. The flank out to the west, unchallenged anymore by Horror.
Oh, you are the exception. Yeah. Every case, everywhere I go, I am the exception for some reason.
When it comes to the shots that they can
मतलब बचपन में खाया था, हाँ खिलाया ना. बचपन में सब्जी बोल के खिलाते थे मेरे पापा मुझे कि सब्जी खा बेटा. फिर जब मुझे पता चला ना कि क्या है, I was like, नहीं खाऊंगी मैं ये. ऐसे हुआ था. सब्जी बोल के खिला देते थे मुझे.
One of the things we
कह रही है
discussed
सब्जी
was
है.
they're in third place with 2 wins of the day, and that means because they're not necessarily slaying out per se, but this game could be incredibly valuable based off of their positioning. Now, I do want to say rest in peace, right, to one of our rosters, 4 Thrives, who is out. I feel like they put up a wonderful fight and a good engagement against Alpha 7 a little bit earlier, but they exit a little bit earlier than they were wanting in our final game of the day. But yeah, at the moment, I think DRX are in a great spot. The question is, though, for Galacticus, how can they get out? Can they effectively leave? Because I think DRX...
तुम्हें कैसे पता बे? Hello?
Might just be.
अच्छा शायद मैंने stream पे बताया
with 4
होगा.
players, Alhaji wanting that res, it will be enacted right now. Ragnar brings him back to his feet, and they will play on us 4. Fidan now on the top ground as well as they open up with Ragnar finding a shotgun shutdown onto NC2. They now have only 2 players to worry about. They have to conclude this fight fairly quickly.
Same
You can see the circle now
just starts
closing. It forces the issue of this fight. It's easy. Can't quite hold his nerve. There is a trade though. And Tony K wants to try and find the points where he can as Fadan looks to shut it down. Easy's out, but now in a 1 versus 3, they look to try and extract themselves, but Tony K has more to say. Will fall as 2 players now remain. Can they get this res in time? I don't think so.
I don't know. It's going to be close, but they're going to try it, even picking them up, throwing them potentially in a car. You want to get your man back into the fight. They won the compound that they've been looking at for the longest time. Question is, will they have an effect in the late game? Meanwhile, we focus our attention onto Regnum Kara. Silas, again, so much for him in this tournament, going against Sleepy, who backs away, but the nade takes a little bit. Buggy, I believe, is now gone, and Sleepy, just a narrow bit of health, and this next nade should put him in the grave in an absolute
beautiful overall there from Regnum Kaya to keep that north side clear. DRX, though, still execution rolling downhill. As they haven't quite managed to find Yangon Galacticos, but nobody else is making their way out of this one either.
I don't like the taste and smell of
onion. Making his progress, but already taking damage. That could be from across the way. You got Team Secret off in the distance, potentially third party, but Romeo is shut down. Such an advantage on this high ground.
I think this is going to be the end.
DRX
you
is
have
winning.
Really nowhere to go, and DRX are all focused on you down below. And this is such a power spot that's been set up a little bit earlier in a future stage. You know, you look at where DRX is currently at in the standings, what they could potentially do in this moment.
DRX
yes, they
is
lost
winning
a player,
this.
but they're taking down the big dogs.
But
do they get television? Because my only concern is Silas is also in the distance, and there is a chance potentially he's able to third party from where he's currently at. But in the meantime, DRX can't really worry about that. Gotta focus down low. Yangon Galacticus could very well put DRX in a winning spot.
हाँ ना ये फेजर ऐसा ही है अभी क्या बोले इसको कुछ कर नहीं सकते अभी फिर बोलेगा 4 दिन
He's going for it.
These teams will be the teams to try and take that fight. Silas, with that big flex out, doesn't want to overcommit though, and I think that's wise. He did look for it, but won't get himself in too much trouble here.
Still felt there was an opportunity for Silas maybe to get some pop shots,
Sherlock had orange
honestly not a bad
2019
play like you
है
said.
ना?
Disengaging.
I also think
Silas
the same.
might be coming back and doing so in the vehicle, even if he, yeah, they're fully collapsing. So now that you're so focused on YG, DRX is now getting better. The vice grip is closing. YG are taking damage. And DRX is pushing down. Yes, they'll get the eliminations, but now they've got the low ground. And the question is, will they get punished much like they just did the YG from Regnum Kara?
भाई वो लोग नीचे क्यों आए?
Up on the high ground.
अच्छा उनका एक player है.
Regnum Kaya, because that
उनका
high
एक
ground
player
is not
ऊपर
fully
है.
under
फिर
control.
ठीक है.
They don't know.
I thought सब
Two
कूद
players
गए.
from DRX have dropped down. They know that a fight has concluded. They're sure.
आज मामा
Mancap
का
is
birthday
also
है
a
हाँ.
thorn in the
आज
side
मामा
of
का
this
birthday.
position, and DRX need to be careful here. A misstep, and they lose a player, and that could be devastating. A nade in hand for Mancap, and there's a lot of damage being poured on in. Team Secret are here to play as well, and they can't quite get
DRX
back
को
up
नीचे
towards the
आना
top.
भारी पड़
Spotted,
सकता है.
and the nade no longer an issue. 3 teams remaining. It's Team Secret. It's
Even though
DRX and
एक
Regnum
ऊपर है,
Kaya.
but
That's
still.
it. You've got all 3 teams with
Wasn't
3 members
that a
alive. It's
better
anybody's ball game
position?
without question. Team Secret, a win here would be tremendous. We haven't seen them in the winner's circle just yet. This will be their first opportunity for DRX, though. They won 3 out of the 6 today, and that's going to be a massive drop.
Where's Regnum Kaya in all of this? The opener for DRX is
No
good.
clue
But
me.
will Regnum Kaya roll over the top? So easy. I think he's dropped down now. Goes down to a nade, and there's more to come as the high ground suddenly becomes a factor. But there's the pressure for the backline of Team Secret as well. A nade, a close range fight coming on through with the shotguns. 2 players for Regnum Kaya, 1 apiece for the 2 contenders here. Down beneath them, Hyunbin charges forwards, and DRX are swept aside. Tosh pick a wild now, just have to deal with, and the backfill works wonders.
Guys, ये लोग ने
Silence
throw
leads
किया है
the
नीचे
charge,
कूद
and the
के.
rest of the roster capitalize.
And it's up to Frankie to try and keep the hopes and dreams alive for Team Secret. There maybe is an opportunity. There was almost a clutch in the last game that we ended up watching, but Frankie's got a tall task ahead of him. He's got to play on the off angle, and it won't even happen.
Nice.
And that's going to be a tremendous win.
Champion of the match.
Their first victory of the day and a much-needed win.
Jinx? Bro, everything is not Jinx. Why did they jump down?
As you say, much needed. This day caused
उनका option नहीं था, फिर ठीक है.
worry for fans of Regnum Kaya. They have not been their usual selves, but they've always got a
अब
little bit
सिर्फ
of
6
life
game
in them.
बाकी.
There is a
अच्छा हाँ,
reason they are the
actually they
PMGO
don't have 2
champions. There is
days.
a
They have
reason
only
why
1
they
day.
are here. And why
I
we
did
talk
not
about Silas
think of
with
that.
such reverence. They
Jinx
do
है?
manage to pull it
हाँ
out
भाई,
the final
हाँ
match
भाई.
of the day, but
काम
their
करो.
job is not done.
टीम्स को मत बोलो मेहनत करने, स्ट्रैटेजी बनाने. उनको बोलो तुम बस जाके खेलो, ठीक है? मैं ही करती हूँ सब कुछ, तो मेरा बोलने से ये होता है, मेरे बोलने से वो होता है, मैं जो बोलूंगी वो नहीं होगा। मैं ही कर रही हूँ सब कुछ, तो ये लोग क्या कर रहे हैं? इनको बोलो मत खेलो, छोड़ दो। Would you rather? Yeah, I would rather play Valo. Klaus, I'm tired. I think I'll go now. Actually, I have to go washroom also. That is why. So I'll just end this stream and go. तेरे को पैसे देने चाहिए टीम्स को। दैट इज अ गुड आइडिया। ये कुलदीप जो कह रहे हैं मुझे कुछ बात लग रही है अभी, ये कुछ बात लग रही है। अच्छा लगा, अच्छा लगा। चलो गाइस, आई थिंक बंद करते। डिस्कॉर्ड पे आने के लिए रो रहे थे लोग। डिस्कॉर्ड पे आके क्या कर लिया? किसी ने ज्यादा बात भी की है? आके बैठना ही था, बैठ गई। पता नहीं, हर बात के लिए नहीं रोना होता है, इसलिए सीख लो, ठीक है? हर बात के लिए नहीं रोना होता है। हम लोग फैल्कन के ऊपर ही, हमें डायरेक्ट फाइनल क्वालिफाई करवा दो। क्रेजी, ये अचीवमेंट है कि उनके ऊपर है। चलो एनीवे, कल मिलते हैं गाइस। कल CDM वॉच पार्टी, गेम स्ट्रीम का भी श्योर नहीं हूँ मैं। अगर मैं सुबह उठ गई और मुझे मन क्या हो सकता है मैं आ जाऊँ कुछ खेलने, ऐसे कुछ फिक्स नहीं है, ठीक है? वैसे भी नींद तो मेरी जल्दी खुल ही जाती है आजकल, हो सकता है सुबह कुछ खेलने आ जाऊँ। चलो बाय गाइस। शीरो को पिज्ज़ा देना चाहिए सारी टीम्स को। आई थिंक मनी इज बेटर। वुकॉन्ग खेलेंगे। आई एम रेडी फॉर वुकॉन्ग, नॉट वुचैंग। चलो बाय गाइस, गुड नाइट, सी या, बुई बुई।